Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us here on this Tuesday, May the 9th. It's 7 a.m. over on the East Coast, 4 a.m. over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and jump into some of today's top headlines that we're going to be covering all morning long and throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. There is a jury deliberation set to begin in the defamation trial against former President Donald Trump. This is the rape defamation case in which a former columnist is accusing the former president there of rape and defamation related to something that happened some 25 years ago, according to her. There's also some severe weather moving across the Midwest and from the Southwest and into the East, going through parts of Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. Of course, we'll be tracking that all morning long here on Live Now from Fox. Also, lawmakers continuing to discuss the issue of Title 42 there on the U.S.-Mexico border, set to end on May 11th. That could impact the ability to expel certain migrants. Again, that goes back to Title 42 is a COVID-era policy that is allowing border officials to be able to move certain people from the border because of COVID restrictions and things like that. That, again, will end on May 11th, and there is a bunch of activity happening on the border as well. The governor of Texas announcing he'll call in the National Guard to help assist there, along with National Guard members also being brought in at the federal level, ordered by the president just last week. I do want to get now to one of our other top stories that we were following over the weekend. There is still no information on a motive in the shooting down in Allen, Texas, that killed 8 people, 7 others injured. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams is following that story for us this morning.
Every time I heard a gunshot, I just thought, he's killing people. He's killing people.
Survivors of the Texas Outlet Mall shooting are still trying to make sense of what happened, as police don't know why a 33-year-old man opened fire, killing 8 people and wounding several others just over the weekend. Among those killed, 2 young sisters, a 4th grader and a 2nd grader at Cox Elementary School. According to the school district, their mom remains in critical condition.
I think that once you see more information about the guy's background, it will reveal a little bit more about why this happened.
The gunman was shot and killed by police at the scene on Saturday. Investigators now reviewing his social media accounts, as we've also learned from a spokesperson for the U.S. Army that the suspect was discharged from the armed forces in 2008. As the investigation continues, this is happening at the Texas State House.
Why do these people who sit in power sit there and do absolutely nothing while our children are slaughtered?
The Texas House advanced a bill that would raise the minimum age to buy a semi-automatic weapon from 18 to 21 years old. That measure, however, unlikely to become law in the Republican-controlled legislature. Though calls for lawmakers to take action on gun control were echoed at the White House.
We need legislation. It is frustrating, and I'm sure you all are frustrated too, to talk about this over and over again.
According to data, this mass shooting now marks more than 200 in the U.S. just so far this year. I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Thanks there to Alexis McAdams for that reporting there. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle now sounding the alarm as Title 42 is set to expire. That Border Patrol policy is already dealing with near record numbers of illegal crossing. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin is following that story for us now from Brownsville, Texas.
Live look there in New York City as we continue to follow all of the
We're learning more about the man accused of plowing his SUV into a crowd outside a migrant shelter here in Brownsville. Police say George Alvarez has been charged with 8 counts of manslaughter after he allegedly ran a red light, lost control of his car, and hit 18 people. Several of the victims were migrants from Venezuela, and officials say They haven't ruled out the possibility the crash was intentional.
It is an ongoing investigation, and yes, absolutely, charges can change and charges can be added.
It came just days ahead of the lifting of Title 42 restrictions at the border, and we're already seeing staggering numbers. Border Patrol says in just the past 3 days, they've encountered more than 26,000 migrants, and they're averaging almost 9,000 every day, prompting Texas Governor Greg Abbott to deploy a new National Guard unit called the Texas Tactical Border Force.
They can physically turn back those who are trying to cross the border illegally. Also, they were building immediate concertina wire border barriers.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has repeatedly claimed that the border is already closed and secure, and the administration is ready for the end of Title 42. But House Republicans say the White House isn't doing enough, and they're pushing for quick passage of a new border security bill.
Let's get it over to the Senate and make them act on this, because we've got tens of thousands of people that are queuing on the other side of the border.
And the White House issued a statement on Monday threatening to veto the House Republican border security bill. Reporting in Brownsville, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Thanks so much to Bill Malugin there, reporting on the border following that latest information there on the potential end of Title 42. I now want to turn over to a press conference from earlier this morning, just happening within the past few hours. President Zelenskyy of Ukraine meeting with the EU Commission president to discuss a number of topics, including potential sanctions that could go against other countries that are working to circumvent certain sanctions against Russia. We're going to go ahead and take a listen in on that.
Thank you very much, dear President Zelenskyy, dear Volodymyr. It is an honor and it is a privilege to be here on the 9th of May. The 9th of May is a day to celebrate peace and unity in Europe, to remember the lessons of our history, and to commit to leave a better future for the next generations. So it is very fitting to be here in Kiev to commemorate and to celebrate the 9th of May, dear Volodymyr. And let me warmly welcome your decision to make the 9th of May Europe Day in Ukraine also. Kiev, as the capital of Ukraine, is the beating heart of today's European values. Ukraine is on the front line of the defense of everything we Europeans cherish. Our liberty, our democracy, our freedom of thought and speech. Courageously, Ukraine is fighting for the ideals of Europe that we celebrate today. In Russia, Putin and his regime have destroyed these values. And now they are attempting to destroy them here in Ukraine. Because they are afraid of the success you represent and the example you show. And they are afraid of your path to the European Union. But the aggressor has already dramatically failed. Ukraine has resisted the attack and is fighting back successfully. And why that? First and foremost, because as a free society, Ukraine can count on the unquenchable bravery of its million women and men. They fight for our European values. While the invaders have been dragged out of prisons and picked off the streets to be sent to the front line. In this fight, the European Union and its member states stand shoulder by shoulder with Ukraine. The 9th of May also symbolizes something else, and that is solidarity. A solidarity born out of the lessons of the great conflicts of the 20th century. That is the spirit of our democracies. And dear President Zelenskyy, I am here today to assure you that you can count on that very same solidarity for as long as it takes. We had a very good discussion. We are working on different strands, and let me report from some of them. The first priority is to help to secure the ammunition Ukraine needs. You know that we are working along 3 tracks. The fastest track is the immediate release of ammunition from member states' stocks. We have allocated 1 billion euros to this, and it is working. Significant stocks of ammunition have been delivered or are on their way to Ukraine, but more needs to be done urgently. Therefore, the second track we agreed last week provides 1 billion euros from the European Peace Facility for the procurement of 155 and 152 millimeter ammunition by member states. And to accelerate this work, the third track will help the member states to ramp up the production, scale up the production, and speed up the delivery of ammunition to meet Ukraine's and the member states' needs. The second topic is financial support. We continue our vital financial support to Ukraine. You know that we have an 18 billion package for the whole year of 2023, of which we have already disbursed by now 6 billion euros. This is contributing significantly to closing Ukraine's budgetary gap. But of course, we are already working on financial support beyond 2023. The third topic has been mentioned, the sanctions. We continue to do everything in our power to erode Putin's war machine and his revenues. Our sanctions are working. And we reduced, for example, our imports from Russia by nearly 2/3. Thus depriving Russia of crucial revenue streams. So we have already imposed a heavy price on the Kremlin through the 10 successive sanctions packages. Now, last Friday, the Commission adopted its proposal for the 11th sanctions package. The focus of this package is now on cracking down on circumvention. We're doing this in very close coordination with our international partners, particularly with the G7. And let me deep dive very briefly on 3 elements in this package. First, we are sharpening our existing tools. So we are adding more products to our transit ban, for example, advanced tech products or aircraft parts that are going to third countries via Russia will no longer end up in the Kremlin's hands. However, we will need to take additional action. We recently see a growth of highly unusual trade flows between the European Union and certain third countries. These goods then end up in Russia. And this is why, secondly, we are proposing a new tool to combat sanction circumvention. If we see that goods are going from the European Union to third countries and then end up in Russia, we could propose to the member states to sanction those goods' export. This tool will be a last resort, and it will be used cautiously, following a very diligent risk analysis and after approval by EU member states. But there should be no doubt that we work against sanctions circumvention. And the third element in this package is we propose to ban shadow entities from Russia and third countries who are intentionally circumventing our sanctions. So far in the 11th sanctions package, the fourth work strand we have been discussing is beyond the war. And let me touch upon the future and Ukraine's path towards membership of the European Union. The Commission clearly set out 7 steps that Ukraine needs to take before the Commission can recommend to member states to launch the accession negotiations. Ukraine is tirelessly and intensively working on these 7 steps, despite the difficulties of carrying out reforms amidst a full-blown war. So I want to pay my deep respect for this outstanding work. You know you can count on our support and our expertise throughout the whole process. Work needs to continue. So the Commission will report to the Council, indeed first orally in June, but most importantly then in writing in October. Dear President Zelensky, you mentioned the grain topic. This is a challenging situation and we need solutions. The immediate priority now is that the grain transit goes seamlessly and at the lowest possible cost outside from Ukraine towards the European Union. This requires a very close cooperation of the different stakeholders. Therefore, we will jointly set up a coordination platform so that we will get these solidarity lanes fully functioning. Again, this is important. Dear Volodymyr, Ukraine has been fighting for the ideals of Europe that we celebrate today, to create lasting unity and peace, to represent the values of freedom, diversity, and humanity that Europe is built on. And we should never forget that peace in Europe seemed impossible, improbable, and far too distant for much of the last century. But it was achieved, despite the pain and despite the divisions of war. As we stand here today in a country senselessly attacked, some might think it is impossible, improbable, or too distant to talk about a free and peaceful Ukraine in the European Union. But Europe is about making the impossible possible. And so is Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Шановні колеги, журналісти, ваші запитання, будь ласка, лише на 2 у нас, на жаль, буде час. І перше запитання буде від Le Monde.
Thank you very much. Madam President of the European Commission, you a bit answered already my question, but I wanted to have your advice on the progress Ukraine made to implement these 7 steps, despite the state of war.
Indeed, it is impressive to see that despite a full-blown war, Ukraine is working hard, tirelessly and intensively on the 7 steps. A lot of progress has been made, but work has to continue. So we have been discussing the details, and it is very important that we have progress, but I'm very confident because we had very good discussions on the different topics that are being addressed by these 7 steps. So our aim now is to have the oral report in June, but most importantly is then the written report that has an overview over the whole year's progress, and this will be the decision-making element presented to the member states then in October.
Дякую. Друге і останнє запитання буде від Суспільного, будь ласка.
Доброго дня, пане президенте. Перше запитання до вас. Бачимо, що останні кілька тижнів Росія збільшила кількість атак крилатими ракетами, а також ударними дронами по території України, зокрема по столиці. З чим, на вашу думку, це може бути пов'язано? І запитання до пані.
You're listening in here on Live Now from Fox to this press conference between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy from earlier this morning there with the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. They're discussing a number of efforts, including continued support from Ukraine, celebrating a Europe Day this May the 9th, Tuesday at 7:18 a.m. here on the East Coast, 4:18 over on the West Coast. This is in Kiev, Ukraine, as these two leaders continue to discuss a number of economic issues, as well as the ongoing war in Ukraine and potential sanctions that could be coming to certain countries that are working to undermine sanctions put on Russia by circumventing certain trade routes.
Військово-політичного керівництва, як то кажуть, продавати своєму суспільству, тому що перемог ніяких немає, а ненажерливе суспільство, воно там є, і ми бачимо, як вони підтримують ті чи інші радикальні дії або кількість смертей, вони завжди радіють цьому як факт. Бахмут продати не вийшло, тому що не вийшло захопити. Це була остання у них така дійсно важлива операція до 9 травня, встигнути це зробити. І хоч, на жаль, не існує такого вже там цілого міста, все зруйновано абсолютно, тим не менш, Росія так любить.
Again, that is the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, speaking there in Kiev, Ukraine, along with the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. We are going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we return, we'll go ahead and jump back into this press conference, live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. It's 7:22 over on the East Coast, 4:22 over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you for sticking with us here and joining us on Live Now from Fox. This morning we're continuing to follow a press conference that happened out of Kiev this morning after the Ukrainian President Zelenskyy met with the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, discussing a number of issues, including trade, sanctions, and that ongoing war in Ukraine and the necessity for support from EU leaders. That, again, according to Ursula von der Leyen, the EU Commission President. Let's go ahead and dip back into that press conference right here on Live Now from Fox.
On the question to the nuclear, we are working very intensively with our member states to diversify away. So to be independent, what that is concerned, this is hard work, but some of the member states are making progress, and you can rely on the fact that we will keep pushing our member states.
Дякую за ваші відповіді, шановні колеги. Дякую за запитання. Прес-конференція добігла кінця.
Дуже дякую. Very quick.
Sit down. Sit down, please. Sit down, please.
All right, thanks so much for listening in there. Here on Live Now from Fox, that press conference happening there in Ukraine looks like it wrapped up just within the past couple of hours. That was a Live Now replay from earlier this morning out of Kiev, Ukraine. I do now want to turn back to the nation's ongoing struggle over the debt crisis. There are lawmakers both in Washington and all over the country concerned about the potential for default. We're taking a live look there right now at the U.S. Capitol. We have Chad Pergram following the story as lawmakers continue to battle over issues along the debt ceiling.
Sounding debt ceiling alarms.
Default would mean that checks would stop from Social Security, from the military, and to much more.
The administration warning of dire consequences.
There would be permanently higher borrowing costs for Americans for buying a home, buying a car.
The public scared that the government could run out of cash.
If we keep spending money the way we're spending it, you know, we worry about our country going bankrupt.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies. It'd be ridiculous. Apocalypse.
A bipartisan bicameral conclave on the schedule Tuesday at 4 p.m., just after the markets close. President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy huddle for the highest stakes meeting yet of their careers.
The meeting in the Oval Office with the four leaders tomorrow, I think, is an important thing. I think that shows the American people how important it is.
The president and congressional Democrats insisting on a clean debt ceiling hike.
We are in lockstep with President Biden.
But most Senate Republicans are now in lockstep with McCarthy and his bill to hike the debt ceiling and shave spending. More than 40 Senate Republicans vow to filibuster President Biden's clean debt ceiling demand.
If any 41 senators don't want something to happen, they can effectively stop that legislation.
It's all about the math. It takes 60 votes to crack a filibuster. There's talk of postponing the debt ceiling deadline to buy time, but that requires a vote.
Kicking the can down the road is not going to change the construct here.
A warning sign. Treasuries, which mature in June, hit a record yield. The reason? Investors demand a higher return when there's a chance the government could default. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Thanks so much to Chad Pergram following that report there for us this morning. I now want to turn over to the continued case against former President Donald Trump, a civil case that is rape and defamation allegations against him from allegations stemming back more than 25 years. Jury deliberations are expected to begin today in that New York trial. Let's listen in to a story that we have this morning from Kevin Cork following the latest there.
The civil trial stemming from E. Jean Carroll's rape and defamation allegations brought against former President Donald Trump drawing to a close Monday, with both sides delivering closing arguments. Carroll, a writer and columnist, is accusing Mr. Trump of raping her in a luxury department store dressing room back in 1996. Allegations the former president has strongly denied.
I think there's a good chance that he will be victorious.
Carroll's lawyer, Roberta Kaplan, arguing Carroll was exactly Donald Trump's type, despite Trump claiming in his 2022 deposition he would not sexually assault her because
she's not my type.
Kaplan also played the vulgar Access Hollywood tapes in which Trump was caught on an open mic bragging about groping women without their consent. Trump has not appeared during the trial, and on Sunday he rejected his last opportunity to testify. Meantime, Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, closing his case by pointing to Carroll's inability to pinpoint exactly when the attack happened and calling the accusations a, quote, work of fiction motivated by political hatred.
You know it's not true, too.
Carroll's attorney did not ask for specific damages. Still, the jury can award them if they believe her account. The jury is expected to begin deliberations on Tuesday. In Washington, Kevin Cork, Fox News.
I want to turn back now to a report that we had from earlier. Live Now from Fox, continuing to follow the very latest on that mass shooting at an outlet mall in Texas. We have KDFW, Alex Boyer, in a report there.
Story takes us after this tragedy that unfolded on Saturday. 8 people killed, others injured in a mass shooting at an outlet mall outside of the Dallas area in Allen, Texas. And that's where we go out to Fox 4's Alex Boyer, who's joining us now. Alex, this is such a tragedy on so many levels. What more are we learning about the victims, some of which who are children?
Oh, absolutely. You know, just a heartbreaking situation indeed. I'm going to step out of the way so that our viewers can get a closer look at the growing memorial here just at the edge of the Allen Premium Outlets. I can tell you within the past hour or so, you can see there in the distance, there are 8 giant black crosses that have been put up by just average folks here in the community that wanted to come together and do something for these victims. And you may be able to see in white the names of some of those victims and now in the process of being written on those crosses. I had a chance to talk with some other folks at the memorial today. Take a listen to what they had to say about the victims.
A memorial continues to grow at the edge of the Allen Premium Outlets. Folks leaving flowers as we begin to learn new information about the 8 victims killed in a mass shooting at the outdoor mall Saturday.
I left my doctor's office and I was like, you know what, I have time. Let me go pay some respects to the place I used to work and to the people that passed away.
Cindy and Q Cho, along with their 6-year-old son William and 3-year-old son James, were all together near the H&M store when the gunman opened fire. Cindy and Q were killed along with 3-year-old James. William was critically injured, now recovering at the hospital. With his parents and his brother gone, a relative saying on social media the family is in deep mourning.
I'm praying for their families and I'm just very sorry.
27-year-old Aishwarya Tatikonda was also killed. A family representative says she was at the outlet mall shopping for her upcoming birthday. She worked as an engineer in McKinney. Her family is en route from India. And 2 of the youngest victims are sisters, Daniela and Sofia Mendoza. They both attended Cox Elementary School in Wiley ISD. A parent left flowers by the sign. Their mother, Ilda, was also shot. She remains in the hospital. A district spokeswoman says Daniela was in 4th grade and Sofia in 2nd. In a letter to parents, the principal said, in part, Daniela and Sofia were the kindest, most thoughtful students with smiles that could light up any room. Our hearts are broken and words cannot express how deeply they will be missed.
We've been invited here to be present in the community after the shooting.
Back at the mall, volunteers with Lutheran Church Charities had 7 trained comfort dogs on hand to help folks grieve. Not far away is where 20-year-old Christian LaCour died. His mother told Fox 4 News her son, who is from Farmersville, was working as a security guard at the mall. All of the victims gone, but not forgotten by a community in mourning.
We just want to be present with them, stand with them, pray with them, be in their sorrow, help them remember their loved one.
And in the past few minutes, I can tell you that Texas Department of Public Safety just released a complete list of the victims. And so now we know the identity of the 8th victim. He is 32-year-old Elio Rivas. He apparently is from the Dallas area. In the meantime, I can tell you that Daniela and Sofia Mendoza's mother, who is with them here at the outlet, she remains in the hospital in critical condition. And we're also learning that the girls attended a cheer camp here in the neighboring community of Wiley. Folks there tell us that their favorite color was yellow. They're asking everyone in the community to wear yellow this week in their memory. Back to you.
Alex, this is so heartbreaking to see the faces of these victims who were taken way too soon, so senselessly. Have police said anything more about what could have possibly motivated this gunman to do something as horrific as this?
No, in fact, it's quite interesting. I mentioned to you that the Department of Public Safety released that statement with the victims' names. That's all they have released. we've been trying to get in front of investigators to be able to ask them questions on camera about this shooting. At this point, that has not been made available to us. All we have had is in the form of a news conference the day of the actual incident. Some of the law enforcement officials came out and simply gave statements, but did not take questions from reporters. So as of today, we still have a lot of questions, including a possible motive.
All right, Fox 4's Alex Boye with that update. Alex, thanks so much. I'm sure we'll be in touch again soon.
Thanks so much to Lexi Petrovich there with Live Now from Fox, continuing to follow all the very latest out of that tragic story there in Texas. I want to turn now to a live breaking news story that we have this morning over in Islamabad, Pakistan. The former Prime Minister of Pakistan has been arrested this morning. That's according to officials there in the country. We're learning this morning that the arrest is marking a dramatic escalation of Pakistan's political scene, drawing nationwide condemnation from supporters. Those are people there flooding the highways right now in Islamabad following the arrest again of Imran Khan, former Prime Minister of Pakistan. He's facing anti-grafting charges, essentially a number of charges related to accepting bribes and other allegations similar to that. Khan was dragged outside the Islamabad High Court and pushed into a police vehicle by agents from the National Accountability Bureau. That's according to a senior official in the Pakistan government. Again, this protest continuing to happen this morning there in Islamabad. If we learn more, we'll continue to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, but we are going to go ahead and take our third commercial break of the hour here on Live Now. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You are taking a live look there over in Berlin, Germany. We are expecting a press conference sometime this morning from the Chinese foreign ministers, as well as the German foreign minister, the counterpart there, to be discussing more about a meeting that they recently had there in Berlin. We don't have much information there on that actual event or what those conversations were about, but we will certainly bring them to you as soon as we learn more here on Live Now from Fox. And I want to turn back this morning to that tragedy over in Allen, Texas. We're learning that there was 8 people killed, multiple others injured following a shooting at a shopping mall there on Saturday. We have this morning Alexis McAdams with Fox News following the very latest.
Every time I heard a gunshot, I just thought, he's killing people. He's killing people.
Survivors of the Texas outlet mall shooting are still trying to make sense of what happened, as police don't know why a 33-year-old man opened fire, killing 8 people and wounding several others just over the weekend. Among those killed, 2 young sisters, a 4th grader and a 2nd grader at Cox Elementary School. According to the school district, their mom remains in critical condition.
I think that once you see more information about the guy's background, it will reveal a little bit more about why this happened.
The gunman was shot and killed by police at the scene on Saturday. Investigators now reviewing his social media accounts, as we've also learned from a spokesperson for the U.S. Army that the suspect was discharged from the armed forces in 2008. As the investigation continues, this is happening at the Texas State House.
Why do these people who sit in power sit there and do absolutely nothing while our children are slaughtered?
The Texas House advanced a bill that would raise the minimum age to buy a semi-automatic weapon from 18 to 21 years old. That measure, however, unlikely to become law in the Republican-controlled legislature. Though calls for lawmakers to take action on gun control were echoed at the White House.
We need legislation. It is frustrating, and I'm sure you all are frustrated too, to talk about this over and over again.
According to data, this mass shooting now marks more than 200 in the U.S. just so far this year. I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Taking a live look there this morning over the U.S. White House. You can see that there on your screen. A pretty bright day at 7:40 over there on the East Coast, 4:40 in the morning on the West Coast. Thanks for everyone waking up this morning, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. I'm going to jump right back into some of your top headlines this morning. We'll also continue on about a new law that actually is being introduced there in Texas following that terrible, tragic shooting at that shopping mall, facing new pressure over gun violence there in Texas after 2 more mass shootings. Texas Republicans just last night unexpectedly allowed a bill that would raise the purchase age for semi-automatic rifles from 18 to 21 to advance out of a House committee. Even though that proposal almost has no chance of becoming law, the surprise move shows some momentum for gun control advocates after a weekend mass shooting at an outdoor mall near Dallas, but at the same time underscored how Texas Republicans are so resistant to gun restrictions that even clearing a small legislative hurdle such as a bill getting out of a committee has caused supporters to celebrate. I now want to turn to back to the U.S. border, where there's major concerns about Title 42 ending that COVID-era pandemic restrictions that allowed expulsion of certain migrants entering the country. There's concern now that there may be a major wave of migrants entering the U.S. as Title 42 is set to end. The governor of Texas there apparently calling in members of the National Guard to assist, as well as federal officials doing something similar. We have more from Bill Malugin this morning.
We're learning more about the man accused of plowing his SUV into a crowd outside a migrant shelter here in Brownsville. Police say George Alvarez has been charged with 8 counts of manslaughter after he allegedly ran a red light, lost control of his car, and hit 18 people. Several of the victims were migrants from Venezuela, and officials say they haven't ruled out the possibility the crash was intentional.
It is an ongoing investigation, and yes, absolutely, charges can change and charges can be added.
It came just days ahead of the lifting of Title 42 restrictions at the border, and we're already seeing staggering numbers. Border Patrol says in just the past 3 days, they've encountered more than 26,000 migrants, and they're averaging almost 9,000 every day, prompting Texas Governor Greg Abbott to deploy a new National Guard unit called the Texas Tactical Border Force.
They can physically turn back those who are trying to cross the border illegally. Also, they were building immediate concertina wire border barriers.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has repeatedly claimed that the border is already closed and secure, and the administration is ready for the end of Title 42. But House Republicans say the White House isn't doing enough, and they're pushing for quick passage of a new border security bill.
Let's get it over to the Senate and make them act on this, because we've got tens of thousands of people that are queuing on the other side of the border.
And the White House issued a statement on Monday threatening to veto the House Republican border security bill. Reporting in Brownsville, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for the reporting there, as that issue there in Texas continues to be something that officials are concerned about. We also have over in Rockland and Orange counties over in the East Coast, both pushing back against Mayor Eric Adams' plan to bus migrants to their neighborhoods, even issuing states of emergency preventing hotels from housing asylum seekers. This is hundreds more Expected to arrive in the city. Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses following the latest for us this morning there in Rockland County. Excuse me. Good morning, Robert. Thank you for joining us. What are you learning?
Needs of the people who are being sent here ahead of our own residents. I will not accept that.
Rockland County Executive Ed Day and Orange County Executive Stephen Newhouse, both Republicans, have declared states of emergency prohibiting hotels in their jurisdictions from accepting migrants. The declarations follow news that Mayor Eric Adams plans to send 340 single adult men to the Armani Inn and Suites in Orangeburg in Rockland County.
We are not equipped to humanely assist these individuals, which eventually we're going to have to do.
Since last spring, New York City says more than 60,000 migrants have arrived. More than 37,500 remain in the city's care. The mayor has called for a regional response to a national problem, but Republican Congressman Mike Lawler, who represents Rockland County, seethes.
Mayor Adams called it morally bankrupt when governors from southern states sent migrants up to New York City without coordination and communication. The only one who is morally bankrupt here is Mayor Adams. He's a hypocrite.
The crisis will likely worsen with the expiration Thursday of Title 42, the pandemic-era program that allowed migrants arriving in the U.S. to be expelled. New York City anticipates that with Title 42's expiration, 800 migrants could arrive in the city each day. We spoke to people in Rockland County about what the crisis means for them.
Well, the strain is going to be too much for us.
It's a complicated situation, and I understand that people do need a fair place to live. But at the same time, I think we as a community need to know more.
There needs to be, better efforts, from people on both sides of the aisle to come together to find a resolution to fix this.
President Joe Biden will be in this area tomorrow to talk about the debt ceiling, but you can bet he will be questioned about his plan after Title 42 expires and what that could mean not only for New York City but also for these northern suburbs as well. Back to you. Robert, do you think there will be any quick fix for this, any way to help these people as the busloads continue to come in? I don't think there's any quick fix, and we just heard actually from former Secretary. Solution will take multiple administrations. It will take leaders from both parties many, many years to fully address what is happening here. But right now, these migrants are being treated, quite frankly, like political footballs. Back to you. Robert Moses there, certainly breaking down that complex issue. No quick fixes. We appreciate it there. Robert Moses with Fox 5 New York on the ground with this issue. All right, folks, it is 7:48 over on the East Coast. It's 4:48 over on the West Coast. Time now to take our final commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you right back here in just a bit. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You're taking a couple of live looks from some shots that we have from all over the country there at the U.S. Capitol. Quite a beautiful start there to the morning there in Washington. You can see it's a pretty clear day over at the White House. Also pretty good looking there in New York City as well. Not too much cloud coverage in the air as folks get off to their start at 7:51 here on the East Coast, 4:51 over on the West Coast. The showdown over the debt ceiling continuing this morning, but potential headway may come as some leaders, including Kevin McCarthy and the president, are expected to be meeting sometime later today following debt ceiling discussions to try to reach a deal. We have more now from Chad Pergram.
Debt ceiling alarms.
Default would mean that checks would stop from Social Security, from the military, and to much more.
The administration warning of dire consequences.
There would be permanently higher borrowing costs for Americans for buying a home, buying a car.
The public scared that the government could run out of cash.
If we keep spending money the way we're spending it, we worry about our country going bankrupt.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies. It'd be ridiculous. Apocalypse.
A bipartisan bicameral conclave on the schedule Tuesday at 4 p.m., just after the markets close. President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy huddle for the highest stakes meeting yet of their careers.
A meeting in the Oval Office with the four leaders tomorrow, I think, is an important thing. I think that shows the American people how important it is.
The president and congressional Democrats insisting on a clean debt ceiling hike.
We are in lockstep with President Biden.
But most Senate Republicans are now in lockstep with McCarthy and his bill to hike the debt ceiling and shave spending. More than 40 Senate Republicans vow to filibuster President Biden's clean debt ceiling demand.
If any 41 senators don't want something to happen, they can effectively stop that legislation.
It's all about the math. It takes 60 votes to crack a filibuster. There's talk of postponing the debt ceiling deadline to buy time, but that requires a vote.
Kicking the can down the road is not going to change the construct here.
A warning sign. Treasuries which mature in June hit a record yield. The reason? Investors demand a higher return when there's a chance the government could default. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
You're taking a live look this morning right there over New York City. What a beautiful shot there, as it's a clear day waking up over there in the East Coast. The NFL is facing investigations from the state of California and also New York over workplace practices and culture. This comes following an announcement by the state's attorney generals last Thursday, with California AG Rob Bonta and New York Attorney General Letitia James working together, saying that the joint investigation will look into employment discrimination and allegations of a hostile work environment. The investigation will look into whether or not the NFL has violated state or even federal pay equity and anti-discrimination laws. The NFL saying in a statement just last week that the league would fully cooperate with the attorneys general. The investigation announcement coming after more than a year after James and other attorneys general addressed a letter to the NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell to address those, quote, grave concerns of the allegations made in a New York Times report. I now want to bring in attorney Dan Braverman. He's a partner and chair at the Employment Department at the New York City-based Romano Law Firm. Good morning. Dan, thank you so much for joining us. Just want to kind of jump right off the bat. California and New York both opening up those investigations. You know, what do you make of all that?
Look, it's big news. It's big news. I mean, when you have the Attorney General from California and the Attorney General from New York getting together to open up a big investigation of the NFL, it's obviously very serious. You know, we all know they're looking into workplace discrimination, hostile work environment. You know, what they're looking to find is any evidence of a culture of discrimination or harassment. There have been reports about racism, unwanted touching, people being passed over for promotions and sexual harassment. You know, as you know, back in February 2022, Brian Flores, the terminated coach of the Dolphins, filed a class action against the NFL and certain teams alleging racism. In February 2022, we had the New York Times publish an expose where over 30 female employees described experiencing unwanted touching from male bosses, being forced to attend parties with their prostitutes, being passed over for promotions based on gender, and being pushed out for complaining about discrimination. And as you just mentioned, in April 2022, there was a letter sent to Commissioner Goodell from 6 states, not California, but New York at the time, where they basically warned the NFL, you got to make improved conditions to the workplace. Obviously, with this May 4th announcement, both attorney generals are saying not enough has been done. In fact, just last month, another lawsuit was filed in California by a former manager, a female manager of the NFL, alleging employment discrimination based on sex, gender, and hostile work environment.
How serious do you think this is then for the NFL, and in terms of its reputation, especially given some of the recent lawsuits that have come against it as well, and you hear numerous states investigating? How serious?
Sure. It's very serious in my view. You know, my viewpoint is an attorney general is not going to conduct an investigation, especially 2 attorney generals are not going to conduct a major investigation unless they think that there are issues. You know, they had given warnings a year ago. Obviously, don't think enough has been done. They wouldn't be bringing this investigation forward if they didn't have enough people coming forward now still saying there are issues and they feel like they must act. It could hurt the league's the trust the public has. It could further, unfortunately, erode the public trust. But at the same time, the NFL now has an opportunity to take proactive steps to rebuild the trust, mitigate the potential damage, reputational damage. It's not too late.
Do you think they'll actually do that? Is there any plans in the wake of the previous lawsuits that have come down by coaches and things like that?
Yep.
Do we see any change happening there in the NFL?
You know, I think there have been some changes made. I will tell you that based on this investigation and my experience in these types of matters, there absolutely will be new policies made. Policies will be revamped. They have to do that. The NFL must visibly and vigorously demonstrate in an objective manner that they will not tolerate discrimination, harassment, or pay inequity of any kind. Talk is cheap. They need to act. I believe we will see changes. I believe we have to see changes. I will believe it will be obvious what these changes are. They were warned a year ago. Unfortunately, we're here now. What other changes will be made will really be based on what the investigation uncovers. And that's something that we're going to find out very soon.
From any experience that you have, or just from the research that you've been doing on this, does the NFL have a hostile work environment?
Well, it's tough to tell because obviously we haven't seen all the evidence, but I will tell you, based on the New York Times expose talking about 30 women who alleged various issues, we have a number of lawsuits that have been filed. I also, as I said before, I do not think the Attorney General in California and New York would be joining forces to bring a claim unless they really thought they had some. I read recently 2 quotes, one from Attorney General James, which said, no matter how powerful or influential, no institution is above the law, and we will ensure the NFL is held accountable. Similarly, the California Attorney General stated this specifically. We have serious concerns about the NFL's role in creating an extremely hostile and detrimental work environment. No company is too big or popular to avoid being held responsible for their actions. Based on those quotes, they must have evidence, or they must have a lot of information that drove them to bring this investigation.
Do you think this is part of a national shift, really, in just workplace environments in general, and not just including in athletics, but in business, in movies, in film, to, I suppose, kind of push more respect, push just a different culture than maybe decades ago?
Absolutely. I've been practicing for 30 years, and I got to tell you, it's amazing, and it's frankly, it's fantastic what I've seen happen over the decades. This is the strongest I've ever seen as far as having the government step in to ensure a workplace that is free of discrimination, harassment. Years ago, the things that people would do and get away with, and people would feel uncomfortable about coming forward. Nowadays, people have the encouragement of the government and others to stand up for their rights. Years ago, if you felt you were discriminated against, you might be embarrassed to come forward. You might feel like you're going to be victimized for being, sexually harassed or discriminated against. The tables have turned, and I think in a very good way. I think it's changed a lot in a lot of other industries, and I think the Attorney General in California and New York are now focusing on the sports industry because they obviously believe that in professional sports, that's an area where that improvement is needed. They really got to, in other words, step up their game.
And do you think that these AGs may have any power then, depending on what comes of this investigation, to even enact changes or force changes within the NFL, if not maybe face lawsuits as well from these individual states?
Absolutely, yeah. So lawsuits can be filed, fines can be levied, other claims can be brought. I will also tell you that there are a lot of lawsuits that are ongoing right now, as a number we mentioned. And I think with this investigation, we're going to uncover a lot of evidence that might be used in connection with those lawsuits. If you find out that things aren't being done properly, or policies weren't implemented, or people were ignoring, claims of discrimination or harassment, that could be used against, the NFL and lawsuits that are currently being filed. So there's a lot at stake here. And yes, there are claims to be filed. Other states could get involved. There can be other local entities, et cetera, that can file claims. So, hopefully the NFL has made changes from the warning that was given over a year ago. And hopefully things will be done now to really, as I said before, it's not just making changes. You have to visibly and vigorously demonstrate that this is what your intention is. And that is probably the only way to really get across to people that we're not going to tolerate discrimination of any kind.
Tell me, what is a hostile work environment? I know this is something that's being discussed now in the press as the NFL is being looked at. What does that exactly mean? And I think a lot of people kind of have this understanding. You can come in, you have a bad day at work, it's a hostile work environment, but that's a legal term, correct?
Yeah, it's a legal term. And first I'll tell you a little bit what the legal term is, because it's riddled with, obviously, legalese, as people would say. It's basically where the workplace is permeated with intimidation, ridicule, and insult that is sufficiently severe or pervasive to alter the conditions of the victim's employment and create an abusive working environment. In such a case, the plaintiff, the person who's bringing the claim, must not only show that the environment is offensive, but that a reasonable person would find the environment to be hostile or abusive. Notice that the legal definition doesn't require admirable behavior. You can have isolated, non-egregious jokes, comments, etc. It's usually got to be severe or pervasive. But for the non-lawyer term, the way I look at it is, you can't have an abusive work environment. You can't abuse someone based on any protected category, such as sex or gender. So if anyone believes that they're being treated, I'm just going to say it this way, treated differently, in an abusive, in a negative way, based on gender, based on race, or any other protected category, age, religion, national origin, that potentially could lead to discrimination and a harassing work environment.
Yeah, because at that point, then essentially, I think the purpose behind some of these laws and rules are essentially to make sure that everybody can go to work, be treated equally, and not have to fear being able to do their job or not because of these issues.
Exactly it. I mean, look, the way I always look at it is I always looked at, you're an employee, you got to go to work. Imagine and you have to work. You got to support your family. You got to be able to earn a living. And what you don't want to do is you don't want to be in a situation where you have to work, you're earning a living, and you're being abused by your boss or by your employer in a discriminatory way. That's not something that people should have to tolerate. And for many years ago, not that old, but for many years, that was tolerated, right? That was tolerated. And we have taken steps to have that stop. And that's exactly right. And what I love seeing now is there are a lot more people in the world who are and across the United States are standing up for their rights to make sure that they and their colleagues who may not have the ability or the strength or the confidence to stand up for themselves are now being protected. They're going to stop this behavior.
Attorney Dan Braverman there from the Romano law firm there in New York. Dan, any other closing thoughts? Anything I didn't ask you?
No, I think we're good. I'd say I'm just looking forward to seeing what we uncover here. I think it's an important first step. I find it very interesting, as I said before, that I'm really curious because I know that there are subpoenas were issued. We're going to see a lot of documents. We're going to ultimately learn about witnesses, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of stories. So I'm hoping that that everything will work out fine in the end. But I'm curious to see what we're going to uncover, and I'm sure that's going to unfold in the next few months. But I thank you very much for having me here, Giacomo.
Dan Braverman, thanks so much. Attorney there with the Romano law firm in New York City. We appreciate you joining us here this morning.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, it's 8:05 over on the East Coast, 5:05 on the West Coast. This is a good time to take our first commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. I'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Jumping back into some of your top headlines happening here today. Jury deliberations expected to begin in the Trump defamation trial. Obviously some severe weather happening much across the Southwest into the Midwest actually this morning. We want to pull up that weather radar for you right here. I'm trying to pull that up, not finding my feed here. There we go. There's a live look at our weather radar. You can see some of that nasty weather down there in parts of Texas and moving through the Midwest and into the east. You can see it's going over Evansville, Charlotte, and Richmond. So that's just one thing that we're going to be keeping an eye on all this morning here on Live Now from Fox. And we also, of course, have lawmakers discussing issues ahead of the expected end to Title 42, that COVID era migration policy that allowed certain migrants to be expelled, a number of people expected to hit the U.S. border around the time that is expected to end. I now want to turn over to Bill Malugin, following the very latest on that issue on the border this morning.
We're learning more about the man accused of plowing his SUV into a crowd outside a migrant shelter here in Brownsville. Police say George Alvarez has been charged with 8 counts of manslaughter after he allegedly ran a red light, lost control of his car, and hit 18 people. Several of the victims were migrants from Venezuela, and officials say they haven't ruled out the possibility the crash was intentional.
It is an ongoing investigation, and yes, absolutely, charges can change and charges can be added.
It came just days ahead of the lifting of Title 42 restrictions at the border, and we're already seeing staggering numbers. Border Patrol says in just the past 3 days, they've encountered more than 26,000 migrants, and they're averaging almost 9,000 every day, prompting Texas Governor Greg Abbott to deploy a new National Guard unit called the Texas Tactical Border Force.
They can physically turn back those who are trying to cross the border illegally. Also, they were building immediate concertina wire border barriers.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has repeatedly claimed that the border is already closed and secure, and the administration is ready for the end of Title 42. But House Republicans say the White House isn't doing enough, and they're pushing for quick passage of a new border security bill.
Let's get it over to the Senate and make them act on this, because we've got tens of thousands of people that are queuing on the other side of the border.
And the White House issued a statement on Monday threatening to veto the House Republican border security bill. Reporting in Brownsville, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
And the showdown over the U.S. debt ceiling continues in Washington. We are expecting a number of events to happen this morning out of Washington. We believe Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, expected to be meeting with President Biden to work out a deal. This roughly after 4 o'clock on the East Coast today. That meeting is expected. No word on whether or not they'll be able to reach agreement. This has certainly been an issue that has been contentious and certainly breaking down across party lines. Let's listen in to Chad Pergram bringing us the very latest on that.
Ceiling alarms.
Default would mean the checks would stop from Social Security, from the military, and to much more.
The administration warning of dire consequences.
There would be permanently higher borrowing costs for Americans for buying a home, buying a car.
The public scared that the government could run out of cash.
If we keep spending money the way we're spending it, we worry about our country going bankrupt.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies. It'd be ridiculous. Apocalypse.
A bipartisan bicameral conclave on the schedule Tuesday at 4 p.m., just after the markets close. President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy huddle for the highest stakes meeting yet of their careers.
A meeting in the Oval Office with the 4 leaders tomorrow, I think, is an important thing. I think that shows the American people how important it is.
The president and congressional Democrats insisting on a clean debt ceiling hike.
We are in lockstep with President Biden.
But most Senate Republicans are now in lockstep with McCarthy and his bill to hike the debt ceiling and shave spending. More than 40 Senate Republicans vow to filibuster President Biden's clean debt ceiling demand.
If any 41 senators don't want something to happen, they can effectively stop that legislation.
It's all about the math. It takes 60 votes to crack a filibuster. There's talk of postponing the debt ceiling deadline to buy time, but that requires a vote.
Kicking the can down the road is not going to change the construct here.
A warning sign. Treasuries which mature in June hit a record yield. The reason? Investors demand a higher return when there's a chance the government could default. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
You are taking a live look this morning. They're in Pakistan. This is in Islamabad after Pakistan's foreign prime minister Imran Khan was arrested this morning after he appeared in a court in the country's capital to face charges in multiple graft cases. Those charges stem from accepting of potential bribes and other allegations. Security agents dragging Khan outside and then shoved him into an armored car before whisking him away to jail. The arrest, which marks a dramatic escalation of Pakistan's political scene, drew nationwide condemnation from supporters of the popular opposition leader and former cricket star turned Islamist politician. You're taking a look now. This is live, raw, and unfiltered. They're out of Islamabad in the nation's capital. You can see that protesters are continuing to demonstrate there in Islamabad. I'm going to pull that feed right now because it is a little bit shaky, but we did see earlier there were a number of protesters blocking actually the highway there, again in a protest of that arrest of the former prime minister. We'll bring you more on that this morning as we get it. Here's another one of those shots. Oh, looks like it's back there, but you can see there that there are folks running, walking there in the streets. That is a highway in the nation's capital. The time now is 8:14 over on the East Coast, 5:14 in the morning over on the West Coast. I'm Giacomo Luca. This is Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a short break here, but when we come back, we'll go ahead and reset with some of your top headlines, live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at that courthouse where former President Donald Trump is now facing allegations of rape and defamation, this stemming back some 25 years. Jury deliberation is set to begin in the trial sometime today. Let's listen in to Kevin Corke following the very latest from New York.
The civil trial stemming from E. Jean Carroll's rape and defamation allegations brought against former President Donald Trump drawing to a close Monday, with both sides delivering closing arguments. Carroll, a writer and columnist, is accusing Mr. Trump of raping her in a luxury department store dressing room back in 1996. Allegations the former president has strongly denied.
I think there's a good chance that Jean will be victorious.
Carroll's lawyer, Roberta Kaplan, arguing Carroll was exactly Donald Trump's type, despite Trump claiming in his 2022 deposition he would not sexually assault her because
she's not my type.
Kaplan also played the vulgar Access Hollywood tapes in which Trump was caught on an open mic bragging about groping women without their consent. Trump has not appeared during the trial, and on Sunday he rejected his last opportunity to testify. Meantime, Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, closing his case by pointing to Carroll's inability to pinpoint exactly when the attack happened and calling the accusations a, quote, work of fiction motivated by political hatred.
You know it's not true, too.
Carroll's attorney did not ask for specific damages. Still, the jury can award them if they believe her account. The jury is expected to begin deliberations on Tuesday. In Washington, Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much to Kevin Cork following the very latest there out of that trial in New York against former President Donald Trump. Moving on this morning over in the West and also there in New York, there's a number of writers continuing to strike for several days. The arguments and the fight for higher pay and better working conditions not changing there. Let's listen in to Ashley Dvorkin here with Fox News with the latest.
Fight for strike! The WGA writers' strike is going into its second week, and productions affected now include the final season of Netflix's Stranger Things. The Duffer Brothers said starting production is not possible during this strike. They added they hope a fair deal is reached soon so we can all get back to work. Actors have been voicing support for the WGA. We spoke with Jason Priestley and Rob Lowe on day one of the strike.
All the three unions in Hollywood, whether it's the DGA or the Screen Actors Guild or the Writers Guild, we all band together and we all do what we can to support each other.
Neither side likes a strike. It's ironic. I'll be going to visit my son, John Owen, on the picket line. I'll get back to work. My worry always about this thing is the people that it really affects, who are the crew members. Who, don't have some of the bank accounts and they need to work.
Ken Jeong and Kate Beckinsale lead Charlie Day's Fool's Paradise. As a member of WGA, Day wasn't present at the interviews. The star shared hopes for a resolution.
We stand in support of the writers and their rights. The landscape's changing, the model's changing, and no one wants to have a strike, but everyone's hoping for a quick and successful resolution as quickly as possible.
Nelson Franklin joined the picket lines.
You can't just depend on a room of 3 or 4 people, which is what they're trying to do, cut it all the way down. And not only for the shows that are happening now, but it doesn't leave any growth for new shows in the future.
Another show affected, the MTV Movie and TV Awards. After host Drew Barrymore stepped down and WGA planned to picket, the show switched from live to pre-tape. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Thanks so much to Ashley Dvorkin, continuing to follow that writer's strike ongoing, affecting a number of productions, including many of our favorite shows and TV series. Time now is 8:21 over on the East Coast here in Orlando, Florida at the LiveNOW from Fox Studios. You can take a wide shot look there at our studio as we continue to follow some of the top stories all across the country and all over the world this morning on LiveNOW from Fox. We do want to turn over to a couple of other stories this morning. We know jury deliberations setting to begin in the Trump defamation trial. This is a former columnist now accusing the former president of sex, rape, and defamation in that sex abuse case from more than 25 years ago. Again, those allegations there. Severe weather also moving across much of the Southwest and through the East into the Midwest, as well as lawmakers discussing the potential end to Title 42 on the border. We have all those stories this morning and much more here on LiveNOW from Fox. But I do want to turn to a bit of breaking news out of Pakistan. You're seeing this video here right now following protests after Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan was arrested. Look at that there. There's a police vehicle on fire. This is live, raw, and unfiltered here on LiveNOW from Fox. We're showing you these images coming in as the former Prime Minister was arrested on alleged grafting charges. That's bribery as well as taking money, those sorts of things. Security agents had dragged Khan outside and shoved him into an armored car before whisking him away sometime today. This arrest marking dramatic escalation in Pakistan's political scene, drawing nationwide condemnation from supporters of the popular opposition leader, also a former cricket star that turned Islamist politician. Khan being dragged outside the Islamabad High Court, that's the capital there in Pakistan, and was pushed into a police vehicle by agents from National Accountability Bureau. That's according to senior officials there in the Pakistani government. Again, you can see these supporters of that former prime minister have been protesting there in Pakistan now, seemingly turning violent after a police vehicle now being burned there in the nation's capital of Islamabad. We'll continue to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox, but wow, you can see the escalating tensions and much concern there for the people in Pakistan following the arrest of their former prime minister. All right, let's turn back over now, taking a live shot in the States. There is New York City. What a beautiful day there in New York City. Relatively clear. Looks like there might be a little bit of fog or haze in the sky, but things moving pretty nice there in New York City. I now want to turn back to some of the issues that we've been following all morning long, including that of President Zelenskyy in Ukraine, now speaking and meeting with the German politician, also the president of the European Commission, earlier this morning, discussing a number of topics ranging from this concern over the issue of potentially introducing sanctions on countries that are working to circumvent sanctions. We're going to dive into this press conference from earlier this morning there in Ukraine, again with the EU Commission president.
Дякую за ці переговори, які ми вже розпочали сьогодні, і вітаю усіх з цим днем, з Днем Європи. Бажаю якнайскорішого відновлення миру і свободи для всієї нашої української землі, всієї нашої української і європейської землі. Слава Україні!
Заява президента Європейської комісії.
Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую, шановний президенте Зеленський, дорогий Володимире.
It is a privilege to be here on the 9th of May. The 9th of May is a day to celebrate peace and unity in Europe, to remember the lessons of our history, and to commit to leave a better future for the next generations. So it is very fitting to be here in Kiev to commemorate and to celebrate the 9th of May, dear Volodymyr. And let me warmly welcome your decision to make the 9th of May Europe Day in Ukraine also. Kiev, as the capital of Ukraine, is the beating heart of today's European values. Ukraine is on the front line of the defense of everything we Europeans cherish. Our liberty, our democracy, our freedom of thought and speech. Courageously, Ukraine is fighting for the ideals of Europe that we celebrate today. In Russia, Putin and his regime have destroyed these values. And now they are attempting to destroy them here in Ukraine. Because they are afraid of the success you represent and the example you show. And they are afraid of your path to the European Union. But the aggressor has already dramatically failed. Ukraine has resisted the attack and is fighting back successfully. And why that? First and foremost, because as a free society, Ukraine can count on the unquenchable bravery of its million women and men. They fight for our European values. While the invaders have been dragged out of prisons and picked off the streets to be sent to the front line. In this fight, the European Union and its member states stand shoulder by shoulder with Ukraine. The 9th of May also symbolizes something else, and that is solidarity. A solidarity born out of the lessons of the great conflicts of the 20th century. That is the spirit of our democracies. And dear President Zelenskyy, I am here today to assure you that you can count on that very same solidarity for as long as it takes. We had a very good discussion. We are working on different strands, and let me report from some of them. The first priority is to help to secure the ammunition Ukraine needs. You know that we are working along 3 tracks. The fastest track is the immediate release of ammunition from member states' stocks. We have allocated 1 billion euros to this, and it is working. Significant stocks of ammunition have been delivered or are on their way to Ukraine, but more needs to be done urgently. Therefore, the second track we agreed last week provides 1 billion euros from the European Peace Facility for the procurement of 155 and 152 millimeter ammunition by member states. And to accelerate this work, the third track will help the member states to ramp up the production, scale up the production, and speed up the delivery of ammunition to meet Ukraine's and the member states' needs. The second topic is financial support. We continue our vital financial support to Ukraine. You know that we have an 18 billion package for the whole year of 2023. Of which we have already disbursed by now 6 billion euros. This is contributing significantly to closing Ukraine's budgetary gap. But of course, we are already working on financial support beyond 2023. The third topic has been mentioned, the sanctions. We continue to do everything in our power to erode Putin's war machine and his revenues. Our sanctions are working. And we reduced, for example, our imports from Russia by nearly 2/3, thus depriving Russia of crucial revenue streams. So we have already imposed a heavy price on the Kremlin through the 10 successive sanctions packages. Now, last Friday, the Commission adopted its proposal for the 11th sanctions package. The focus of this package is now on cracking down on circumvention. We're doing this in very close coordination with our international partners, particularly with the G7. And let me deep dive very briefly on 3 elements in this package. First, we are sharpening our existing tools. So we are adding more products to our transit ban, for example, advanced tech products or aircraft parts that are going to third countries via Russia will no longer end up in the Kremlin's hands. However, we will need to take additional action. We recently see a growth of highly unusual trade flows between the European Union and certain third countries. These goods then end up in Russia. And this is why, secondly, we're proposing a new tool to combat sanction circumvention. If we see that goods are going from the European Union to third countries and then end up in Russia, we could propose to the member states to sanction those goods export. This tool will be a last resort, and it will be used cautiously, following a very diligent risk analysis and after approval by EU member states. But there should be no doubt that we work against sanctions circumvention. And the third element in this package is we propose to ban shadow entities from Russia and third countries who are intentionally circumventing our sanctions. So far in the 11th sanctions package, the fourth work strand we have been discussing is beyond the war. And let me touch upon the future and Ukraine's path towards membership of the European Union. The Commission clearly set out 7 steps that Ukraine needs to take before the Commission can recommend to member states to launch the accession negotiations. Ukraine is tirelessly and intensively working on these 7 steps, despite the difficulties of carrying out reforms amidst a full-blown war. So I want to pay my deep respect for this outstanding work. You know you can count on our support and our expertise throughout the whole process. Work needs to continue. So the Commission will report to the Council, indeed first orally in June, but most importantly then in writing in October. Dear President Zelenskyy, you mentioned the grain topic. This is a challenging situation and we need solutions. The immediate priority now is that the grain transit goes seamlessly and at the lowest possible cost outside from Ukraine towards the European Union. This requires a very close cooperation of the different stakeholders. Therefore, we will jointly set up a coordination platform so that we will get these solidarity lanes fully functioning. Again, this is important. Dear Volodymyr, Ukraine has been fighting for the ideals of Europe that we celebrate today, to create lasting unity and peace, to represent the values of freedom, diversity, and humanity that Europe is built on. And we should never forget that peace in Europe seemed impossible, improbable, and far too distant for much of the last century. But it was achieved, despite the pain and despite the divisions of war. As we stand here today in a country senselessly attacked, some might think it is impossible, improbable, or too distant to talk about a free and peaceful Ukraine in the European Union. But Europe is about making the impossible possible. And so is Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Шановні колеги, журналісти, ваші запитання, будь ласка, лише на 2 у нас, на жаль, буде час. І перше запитання буде від Le Monde.
Thank you very much. Madam President of the European Commission, you a bit answered already my question, but I wanted to have your advice on the progress Ukraine made to implement these 7 steps despite the state of war.
Indeed, it is impressive to see that despite a full-blown war, Ukraine is working hard, tirelessly and intensively on the 7 steps. A lot of progress has been made, but work has to continue. So we have been discussing the details, and it is very important that we have progress, but I'm very confident because we had very good discussions on the different topics that are being addressed by these 7 steps. So our aim now is to have the oral report in June, but most importantly is then the written report that has an overview over the whole year's progress And this will be the decision-making element presented to the member states then in October.
Дякую. Друге і останнє запитання буде від Суспільного, будь ласка.
Доброго дня, пане президенте. Перше запитання до вас. Бачимо, що останні кілька тижнів Росія збільшила кількість атак крилатими ракетами, а також ударними дронами по території України, зокрема по столиці. З чим, на вашу думку, це може бути пов'язано? І запитання до пані Урсули. Я так розумію, що в 11-му пакеті санкцій немає санкцій проти Росатому. Коли з'являться ці санкції, в якому пакеті нам все ж таки очікувати їх? Дякую.
Дуже дякую вам за запитання. Після довготривалої, скажімо так, паузи з точки зору такої кількості ударів по українській землі, тому що ви пам'ятаєте, що було восени і взимку ударів було не менше, а були ніколи було і більше. Потім була відповідна пауза з точки зору кількості, але щоденні удари вони не закінчувалися. Тим не менше, ви дійсно праві, тим, що зараз є те, що ми відслідковуємо збільшення. На мою особисту думку, треба щось Російській Федерації, військово-політичному керівництву, як то кажуть, продавати своєму суспільству, тому що перемог ніяких немає, а ненажерливе суспільство, воно там є, і ми бачимо, як вони підтримують ті чи інші радикальні дії або кількість смертей, вони завжди радіють цьому як факту. Бахмут продати не вийшло, тому що не вийшло захопити. Це була остання у них така дійсно важлива операція до 9 травня, встигнути це зробити. І хоч, на жаль, не існує такого вже там цілого міста, все зробили.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to President Zelenskyy. He's meeting with the EU Commission President there, Ursula von der Leyen. This happened earlier today, but important information as they discuss a number of topics, including preventing sanctions circumvention, talking about Russia there, of course. We'll bring that up here in a little bit and probably play a little bit more of that to get the full press conference out there, but eventually here in a few seconds, there we go. I'm going to take a commercial break here in a moment. I believe it'll be our third one of the hour, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, investigators are trying to uncover why a gunman killed 8 people at an Allen Premium Outlets on Saturday. Information about the shooter so far has been limited, but we do have Shannon Murray with our Fox 4 Dallas team. She's live in Allen, Texas, with what we do know so far and the latest on the investigation. Shannon, good morning to you. What are you able to tell us at this time?
Well, Josh, we continue learning more every single day about the shooter. Social media posts now suggesting Mauricio Garcia planned this attack weeks in advance and even researched when the Allen Premium Outlet Mall would be busiest. Saturday, investigators say the 33-year-old killed 8 people and injured 7 others with an AR-15 style weapon outside the Allen Premium Outlets. The FBI says they recovered multiple weapons on him and inside his vehicle. He grew up in North Texas and graduated from Bryan Adams High School in 2008, according to Dallas Independent School District. He later worked as a security guard after a failed attempt to join the military. And most recently, he spent several months living at the Budget Suites of America off North Stemmons Freeway in Dallas. Asa Bryant, his wife, and 4 children live at that same extended stay hotel.
We were in Haines' store. And all of a sudden, the lady that's the manager saw what was about to happen. And she ushered us, told us all to get in the back room and shut the door, the stock room. So as soon as we got in there, all of the shots, you could just hear shot, 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 shot. One after the other. And I thought, is it ever going to stop?
I'm literally shaking just being here. And just thinking about the fact that, you know, it would have happened to my wife or maybe, you know, a friend or another relative. It's just, it blows my mind.
And just to clarify, that was not Asa Bryant who lived at the hotel, but 2 witnesses who were at the outlet mall on Saturday. Now, a motive has not been released, but the FBI is looking into Garcia's online activity. He reportedly had a fascination with white supremacy. He posted photos showing Nazi tattoos on his body. He also described mass shootings as a sport. And we do expect to hear from Texas DPS today during a news conference, which will be their first news conference since the shooting on Saturday. There will be a lot of questions about those weapons, about the timeline, about the tactical gear he wore, and especially about his motive. Josh?
All right, we'll wait for that motive to come out, hopefully at some point. Shannon Murray with Fox 4 Dallas with the latest details on the ground there in Allen, Texas. Shannon, thank you so much. We do appreciate it. It is 8:46 on the East Coast, 5:46 in the morning over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and get our last commercial break out of the way, but don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more to get into here on Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside there at New York City in the area of Manhattan. And that is actually where that civil case with former President Donald Trump is going on today. That case is in the hands of the jury. We'll see which way that goes. Like I said, we'll take that break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 8:49 on the East Coast. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 8:49 on the East Coast, and it's 5:49 in the morning over on the West Coast. We do appreciate all of you joining us as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Hopefully you're having a great start to your Tuesday as we'll take a live look outside. As we do, take a little tour around the country here. That's a live look outside. That's the U.S. Capitol there as the sun trying to peek up behind those clouds there. And we'll go to this other shot that I put up a little bit ago. That's, of course, in the Manhattan area in New York City. A beautiful start in the Big Apple, turning all the way to Lady Liberty. That's a lovely shot. Never disappoints, this shot. That's why I like putting that one up. Let's get into some of the other news of the day, though. We do know that President Zelenskyy, Ukrainian President Zelenskyy, meeting with Ursula von der Leyen, the EU commissioner. They gave a speech today, giving remarks earlier today in Kyiv, talking about a number of topics. Of course, that ongoing battle against Russia, Ukraine and Russia there. Some of the details will be in this speech. Like I said, they talk about a number of things. Let's go into that. We started to play some of this earlier. We're going to pick up where we left off so we can get all the information. Let's listen.
Thank you very much, dear President Zelenskyy, dear Volodymyr. It is an honor and it is a privilege to be here on the 9th of May. The 9th of May is a day to celebrate peace and unity in Europe, to remember the lessons of our history, and to commit to leave a better future for the next generations. So it is very fitting to be here in Kiev to commemorate and to celebrate the 9th of May, dear Volodymyr. And let me warmly welcome your decision to make the 9th of May Europe Day in Ukraine also. Kyiv, as the capital of Ukraine, is the beating heart of today's European values. Ukraine is on the front line of the defense of everything we Europeans cherish. Our liberty, our democracy, our freedom of thought and speech. Courageously, Ukraine is fighting for the ideals of Europe that we celebrate today. In Russia, Putin and his regime have destroyed these values. And now they are attempting to destroy them here in Ukraine. Because they are afraid of the success you represent and the example you show. And they are afraid of your path to the European Union. But the aggressor has already dramatically failed. Ukraine has resisted the attack and is fighting back successfully. And why that? First and foremost, because as a free society, Ukraine can count on the unquenchable bravery of its million women and men. They fight for our European values. While the invaders have been dragged out of prisons and picked off the streets to be sent to the front line. In this fight, European Union and its member states stand shoulder by shoulder with Ukraine. The 9th of May also symbolizes something else, and that is solidarity. A solidarity born out of the lessons of the great conflicts of the 20th century. That is the spirit of our democracies. And dear President Zelensky, I am here today to assure you that you can count on that very same solidarity for as long as it takes. We had a very good discussion. We are working on different strands, and let me report from some of them. The first priority is to help to secure the ammunition Ukraine needs. You know that we are working along 3 tracks. The fastest track is the immediate release of ammunition from member states' stocks. We have allocated €1 billion to this, and it is working. Significant stocks of ammunition have been delivered or are on their way to Ukraine, but more needs to be done urgently. Therefore, the second track we agreed last week provides €1 billion from the European Peace Facility for the procurement of 155 and 152 millimeter ammunition by member states. And to accelerate this work, the third track will help the member states to ramp up the production, scale up the production, and speed up the delivery of ammunition to meet Ukraine's and the member states' needs. The second topic is financial support. We continue our vital financial support to Ukraine. You know that we have an 18 billion package for the whole year of 2023, of which we have already disbursed by now 6 billion euros. This is contributing significantly to closing Ukraine's budgetary gap. But of course, we are already working on financial support beyond 2023. The third topic has been mentioned, the sanctions. We continue to do everything in our power to erode Putin's war machine and his revenues. Our sanctions are working. And we reduced, for example, our imports from Russia by nearly 2/3. Thus depriving Russia of crucial revenue streams. So we have already imposed a heavy price on the Kremlin through the 10 successive sanctions packages. Now, last Friday, the Commission adopted its proposal for the 11th sanctions package. The focus of this package is now on cracking down on circumvention. We're doing this in very close coordination with our international partners, particularly with the G7. And let me deep dive very briefly on 3 elements in this package. First, we are sharpening our existing tools. So we are adding more products to our transit ban, for example, advanced tech products or aircraft parts that are going to third countries via Russia will no longer end up in the Kremlin's hands. However, we will need to take additional action. We recently see a growth of highly unusual trade flows between the European Union and certain third countries. These goods then end up in Russia. And this is why, secondly, we're proposing a new tool to combat sanction circumvention. If we see that goods are going from the European Union to third countries and then end up in Russia, we could propose to the member states to sanction those goods' export. This tool will be a last resort, and it will be used cautiously, following a very diligent risk analysis and after approval by EU member states. But there should be no doubt that we work against sanctions circumvention. And the third element in this package is we propose to ban shadow entities from Russia and third countries who are intentionally circumventing our sanctions. So far in the 11th sanctions package, the fourth work strand we have been discussing is beyond the war. And let me touch upon the future and Ukraine's path towards membership of the European Union. The Commission clearly set out 7 steps that Ukraine needs to take before the Commission can recommend to member states to launch the accession negotiations. Ukraine is tirelessly and intensively working on these 7 steps, despite the difficulties of carrying out reforms amidst a full-blown war. So I want to pay my deep respect for this outstanding work. You know you can count on our support and our expertise throughout the whole process. Work needs to continue. So the Commission will report to the Council, indeed first orally in June, but most importantly then in writing in October. Dear President Zelenskyy, you mentioned the grain topic. This is a challenging situation and we need solutions. The immediate priority now is that the grain transit goes seamlessly and at the lowest possible cost outside from Ukraine towards the European Union. This requires a very close cooperation of the different stakeholders. Therefore, we will jointly set up a coordination platform so that we will get these solidarity lanes fully functioning. Again, this is important. Dear Volodymyr, Ukraine has been fighting for the ideals of Europe that we celebrate today, to create lasting unity and peace, to represent the values of freedom, diversity, and humanity that Europe is built on. And we should never forget that peace in Europe seemed impossible, improbable, and far too distant for much of the last century. But it was achieved, despite the pain and despite the divisions of war. As we stand here today in a country senselessly attacked, some might think it is impossible, improbable, or too distant to talk about a free and peaceful Ukraine in the European Union. But Europe is about making the impossible possible. And so is Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Шановні колеги, журналісти, ваші запитання, будь ласка, лише на 2 у нас, на жаль, буде час. І перше запитання буде від Le Monde.
Thank you very much. Madam President of the European Commission, you a bit answered already my question, but I wanted to have your advice on the progress Ukraine made to implement these 7 steps, despite the state of war.
Indeed, it is impressive to see that despite a full-blown war, Ukraine is working hard, tirelessly and intensively on the 7 steps. A lot of progress has been made, but work has to continue. So we have been discussing the details, and it is very important that we have progress, but I'm very confident because we had very good discussions on the different topics that are being addressed by these 7 steps. So our aim now is to have the oral report in June, but most importantly is then the written report that has an overview over the whole year's progress. And this will be the decision-making element presented to the member states then in October.
Дякую. Друге і останнє запитання буде від Суспільного, будь ласка.
Доброго дня, пане президенте. Перше запитання до вас. Бачимо, що останні кілька тижнів Росія збільшила кількість атак крилатими ракетами, а також ударними дронами по території України, зокрема по столиці. З чим, на вашу думку, це може бути пов'язано? І запитання до пані Урсули. Я так розумію, що в 11-му пакеті санкцій немає санкцій проти Росатому. Коли з'являться ці санкції, в якому пакеті нам все ж таки очікувати їх? Дякую.
Дуже дякую вам за запитання. Після довготривалої, скажімо так, паузи з точки зору такої кількості ударів по українській землі, тому що ви пам'ятаєте, що було восени і взимку ударів було не менше, а були ніколи було і більше. Потім була відповідна пауза з точки зору кількості, але щоденні удари вони не закінчувалися. Тим не менше, ви дійсно праві, тим, що зараз є те, що ми відслідковуємо збільшення. На мою особисту думку, треба щось Російської Федерації, військово-політичному керівництву, як то кажуть, продавати своєму суспільству. Тому що перемог ніяких немає, а ненажерливе суспільство, воно там є. І ми бачимо, як вони підтримують ті чи інші радикальні дії або кількість смертей, вони завжди радіють цьому як факту. Бахмут продати не вийшло, тому що не вийшло захопити. Це була остання у них така дійсно важлива операція до 9 травня, встигнути це зробити. І хоч, на жаль, не існує такого вже там цілого міста, все зруйновано абсолютно, тим не менш, Росія так любить Донбас, що там ніколи не було. Да, і тим не менш вони можуть інформаційно продавати це як ту чи іншу перемогу, захоплення або руйнацію того чи іншого міста. Тобто їм не вдалося, перед 9 числом треба показати, що вони щось знов зруйнували. Але 9 у них не вийшло.
On the question to the nuclear, we are working very intensively with our member states to diversify away, so to be independent. What that is concerned, this is hard work, but some of the member states are making progress, and you can rely on the fact that we will keep pushing our member states.
Дякую за ваші відповіді, шановні колеги. Дякую за запитання. Прес-конференція добігла кінця.
Дуже дякую.
My friend.
Very quick.
Sit down, please. Sit down, please.
And looks like that wrapped up there. Or at least there's a little bit of lull in that press conference. I think there is some more, though. We'll get back to that here in a little bit. But we'll turn to some of the other news of the day. In the meantime, talking about the latest with regard to the debt ceiling. We do know that President Biden will be meeting with lawmakers later today, including Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, to talk about that debt ceiling. It is coming down to the wire on that, and we'll see where things go. So let's go ahead and get to this story here with Doug Luzader. He's got the breakdown of can they get a deal? Well, when they meet, we'll see if that happens as they're trying to defuse that looming debt limit crisis. Let's listen to this story from Doug Luzader.
Well, nothing like waiting until the last minute. And President Biden did not want to negotiate over this, but congressional Republicans have brought him to the table.
Call it a negotiation or just a standoff. Either way, what happens at the White House today could very well determine what happens to the economy in the weeks ahead. And the president, we're told, will put his foot down on raising the debt limit.
We should not have House Republicans manufacturing a crisis on something that has been done 78 times since 1960. This is their constitutional duty. Congress must act. That's what the president's going to make very clear.
The Treasury Department says we may be just about 3 weeks or so from what they call a default, with the U.S. no longer able to borrow more money to keep paying the bills. But even with that at stake, this will be the first time in nearly 100 days that the president has met with Republican Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, whose caucus is standing firm.
We're telling President Biden, look, we're not going to pass a clean debt ceiling increase.
Republicans in the House did pass
Apologize, a little technical issue there. Technical difficulties, it happens. It is live television. You'll have that sometime. So we'll go ahead and take a commercial break. It's our first one of the hour. Get that out of the way, regroup. We'll come back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's get into the latest on that outlet mall shooting in Allen, Texas, which left 8 people dead. Still no word on the gunman's motive as police continue their investigation. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest on the investigation.
Every time I heard a gunshot, I just thought, he's killing people. He's killing people.
Survivors of the Texas outlet mall shooting are still trying to make sense of what happened, as police don't know why a 33-year-old man opened fire, killing 8 people and wounding several others just over the weekend. Among those killed, 2 young sisters, a 4th grader and a 2nd grader at Cox Elementary School. According to the school district, their mom remains in critical condition.
I think that once you see more information about the guy's background, it will reveal a little bit more about why this happened.
The gunman was shot and killed by police at the scene on Saturday. Investigators now reviewing his social media accounts, as we've also learned from a spokesperson for the U.S. Army that the suspect was discharged from the armed forces in 2008. As the investigation continues, this is happening at the Texas State House.
Why do these people who sit in power
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, the next time your flight's delayed or canceled, you may end up getting paid. On Monday, President Biden and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg unveiled new regulations to hold airlines accountable for long delays and even cancellations. Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Sonner is live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport with more for us this morning. Brooke, good morning to you. What can you tell us? It sounds like this is a good thing for those of us that want to fly and might get a cancellation every once in a while.
Yeah. Good morning to you. Yes, I know anybody that's been stuck in that situation can certainly feel the pain here. And we saw a lot of this happening last year during the summer months and also during the Christmas season when Southwest was dealing with its staffing shortages and the whole meltdown that came along with that. So that's part of why the Biden administration made this announcement just yesterday. They want to hold these airlines accountable and make sure that you get compensated for any time that you're dealing with a delay or a cancellation that's the fault of the airline.
Airlines need to accept their fundamental responsibility to better serve passengers.
The White House taking aim at airlines Monday and proposing new rules to hold them accountable. President Joe Biden and U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announced the administration is working on new regulations that would require airlines to pay up for certain flight delays and cancellations.
Later this year, my administration will propose a historic new rule that will make it mandatory, not voluntary, but mandatory, for all U.S. airlines to compensate you with meals, hotels, taxis, ride shares, and rebooking fees.
The White House says the plan would cover reimbursements for delays and cancellations that are due to mechanical or staffing issues. However, weather and air traffic control problems would not qualify for reimbursement. The move comes after passengers dealt with thousands of delays and cancellations last summer, and after Southwest Airlines canceled thousands of flights during the Christmas holiday.
It would make sure that things go right more often, because when they don't, when airlines do screw up, they have to pay somebody.
I do think it would be something that should have happened a while ago, and if they could take care of it now, I mean, better late than never.
Now, Airlines for America, which represents some of these biggest air carriers, they also put out their own statement about this, saying that airlines have no incentive to delay or cancel any flights at all. And then they went on to say that most of these cancellations, more than half in 2022 and 2023, have been because of weather-related issues or air traffic control issues. So we will keep you posted on any developments when it comes to this story, Zach.
All right, Brooke Sonner with Fox 5 Atlanta there on the ground at the Atlanta airport with all the details. Brooke, thank you so much. We do appreciate your time. It is 9:16 on the East Coast, 6:16 in the morning over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and take another commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 9:19 on the East Coast, 6:19 over on the West Coast. Hopefully you're all having a most excellent Tuesday as we get you caught up on all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Let's take some live looks outside, a little tour around the country, as I like to say. There's a live look at the Statue of Liberty. As I said earlier, this shot never gets old, always looks beautiful every time we take a look out there at Lady Liberty. Switching gears to the Manhattan area of New York City. Of course, that is where the jury deliberations are beginning in this civil case involving former President Donald Trump and E. Jean Carroll. Carroll, of course, accusing the president of sexually assaulting her a number of years ago. All that playing out in a civil case, to be very clear. That is going to the jury starting this morning. And as we go to another live look outside here, this right here is it's a procession happening in Philadelphia. It's the honorable transfer of Patrol Officer Bobby Schisler from the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office to Bosher Funeral Home. Of course, Schisler is a fallen officer there, and they're paying their respects. I suppose let's listen in. I don't know if there's any audio, but let's just pull it up and hear if we can, or see if we can hear anything. And just looks like they're preparing to take off there and start this procession here in a moment, as you see the police officers there giving a salute and paying their respects to this fallen officer. A New Jersey community, that's actually where this officer came from. He was a Deptford police officer, that's in New Jersey actually, but he's at the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office there. Died on Sunday, nearly 2 months after he was shot. Law enforcement agencies from the area held a procession, or will be holding a procession here. This one is, starting at the medical examiner's office to a New Jersey funeral home. That's the one happening right now. There was actually another one on Sundays. This is the second one. So the community's there coming together to pay respects to this officer in a solemn procession. And what I'll do is I'll leave this up on the screen as we do go to some other news, so we can keep an eye on that and watch that as that procession does go on. But let's get into some other news here. Like I mentioned earlier, that civil case of former President Trump, that's going on in Lower Manhattan at a court there, and it is in the hands of the jury at this point. Our Live Now team spoke with Fox 5 New York reporter about this to get the latest details on where things stand and where they will be going today. Let's take a listen.
A live look there in New York City as we continue to follow all of the major developments in that trial revolving around former President Donald Trump. This was also the scene from just a little bit earlier today as E. Jean Carroll was leaving the courthouse. Closing arguments underway today in this civil lawsuit accusing the former President Donald Trump of rape and defamation. We want to continue with this major story here on Live Now from Fox and take you out to the courtroom, just outside the courtroom with Fox 5's Morgan Mackay. Thank you so much for joining us. Closing arguments are underway. What did we learn, and maybe how soon will this trial wrap up?
Andy, today was a day that both sides could wrap up their case for the jury, remind them of everything that they wanted to highlight during the trial. E. Jean Carroll's lawyers reminded the jury that this was Trump's testimony versus all the rest, while former President Donald Trump's attorneys argued that this was an unbelievable story for a reason. The civil case against former President Donald Trump entered its 8th day, capping off the trial with closing arguments. Writer and columnist E. Jean Carroll is accusing Trump of raping her in a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room in the 1990s, and then later lying about it, ruining her reputation. Carroll's lawyer, Roberta Kaplan, started off her closing arguments by saying that Trump, quote, didn't even bother to show up. While this is not required for a civil case, Kaplan continued that Trump's team didn't even put together a defense because they didn't have one. Carroll's team brought forward 11 witnesses in total, including Carroll herself. Kaplan says Carroll's story is corroborated by her 2 friends who she told about the alleged rape and the psychologist who said that Carroll exhibits symptoms of PTSD.
Kaplan claimed that Trump has a pattern of this sort of behavior going back decades, pointing to Jessica Leeds and Natasha Stoinhoff, who also alleged Trump assaulted them. Kaplan says because of Trump's alleged assault, Carol has lost her ability to find intimacy and a partner. She ended, quote, "It's not about the money. This lawsuit is about getting her name back." Then Trump's attorney took the stand. Joe Tacopina acknowledged that people have very strong feelings about Trump, but the time to make those feelings known is at the ballot box. Tacopina said he didn't call any witnesses because, quote, "Donald Trump doesn't have a story to tell other than to say it's a lie," playing this clip of Trump's deposition for the jury.
And you know it's not true too.
Tacopina hit Carol hard on the fact that she doesn't remember the month or year this alleged rape occurred. Tacopina made the case that Carol and her two friends, Lisa Birnbach and Carol Martin, made up the story because they hated Trump. He pointed out Birnbach's testimony that she didn't even think about the rape until Carol published her book in 2019, and Martin's text to a friend that Carol had gone too far. Tacopina ends his closing arguments calling this an outrageous case, telling the jury, quote, "Have the courage to do the right thing." So the jury will be deciding two things here. Because it's a criminal, not a civil case, the burden of proof is different. So for the battery charge, the jury will have to decide if it's more probable than not. It's more than 50% likely that Trump raped her. For the defamation charge, they have to decide if it's highly probable that there is clear and convincing evidence. Andy?
Thank you so much. A very, very interesting trial as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, like you said, those two different kind of cases there in and of itself. Can you talk a little bit about the compensatory versus the punitive damages? Of course, they'll have to potentially find him guilty in this, but also there might be some money moving back and forth. Can you give us a little bit insight into what the jury may have to decide there?
Yes, so Carol's lawyer said today that they're not giving them an amount of money that they have to decide on because they want them to decide how much Trump owes her. So they're going to have to go tomorrow and deliberate and decide exactly how much, if anything, that Trump owes Carol. So that's just one section of this. But in order to do so, Trump's lawyer argued on this battery charge on if he actually raped her, because they can't look at defamation if he didn't rape her. So these are two things that the jury are going to have to look at tomorrow, and it could go all day. It could be really fast. We'll have to see. All
right, we'll have to see. Morgan McCarthy, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox at a very, very interesting trial there in New York City. We appreciate it.
And now let's turn to the latest out of Allen, Texas. Some of the victims in this shooting, this deadly mass shooting that occurred at an outlet mall there, those victims, some of them identified. I want to get into that, though. We have KDFW from Fox 4 Dallas, or it is Fox 4 Dallas. They have Alex Boyer, excuse me, the reporter that actually compiled this report here with our Live Now team. Let's go ahead and go to that.
Look here from Allen, Texas. That's where this next story takes us after this tragedy that unfolded on Saturday. 8 people killed, others injured in a mass shooting at an outlet mall outside of the Dallas area in Allen, Texas. And that's where we go out to Fox 4's Alex Boyer, who's joining us now. Alex, this is such a tragedy on so many levels. What more are we learning about the victims, some of which who are children?
Oh, absolutely. You know, just a heartbreaking situation indeed. I'm going to step out of the way so that our viewers can get a closer look at the growing memorial here just at the edge of the Allen Premium Outlets. I can tell you within the past hour or so, you can see there in the distance, there are 8 giant black crosses that have been put up by just average folks here in the community that wanted to come together and do something for these victims. And you may be able to see in white the names of some of those victims and now in the process of being written on those crosses. I had a chance to talk with some other folks at the memorial today. Take a listen to what they had to say about the victims.
A memorial continues to grow at the edge of the Allen Premium Outlets. Folks leaving flowers as we begin to learn new information about the 8 victims killed in a mass shooting at the outdoor mall Saturday.
I left my doctor's office and I was like, you know what, I have time. Let me go pay some respects to the place I used to work and to the people that passed away.
Cindy and Q Cho, along with their 6-year-old son William and 3-year-old son James, were all together near the H&M store when the gunman opened fire. Cindy and Q were killed along with 3-year-old James. William was critically injured, now recovering at the hospital. With his parents and his brother gone, a relative saying on social media the family is in deep mourning.
I'm praying for their families and I'm just very sorry.
27-year-old Aishwarya Tatikonda was also killed. A family representative says she was at the outlet mall shopping for her upcoming birthday. She worked as an engineer in McKinney. Her family is en route from India. And 2 of the youngest victims are sisters, Daniela and Sofia Mendoza. They both attended Cox Elementary School in Wiley ISD. A parent left flowers by the sign. Their mother, Hilda, was also shot. She remains in the hospital. A district spokeswoman says Daniela was in 4th grade and Sofia in 2nd. In a letter to parents, the principal said, in part, Daniela and Sofia were the kindest, most thoughtful students with smiles that could light up any room. Our hearts are broken and words cannot express how deeply they will be missed.
We've been invited here to be present in the community after the shooting.
Back at the mall, volunteers with Lutheran Church Charities had 7 trained comfort dogs on hand to help folks grieve. Not far away is where 20-year-old Christian LaCour died. His mother told Fox 4 News her son, who is from Farmersville, was working as a security guard at the mall. All of the victims gone, but not forgotten by a community in mourning.
We just want to be present with them, stand with them, pray with them, be in their sorrow, help them remember their loved one.
And in the past few minutes, I can tell you that Texas Department of Public Safety just released a complete list of the victims. And so now we know the identity of the 8th victim. He is 32-year-old Elio Rivas. He apparently is from the Dallas area. In the meantime, I can tell you that Daniela and Sofia Mendoza's mother, who is with them here at the outlet, she remains in the hospital in critical condition. And we're also learning that the girls attended a cheer camp here in the neighboring community of Wiley. Folks there tell us that their favorite color was yellow. They're asking everyone in the community to wear yellow this week in their memory. Back to you.
Alex, this is so heartbreaking to see the faces of these victims who were taken way too soon, so senselessly. Have police said anything more about what could have possibly motivated this gunman to do something as horrific as this?
No, in fact, it's quite interesting. I mentioned to you that the Department of Public Safety released that statement with the victims' names. That's all they have released. We've been trying to get in front of investigators to be able to ask them questions on camera about this shooting. At this point, that has not been made available to us. All we have had is in the form of a news conference the day of the actual incident. Some of the law enforcement officials came out and simply gave statements, but did not take questions from reporters. So as of today, we still have a lot of questions, including a possible motive.
All right, Fox 4's Alex Boye with that update. Alex, thanks so much. I'm sure we'll be...
And as you heard there, we are waiting to find out that motive. We'll see if police release that, and if they release the entire motive. We know in some cases if there's a note left around that could be, too detrimental to be given to the public, that may not be released, but we don't know that yet. We've got nothing at this point, so if a motive is released or any details on that shooting in Allen, Texas, we'll bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do see a live event going on right now, as we do prioritize those here on Live Now. Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, he is speaking right now. He's speaking at True North Classical Academy. That's a school there in the Miami area. I believe he might be addressing some things to do with education. Could be a number of topics, though, but let's listen in and find out together, live, raw, and unfiltered.
It may not go to teachers. It may go to other things, administration, all these other things. So these categoricals have to do that. And we started it a few years ago. First year we did 500 million, then 550, then last year 800 million. That was a record. No one's ever done that. This year I can announce we are approving what the legislature has provided for our teacher salary categorical for pay increases of $1.05 billion. That's a record for Florida. And that represents an increase of over $250 million over last year's record. So that's really, really significant. And if you look, just in the last 5 years, we've devoted, just from the state, over $3.3 billion to increase teacher salaries as well as to bonuses. And so that's really, really significant. We also, in the budget, you'll see what they did for the FEFP. So not only do you have the most funding in Florida history, you have the highest per pupil funding in Florida history. And since I became governor, we've actually have $1,000 more per student than we did in 2019. So even as we've expanded private choice and charter programs, all this stuff, you still have really significant financial support and actually unprecedented financial support for our schools. So we appreciate that, and we're excited to be able to deliver another round of pay increases for teachers. This is also something that will help us as we recruit new teachers into the profession. When we did the categorical initially, we started focusing on that average minimum salary, and we've exceeded what we set out to do there. This year's categorical go to pay any increases. It doesn't have to be tied to that as long as they maintain that. But that's important as you try to get people. And I think we were in the bottom half of states for average minimum salary. Now we're in the top 10 states for average minimum salary. And then with this, they're going to be able to do salaries across the board. So we're excited about that. We also are going to be signing legislation today to create what we're calling a teacher bill of rights. And part of what we're trying to do is say that teachers have a right to teach in an orderly and safe classroom. They have a right to ensure discipline in the classroom. That's not only for their safety, but also for the safety and learning experience of other students. If you have one person that's constantly disrupting, it's hard for people to be able to do. But we just want to make sure teachers have the protections to be able to do that basic thing. Used to be, of course there'd be order in the classroom. Nobody would have questioned that. Now, some teachers think if they discipline a student, then somehow they're going to end up people are going to go after them for just keeping order. So we're making sure that they have an ability to do that. We're also empowering them with protection so that if all they're doing is following state law, then they are protected. And what happens is, there are some times when maybe a school board, maybe an administrator, a superintendent, they don't like something that the state of Florida has done, and they may not want their teachers to follow that. Well, that's not the way this system works. And if you want to change the policy, go get elected to the legislature like these folks did and try to change it. But you don't just get to veto it. So if the teacher is just following state law, they're protected and they can't have negative action taken against them, and they also have the ability to report that to the Florida Department of Education so that we can make sure to keep things going in the right direction. We also, in that Teachers Bill of Rights, include, and I've talked about this before, the Heroes in the Classroom Bonus Program. It's a signing bonus for retired first responders and veterans who want to become teachers. We think people that have served in our military have an awful lot to offer. We think people that have worn the uniform, protecting and serving, have a lot to offer. Not everyone wants to do that, but if some want to, well, we want to facilitate that. It's good for the students. It also establishes the teacher apprenticeship program as an alternate pathway for individuals to enter the teaching profession. We talked about this during the campaign. At the end of the day, you learn by doing. And that's not just true with teaching, it's true with a whole bunch of other things. And so if you have somebody in there who's an apprentice, they're learning and they're doing a good job, that should mean something, and that should be something that could get them a pathway. It also establishes the dual enrollment education scholarship program so that high school teachers can obtain graduate degrees and credentials necessary to provide dual enrollment coursework to high school students. We really believe that being able to earn college credit is important, and we have these state colleges, we have these ability to do dual enrollment where you're getting college credits before you even graduate high school. So that Teacher's Bill of Rights is probably the most significant such piece of legislation anywhere in the country, but it gets better than that, because we're going to sign SB 256, which is paycheck protection. You know, you have this situation with school unions. You have a right to not do it, but what they do is they provide authorization forms, blanket authorization for deduction, automatic deduction of dues. So even though a lot of teachers don't do it, many teachers feel pressure to do it, and so what this bill does is it protects them. It says no automatic deduction for school union dues. If you want to join, you can, but you write a check and you hand it over. That is going to lead to more take-home pay for teachers, because they're not going to have as many deductions in their paycheck. It's also something that's going to allow the state to look at how many people are joining, and if you don't have a sufficient number of joining, then that should not be the bargaining unit if you don't even represent the majority of people. So they've changed that threshold to make sure that that's the case, and I think this is going to be something that's really, really significant. We're also signing HB 1537, which is supporting new and aspiring teachers, and it extends the temporary teaching certificate from 3 years to 5 years so that we can keep people in the classroom. It eliminates unnecessary bureaucracy and red tape with respect to certification. Sometimes this certification is keeping good people out. We don't want to do that here in the state of Florida. It also creates a system-wide shift from professional development to professional learning, and requires the Department of Education to create a web portal of available opportunities. They're also expanding eligibility for temporary certification to more aspiring teachers working towards their credentials that aren't in college settings, and that's important just because it's something that's more attainable for people when you can do that without having to be on a university of campus. The bill also includes something that we were asked to support over the last year and a half by folks who were serving in uniform in New York City during September 11th, and that is establishing a 9/11 Heroes Day in honor of those who gave their lives for fighting for freedom on September 11th. And so now kids in school are going to be learning about people who sacrificed at the Twin Towers and at the Pentagon on September 11th. And you think about it, many of us remember that, and that was kind of a big deal for our country in terms of the last generation. But you look at these kids in high school here, they were not even born when September 11th happened. So we think it's important that those folks are honored. And then finally on this bill, we are now going to allow so right now with things like Bright Futures, you do the SAT or ACT and then your grades. We are allowing this new classical learning test to also qualify. So students will be able to submit a CLT score in order to satisfy requirements for Bright Futures. And basically our view is, just have one or two companies doing this. Let's open it up and let more people compete. So that's really, really significant. And another one that's good, HB 477, term limits for school board members. 2 4-year terms, 8-year school board, and that's what it should be. And I think that'll make a big, big difference. And then finally, HB 379, this is focusing on social media and devices in classrooms. And so it gives teachers the authority to establish classroom rules on cell phone and device use during instructional time. I mean, I think that they have every right to say, kids, come in, just check your phone at the beginning, at the front of the room, leave it there, learn, and then grab your phone and then go after that. We don't want the kids on the phone the whole time while the teachers are trying to teach. It's not good it's rude for the teacher. There's no way you're learning what you need to be learning, And, you know, things like the social media, you know, it can wait. Honestly, it's not that important to be doing. It's much more important what's going on in the classroom. So we think that that's just common sense. We're also making sure that things like TikTok, which is monitored by the CCP, that's not something that they're being able to use district servers and Wi-Fi to be able to access. So they're not going to be able to do that, and I think that that's going to be something that's really, really important. So I just think that if we look at our kids, being normal kids, like kids were prior to social media, is important. The social media, it's more problems than it solves, and I think it does more harm than good. And so let's have our education system be as much about traditional education as we can, and I think reining in the use of this or having, you know, guidelines as the teachers see fit and as the schools see fit, I think is something that's really, really important. Put those devices down and live life normally, and I think we're going to be so much better off if we go down that direction. So this is a lot of stuff here today. Very productive day for education. Of course, we've already done a lot in this legislative session, and we've got more coming down the pike with a lot of the stuff we're doing with higher education, which is really, really exciting. So I'm just glad that we have a lot of folks in the state of Florida, in the legislature, as well as in our administration who take this seriously. I think these are going to be really, really significant pieces of legislation, and I think the pay increase is going to be really, really significant as well. So when you're ranked #1 in education by U.S. News and World Report, which we were, came out last week, you know, not a lot of people wanted to report that because, you know, they didn't like the narrative on that. But the reality is we were #1 on that. Reality is, if you look at the most recent NAEP results from 2022, the first post-COVID results, Florida was 3rd and 4th respectively in 4th grade reading and 4th grade math. And that wasn't true a generation ago, and now we're basically the highest large state, and we're the only diverse state that's in the top 5 as well. So that's a testament to the people that are working hard in our school system. It's a testament to schools like True North, which is offering a product that parents are responding to. It's also a testament to a lot of the choice options that we've provided over the years in the state of Florida to parents. So all in all, a lot of good things happening. We obviously are going to continue moving the ball forward, and that's exactly what we're doing here today. Okay, Speaker Renner, come on up.
It is great to be here at True North, and we're kicking off the beginning of a celebration of the most consequential legislative session that Florida has ever had in its history, and I believe any state has ever had in its history. And a big piece of that pie is the education piece, and this is only a small portion. The governor mentioned the over $1 billion since he's been governor that we've devoted to teacher salary increases, universal choice on issue after issue. And because of that, we're already now #1 in education overall before these bills get passed. And these bills provide extra resources to our teachers to do the great work that they do, better rules of the road for our students to make sure they're focused on the classroom. And that's because we have a governor that knows his true north and a legislature that knows their true north and stands with courage on issue after issue. I said after we concluded the session that the biggest winner of this session is children and our defense of childhood. And our education agenda has been a big, big part of that. And that's thanks to the great governor we had and the great legislators we have here. You have an amazing Miami delegation all across this front row here. And I also want to thank Michael Baleka, who's a former colleague of mine in the Florida House. You guys have an amazing leader here, and it was good to see some of you in Tallahassee recently. But what a great education, a classical education that you're receiving. One of the other things we did is make sure charter schools are being treated fairly when it comes to the monies that they receive. And so, again, this is just a little piece of the overall education pie that we celebrate today, because there's so much to celebrate about this session. Thanks to our governor and our great legislature. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And, the Miami-Dade delegation does do a good job. I mean, they've got to keep Rizzo in line. That is not easy to do. So I give them a lot of credit. I mean, when you got to deal with All right, our Lieutenant Governor, Jeanette Nunez.
Well, good morning. It's great to be here. Thank you, Governor, for coming to True North Classical Academy to sign quite a number of bills. We're extremely honored that you would come and pay a visit here. And for me in particular, because I am a True North mom, like so many of you. And I know it's been mentioned already, but I think it bears repeating. True North is one of the most sought after, highest performing schools, not only in Miami-Dade County, but in the entirety of the state of Florida. They have a consistent record of exceptional academic achievement. They've been ranked #1 in the state for K-8 math, #2 in the state for K-8 reading, #2 in terms of algebra and geometry students in the Miami-Dade County area, and 98% of their students are proficient in civics, and I know that's important to you, Governor. True North is also ranked as a top 10 school amongst all K-8 charter and traditional public schools. So much to be proud of. But in addition to that, they build good character, they insist on virtues, and they're focused on a classical liberal arts education. And in fact, in the building across the way from the gym here, there's a quote on the outside of the building that says, "To strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield." And I would say that's the embodiment of True North students, and after thinking about it, I think it's the embodiment of a certain governor from the free state of Florida. And not just to talk about the academics, because we know that's so important, but also to talk about their athletics. They've got a great athletics department here. Their football team went to the state semifinals. Their tennis team, both girls and boys, won the championship for tennis. We've had so many of our athletes up there. I think over 90% of the student body participates in one of the FHSAA sports, and they've only been an FHSAA member for a couple of years. So a lot of great things that are coming from True North, and we're so excited again that you would be here. And I think it is fitting that the governor would sign I don't know, is this a record for you, Governor? The most amount of bills signed in one spot? But what I'll say is, unfortunately, what we've seen throughout the county and in other counties throughout the state of Florida is that the education unions have been turned into political weapons. They've been not only spreading misinformation on things like the book ban hoax that we've succinctly debunked, but we want to make sure that teachers at the end of the day have money that goes into their pockets. So we don't want anyone messing with our teachers' monies. That's why we are signing this bill that the governor referenced about teachers' dues. And we also want to bring transparency and accountability. We want to make sure that those union bosses are being transparent.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to this press conference in the state of Florida there. They're talking about education initiatives and some initiatives that are actually attached to some bills that they're hoping to get passed there. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was speaking. Right now, the Lieutenant Governor giving us some remarks right now. But we do want to take our last commercial break of the hour. If this is still going on, we'll try to dip back into this and hear what they have to say. But you notice that one of those other boxes, jury deliberations beginning in that Donald Trump civil case that is in Lower Manhattan. Same thing as yesterday. They had that podium set up outside, just prepared to see if anybody does give any remarks. We do know one of Donald Trump's attorneys, Joe Tacopina. He's often the point person that approaches the microphones and often speaks to the media. We'll see what happens today. The option is there for them to give some remarks if they want to. Like I said, we're going to take that break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Governor DeSantis and others, and someone else is speaking right now, at a press conference discussing education initiatives in the state of Florida. This is happening live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's listen in.
Have a mentor teacher earn $4,000 to have the ability to impart knowledge and improve the teaching profession. That's incredible. Those things alone could be an event, and it's incredible they're all together here. Teachers having the right to control their own salaries and transparency in what's taken out of their paychecks. They work very hard every day, but it does us no good to increase these salaries if we're going to allow these things to be taken out of their paychecks in the dark. And so we're making harder today for unions to take those out of those paychecks, and for at least for teachers to understand what's being taken. Finally, having been in the classroom myself, back in those days when I can't call it anything else, but when it was normal, it was expected that teachers were respected, that there weren't devices interrupting classrooms. And I remember the press conference before session when the governor mentioned this and said we shouldn't have devices and cell phones interrupting teachers in the classroom. Teachers should walk into the classroom every day knowing that they're respected, and if they have to intervene, not be worried about their jobs to keep the safety of their kids, and also be able to comply with state laws without having a rogue school board or administration trying to get back at them. So for that, I thank you, Governor. Thank you for bolstering the standing of our teachers and elevating the teaching professor today. I am incredibly excited to be able to implement all of these things. And I'll say a couple of words in Spanish for the Spanish media who's here. Es un placer estar aquí con el gobernador que lidera esta nación en la educación. La Florida es número 1 en la educación en el país, de acuerdo al reportaje de US News and World Report. Eso es increíble. Gracias al liderazgo del gobernador Ron DeSantis. Y le doy las gracias por este liderazgo para proteger no solamente a los estudiantes, pero para proteger y apoyar a nuestros maestros, no solamente con incrementos de salario, pero con el respeto que se merecen los maestros en el aula. Así que con estas leyes que van a estar firmadas hoy, protegemos y apoyamos a nuestros maestros y estudiantes. Gracias, gobernador DeSantis, por su liderazgo y el estado de la Florida siendo el número 1 en la educación. Gracias. Thank you, Governor.
Okay, Janine Finley.
Thank you. Today, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Governor DeSantis for visiting our school and making Florida #1 for the school choice in nations. We are honored to have you here and deeply appreciate your support. Charter schools like True North wouldn't be possible in many states, but here in Florida. We are not only able to operate, but we are also supported and valued for what we bring to the educational landscape. Our True North schools are the top academic ranked schools in Miami, but more importantly, our focus is on building character and virtue in each and every one of our students. We want to create good, noble citizens that contribute to our great republic. I also want to take a moment to thank Governor DeSantis for his support for professional development and our new and aspiring teachers. Having worked in other charter schools myself, I know firsthand the limitations of district-type training where professional development is more of a box-ticking exercise. However, at True North, we take a different approach by matching professional learning to what our teachers need to continue their certification and improve their classroom instruction using high-impact teaching strategies to engage all of our scholars. At True North, we believe the value of continuous improvement as well, and working with our teachers to achieve excellence. Growth is a process that requires constant reflection and feedback. To support this process, we offer a unique instructional coaching model and classroom observation opportunities for our teachers, including videotaping some of their lessons. And through these observations, our teachers receive feedback one action step at a time that is tied to our continuous improvement program. I also want to highlight the positive impact of the extension of temporary certificates that was mentioned earlier from 3 to 5 years, especially for those that are in content areas that they specialize in. These teachers have a passion for education, but they might not necessarily have the educational background or experience in the classroom. And this extension provides our teachers with more time to focus on improving their crafts and refining their classroom instruction through weekly coaching sessions. Our teachers can now pursue their professional certification without the added stress of taking online courses or studying for tests in such a short period of time. I want to thank our governor and our leaders for the changes that will positively impact us and the students that they serve. Once again, thank you for your leadership and support for education.
Okay, Daniel Foganoli.
Well, good morning, everyone. Oh, come on, this is South Florida. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Foganoli, Broward County School Board member for District 1. I'm proud to say I am a two-time DeSantis appointee, the first ever Brazilian American to serve on the Broward School Board, and the first ever Brazilian American to be appointed in this state. And that's thank you to our great governor. Thank you, Governor. Now, what the governor did for me is exactly what we are doing for our educators and the teachers across this state today, empowering them. See, empowering our teachers is crucial because they're the ones that shape the minds of the leaders of tomorrow. Today, we empower our teachers to make the right decisions to protect our scholars. No teacher should ever second guess about making right decisions or breaking up a fight to make sure our kids stay safe in the classroom and in our hallways. Today, we're giving power back to our teachers. And let me say this. The governor said it well when we talk about the mobile apps, because we're dealing with problems today that we haven't dealt with in a long time, and that's distraction. So we're empowering our teachers to be able to set boundaries and make the rules in their classroom to make sure that our kids are focused, learning, less dancing and more advancing, and making sure that we're preparing them to be the world changers we need them to be tomorrow. So that is why today is going to be a great day. And I want to say thank you to our legislature for a busy but successful session. We thank your governor for continuing to push our state to be leaders in what a state should look like. We thank you for continuing to push us to being a beacon of hope, a beacon of freedom across this country. And I don't know about you guys, but I am looking forward to making America look like Florida. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
All right, we'll get it done. Whoever wants to come up here. Yeah, I've never had this many for sure. It's a lot. Got it.
And right now, Governor Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor, signing some bills into law there with regard to education in the state of Florida. And you heard what he said there. Their goal here, they're eventually wanting to make America look like the state of Florida. But of course, Ron DeSantis has not declared that he's running for president yet. A lot of speculation around that. That could be coming at any point. He certainly is talking like he might, but again, has not formally declared. But right now, he's putting those, I would say pen to paper, but those look like markers there, but he's signing those bills, making them official, some ideas to make education better in their eyes in the state of Florida. So I believe Ron DeSantis is going to give some remarks after this. Yesterday he did have a press conference similar to this, but on a different topic, and did give some remarks afterwards. So I'll go ahead and keep the audio up. We'll listen in and wait for that to start again. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Rizzo, sir. There you go. Thank you, sir. Got it. Oh. That's mine as well. That's Rizzo's too. That's a big one, yes, sir. That's got a lot of stuff. Lots of events. Mike, you gotta get one of those. Let me grab it. Thank you, sir.
And finally, the technology.
Grab one for Brad. Grab one for Jaeger. Grab a pen for you. And ask all the kids up there to take out their cell phones, but I guess that's sort of anathema. That's sort of anathema to the bill, right?
Teachers here, and over here.
And as I mentioned, Governor Ron DeSantis, he should be giving some remarks there, or here after he gets done signing these bills that he's displaying right there, as you see. But I see another live event going on right now, going on in, well, it's the UN Security Council. They're talking about the fighting that has been going on in Sudan. Obviously, some pretty intense fighting that's been going on for almost about 2 weeks at this point. They are meeting about that, giving the latest details, so let's go ahead and pull that up. There it is, and we'll listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Security Force for ABA and the mission's support to the Joint Border Verification and Monitoring Mechanism. I take this opportunity to update you on some of the latest developments since the publication of the report of the Secretary General, including those related to the outbreak of hostilities in the Sudan. Madam President, the outbreak of fighting in the Sudan on 15th April capped off a reporting period marked by encouraging signs of engagement between the Sudan and South Sudan on the ABA issue. Of significance in this regard was a meeting between the President of South Sudan and the chairperson of the Sovereign Council of the Sudan in Juba in January, in which they discussed ABA and possible cooperation on their shared border. At a meeting between the chairpersons of the national committees of the two countries, convened on 9th to 10th April in Khartoum, the parties agreed to continue discussing issues related to ABA, including the final status. I welcome these positive developments and commend the parties for their willingness to engage. Despite the positive momentum created earlier in the reporting period, the outbreak of violence in the Sudan may deeply impact the chance for political progress on ABA and border issues. With fighting ongoing and mediation efforts underway, the United Nations will continue to support the Sudan and South Sudan when dialogue on ABA resumes. Special Envoy Tete, who is briefing the Council today, will provide you with a more comprehensive update on developments related to Sudan and South Sudan. Madam President, in ABA, UNISFA is monitoring the potential impact of the fighting in the Sudan, such as an influx of displaced persons, the entry of armed groups into the area, or the emboldening of spoilers in local intercommunal relations. While none of these risks have materialized in a major way so far, the mission remains alert to their possibility. More immediately, UNISFA has already taken steps to protect the safety of its personnel in the Sudan, with the evacuation of 33 personnel from Khartoum on 23rd of April, and on 2nd to 3rd May, 58 UN civilian personnel were evacuated from Kadugli following a decision by the designated official for the Sudan. Despite the cessation of hostilities agreement signed between the Gok Dinka and Twik Dinka in April 2022, intermittent clashes continued to take place in southern Abyei, with reports of incidents on the opposite sides of the southern boundary. The tensions also led to protests within the UNISFA headquarters, demanding the removal of Twik Dinka contracted staff, compelling the mission to provide physical security for those individuals. UNISFA continued to support efforts led by the government of South Sudan to reduce tensions between the Ngok Dinka and Twik Dinka communities, in close coordination with the United Nations mission in South Sudan. These efforts included a civil society-led dialogue conducted in Wau in April. Although the dialogue did not result in a formal agreement being signed, it did produce agreement in principle for a cessation of hostilities. Violence between the two communities in Abyei has since reduced in frequency. A related concern is the proliferation of weapons, particularly in southern Abyei. This coincided with the emergence of the Ngok Dinka Youth Self-Defense Group known as Titbai, which was formed after the beginning of clashes between the Ngok Dinka and Twik Dinka in February 2022. UNISFA continues to confiscate weapons and ammunition in keeping with the weapons-free status of Abyei.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to the UN Security Council discussing that ongoing fighting in Sudan there. So pretty important stuff. I want to come back to this eventually at some point, but I do want to get to our first commercial break of the hour, where then we're going to switch gears and talk money, that debt ceiling issue. They're really coming down to the wire there in Washington, D.C. We have Edward Lawrence. He's going to have the latest for us after this commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside there at Lady Liberty there on the East Coast. A wonderful morning there. Hopefully you all at home are having a great start to your Tuesday as we get you caught up on all the big news of the day. And of course, one of the big stories, that debt ceiling, it's really coming down to the wire there in Washington as President Biden will meet with lawmakers today to try to figure out a solution to that debt ceiling problem. We now go to the White House where we have Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. He's got all the details for us. Edward, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Yeah, good morning, Zach. Yeah, this meeting will happen after the market closes, so at 4 p.m. East Coast time. That's by design because the news coming out of this meeting could affect the markets, and we could see that reaction for tomorrow. But yeah, the meeting, out of this meeting, President Biden could help himself related to inflation and bringing down inflation. The problem is the expectations for this meeting have been set very low. We still hear from the White House here. President Joe Biden refuses to negotiate over spending cuts. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy dug in that he wants to see spending cuts going forward. So many economists say that government spending pushed the inflation. So the president, if he gets some agreement and backs down a little bit and agrees to some cuts, it could help him lower inflation. And some watchdog groups, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, points out that both in President Biden's budget and the offer that Kevin McCarthy gives, they talk about savings in that. So there is common ground, according to this watchdog group. They just need to come together and make it happen. Zach?
All right, we'll see where it all goes. Obviously, like I said earlier, it's coming down to the wire. They got to make a deal so the U.S. can pay their bills. We'll see where it goes. Edward Lawrence, Fox Business, joining us this morning from the White House with all those details. Edward, thank you so much. We do appreciate it.
Thanks, Zach.
All right, it's 10:15 on the East Coast, 7:15 over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and get that second break out of the way. We'll go ahead and do that. Come back with all the top stories from all around the country and around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner, as it's 10:18 on the East Coast and over on the West Coast, 7:18 in the morning. Hopefully all of you watching are having a great Tuesday as we get you caught up on all the big news of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Also, we do, as I always say, prioritize live events, things that are happening in the moment. We bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. And I see a couple happening right now, and we'll go to one of those, actually. This is the UN Security Council. They're talking about that ongoing fighting that continues in the Sudan. Just a very serious situation there, and they're providing some updates and some discussion there. It looks like right now the special envoy of the Secretary General for the Horn of Africa is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and bring that audio up and listen in.
The unstable situation has already seen
the return of South Sudanese refugees hosted by Sudan, as was mentioned by colleague by my ASG Martha Pobi. And there is the potential for more than 200,000 South Sudanese refugees hosted by the Sudan returning if we do not see stability returning soon. Now, this would be a challenge to a country where 2/3 of the population already require humanitarian assistance. As the Sudanese authorities are not currently in a position to effectively protect their borders, the insecurity at the border between Sudan and South Sudan could increase with cross-border movements of armed and criminal groups. The fighting in Sudan is also affecting the daily commercial activities and delivery of food and other basic goods from Sudan to South Sudan, and putting oil exports, potentially, let me put it that way, putting oil exports from South Sudan through Port Sudan at risk. From our consultations, the government of South Sudan is wary of the consequences of the Sudanese conflict on South Sudan's stability and security. It has been particularly proactive in engaging with the Sudanese parties. Juba has been at the forefront of mediation efforts between the SAF and RSF leaders, either as part of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development IGAD regional proposal of the 16th of April, offering for the presidents of South Sudan, Kenya, and Djibouti to urgently travel to Khartoum to engage with the parties, or as part of a joint South Sudanese-Egyptian call for a ceasefire and the proposal of joint mediation, or as a standalone South Sudanese engagement. That, we note, resulted in a commitment in principle by Sudanese military leaders to a 7-day ceasefire announced by the South Sudanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Madam President, distinguished members of Council, the conflict in Sudan is putting incremental progress achieved by the two countries in addressing their outstanding bilateral issues in jeopardy. Before the fighting erupted, relations between Khartoum and Juba were stable, characterized by regular bilateral meetings, including at the highest level, with General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan visiting Juba in January and in February. The countries also held a meeting of their joint political and security mechanism in Juba in January, but no other joint mechanism provided for in their 2012 cooperation agreements have so far been reactivated. While the Sudan is experiencing this conflict, South Sudan is still grappling with a fragile security and political situation. President Salva Kiir's decision of the 3rd of March to dismiss the Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs, Madam Angelina Teny, and SPLM-IO appointees sparked tensions and engagements by members of the international community, which sought to reduce its impact. As has been the case over the past few years, high-level engagements have featured prominently in their bilateral relations. And in January, General Burhan and President Kiir agreed to establish a joint security force along their countries' borders to prevent the infiltration of illegal weapons and combat negative forces and their activities. General Burhan and President Kiir also agreed to deploy joint patrols to halt the uncontrolled flow of arms and ammunition across the border and to institute regular meetings between their respective national security agencies to share intelligence and coordinate actions to address potential threats. On the 19th of February, they closed the workshop which evaluated the Juba Agreement for Peace in Sudan and ended with the signature of the 3rd Amendment of the Implementation Matrix. At the same workshop, President Kiir also urged the non-signatory rebel movements, the SPLM North faction of Abdelaziz al-Hilu and the Sudan Liberation Movement faction of Abdel Wahid al-Nur, to join the peace process and thus bring about sustainable peace within Sudan and within the two countries. General Burhan reiterated the commitment of his government to work with the signatories of the Juba Peace Agreement to fully implement the matrix in view of the desire for sustainable peace in Sudan. In late February, we had a high-level South Sudanese delegation comprising the Presidential Envoy for Special Programs, Benjamin Bolmel, the Minister of Finance and Planning, Dia Tongongor, the Minister of Petroleum, Port Gang, and the Governor of the Bank of South Sudan, Johnny Ohisa, traveling to Khartoum for negotiations on oil and other economic matters. The two countries signed agreements relating to economic and technical arrangements on oil, including arrangements concerning the transportation, processing, and export of South Sudan's crude oil and arrangements for crude oil lifted by Sudan to supply the Bakir power station and Khartoum refinery, in addition to dealing with other financial issues. On 13th March, as guarantor of the South Sudan peace agreement, Sudan dispatched to Juba a high-level delegation led by a member of the Sovereign Council, Lieutenant General Shamsuddin Al-Kabashi, accompanied by the Minister of Defense, Lieutenant General Yassin Ibrahim Yassin, and the Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ali Al-Sadiq, to help unblock the deadlock between President Kiir and First Vice President Riek Machar. Subsequent to this visit, there was also an announcement by the South Sudanese Presidential Advisor on Security Affairs, General Tut Gautlak, of the readiness of the two sides to discuss the implementation of the previously negotiated Four Freedoms Agreement. The efforts of the Sudanese as guarantors of the peace agreement were complemented by those deployed jointly by the African Union, IGAD, the reconstituted Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission, and the United Nations Mission in South Sudan, UNMISS, as well as by the engagement of the Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed with both leaders. Concerning the final status of Abyei, the two countries had agreed during their meeting in Khartoum on the 24th of October 2022 to meet again every 3 or 4 months on this issue. Meanwhile, a meeting of the Joint Political and Security Mechanism, JPSM, co-chaired by the Ministers of Defense of the two countries, took place in Juba on the 18th of January. Among other decisions, the JPSM directed the military chiefs of staff to form a joint committee to monitor the implementation of the resolution of the previous JPSM meeting regarding the redeployment of their respective forces outside the safe demilitarized border zone, and to develop a concept of operations to work on the decision by their heads of state concerning the deployment of a joint force across the Sudan-South Sudan border. The meeting also urged the Abyei Joint Oversight Committee to resume its work within 1 month, including by holding regular meetings to ease tensions among communities in the Abyei box. It should be recalled that the AJOC last met in 2017. Another meeting, previously referred to by my colleague, was held by the Abyei Committee chairpersons in Khartoum on the 9th and 10th of April, with the participation of the acting head of mission and force commander of UNISFA, Major General Benjamin Sawyer, and myself, which was the first time since I took on this role that the parties had met in this format to discuss the future of Abyei. They did not have an agreement on the prioritization of the issues to be discussed, with Sudan emphasizing the improvement of the security situation.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to the UN Security Council discussing the ongoing fighting there in Sudan. You see a couple other boxes on your screen. We're previewing that meeting that President Biden's going to have with lawmakers, including Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, talking about that debt ceiling. They're coming down to the wire on that. And you see that bottom shot right there. That's in Pakistan, so pretty intense protests happening there, something clearly on fire. In fact, let me go ahead and bring that shot up full. We'll go ahead and take a look at that. And you can kind of see, well, you can't really make out exactly what that is, but you see a number of people there on the ground. It looks like they got their cell phones out and filming as whatever it is continues to burn there in the street. Here's what we know so far, though. This is from the Associated Press. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan was arrested Tuesday as he appeared in court to face charges in multiple graft cases, a dramatic escalation of political tensions in the country that sparked demonstrations by his supporters in at least 3 cities. That's what you're seeing right there. Khan, who was ousted in a no-confidence vote in April of 2022, but remains the leading opposition figure. He was dragged from the Islamabad High Court by security agents from the National Accountability Bureau. That's what a senior official there on the ground with Pakistan, the party actually that person, Khan, belongs to. Khan was then shoved into an armored car and whisked away. And from that point, that led to what you're seeing on your screen, protests, things being set on fire and plenty of smoke in the air as those crowds gather in the streets to protest. in Pakistan. We'll keep an eye on this and bring you any new information that we get, of course, live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and take our second break of the hour. We'll get to this commercial break and come back in 2 minutes and get back into all the news happening today. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 10:31 on the East Coast, 7:31 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Right now, I'm seeing a number of live events happening, but before we do that, let's go through some of the shots we have here to take a look at the latest details on the weather here. I like to bust this open, or bust this on here every once in a while. This is the X-RAD radar system. You can see some of those weather systems making their way across the country. In the south, we're still seeing some of those intense systems. Looks like you can see around Houston right there. They've been dealing with a lot of crazy weather in that neck of the woods. Actually, most of the south, including the Midwest, tornadoes. We've been reporting on that quite a bit here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, everything's pretty quiet, just those systems making their way across the country. Let's go to this live look right here. This is in Pakistan, of course. We were talking about this before the break, those protests that are occurring right now because of the former prime minister that was arrested, pulled from court, and thrown into the back of an armored vehicle and whisked away earlier. And then this happened. People took to the streets to make their feelings known, lighting things on fire. I'm not sure what that is, but it's been burning for a while there and remains in the street. So like I said, if we find out anything more about these protests or if they continue to escalate, certainly in this shot, I'll keep my eye on it. We'll bring it back and we'll talk about it and get the latest details. But let's go ahead and go back to this event happening right here. If I can find my source, there we go. This is the UN Security Council. They're talking about that ongoing fighting in Sudan. Looks like the United States representation is talking right now. So let's bring that audio up and go ahead and listen in.
In damaging aircraft used to transport aid workers and supplies, limiting assistance to areas where it is needed most. The inability of humanitarian organizations to safely operate threatens to further impact millions of vulnerable Sudanese, especially those displaced by the ongoing fighting. The United States reiterates our call to parties to ensure the safety and security of all UN staff, facilities, and humanitarian and medical personnel. We strongly urge the parties to ensure UNISFA and humanitarian partners have immediate, full, safe, unhindered access and capacity to carry out their life-saving work throughout Sudan. We are deeply alarmed at the consistent presence of Sudanese and South Sudanese forces and police in Abyei, clear violations of the demilitarization of the Abyei box. we stress that ABIE should remain demilitarized from any forces besides UNISFA. We further stress the need for South Sudan to support the Joint Border Verification Monitoring Mechanism in reestablishing Sector 1, located in southern Abyei, given the ongoing fighting between the Ngok Dinka and Twik Dinka, influx of refugees and internally displaced people fleeing from Sudan, and the presence of armed forces. We are pleased with UNISFA's continued engagement to resolve tensions between the Ngok Dinka and Twik Dinka. We strongly encourage UNISFA to strengthen these efforts, and we reiterate the Secretary General's call on both communities to uphold their ceasefire agreement and utilize the tools UNISFA offers to support and enable a safe and inclusive environment. We further call on the Misuria and Ngok Dinka to utilize peaceful solutions during the seasonal migration period. To that end, we also encourage UNISFA to continue to pursue gender parity at all levels and to incorporate the perspectives of women and youth within its important work. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le représentant des États-Unis de sa déclaration et je passe maintenant la parole au représentant de la Chine.
Madam President,
我感谢波比
I thank ASG,
助理秘书长和
Kobe,
特塔赫特
and
使
the
的
Special Envoy
通报。
Tati for their briefings.
我也欢迎苏丹和
I
南苏
welcome
丹常驻代表出
the
席今
permanent
天的会议。
representatives of the Sudan and South Sudan to the
苏
meeting
丹和
today.
南苏丹是
The
阿比
Sudan
耶
and
伊
South Sudan
问题
are
当事国，
parties to the
政治
issues
解决
related to
阿区问
RBA.
题
As
离不
such,
开
a
双
political
方的对
solution
话
in
合
this
作。
connection cannot be achieved without
前段
dialogue
时
and
期，
cooperation between the
苏
two
丹和
sides.
南苏
In
丹
the previous
双边
period,
关系改
bilateral
善，
relations between
两国
Sudan
领
and
导
South
人就
Sudan
阿区
improved.
局势
The leaders of the
保
two
持
countries maintained close communication on the situation in RBA, considered the formation of a joint security force along the border, and made positive remarks on addressing the final status of RBA. All of these have laid a good political foundation for the ultimate settlement of the RBA-related issues, which is very encouraging for China. Regrettably, the current instability in the Sudan may have an impact on and complicate the resolution of the issues. We wish to see an early ceasefire in the Sudan and believe that the Sudan and South Sudan can continue the momentum of dialogue and cooperation and implement the consensus already reached. We hope that the RBA-related issues will not be subject to the negative impact of the situation in the Sudan, and that the parties concerned will continue to accumulate favorable conditions for the settlement of the final status of RBA. China appreciates the sustained efforts by the AU High-Level Implementation Panel to resolve the related issues of RBA and supports its continued role as the main channel of good offices. Intercommunal relations are the key to achieving long-term peace and stability in RBA. In the recent period, intercommunal conflicts in the region have caused casualties, damages to houses, and displacement. China is concerned about this and calls on relevant communities to cease hostilities, maintain dialogue and engagement to achieve harmonious coexistence. We welcome President Kiir's efforts to convene relevant community leaders to resolve disputes and encourage UNISFA to continue to support the efforts of regional countries and organizations in promoting intercommunal reconciliation and maintaining security in the region. While paying attention to the situation in the Sudan, the international community should continue to focus on addressing the humanitarian and the development challenges faced by the people in RBA. It should strengthen basic material assistance such as food and medicine and provide development support such as education, vocational training, and agricultural and pastoral guidance. China welcomes the development and implementation of joint programs in RBA by UNISFA and UN country teams in the Sudan and South Sudan, and the implementation of a number of quick impact projects related to people's livelihoods and well-being. Madam President, China commends UNISFA for its unremitting efforts to maintain peace and stability in RBA and welcomes the upcoming completion of its reconfiguration and the efforts of relevant TCCs in this regard. The smooth progress in UNISFA's work requires a close cooperation from the Sudan, South Sudan, and other parties. We encourage UNISFA to strengthen strategic communication with all relevant parties and deepen the understanding and trust of the local population in peacekeeping operations. We also expect the Sudan, South Sudan, and other relevant parties to facilitate UNISFA's implementation of its mandate. As a TCC to UNISFA, China will continue to resolutely fulfill its peace mission and support the work of UNISFA with concrete actions to contribute to security and stability in the region. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of China for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. I thank ASG POBI and Special Envoy Tete for their briefing. I also welcome the participation of permanent representatives of Sudan and South Sudan to our meeting today. Malta is committed to a stable, secure, peaceful, and prosperous Abyei. Only a mutually acceptable permanent settlement can achieve this. We call on all parties to assume their respective responsibilities and to ensure that the region is free from hostilities and violence. It is with regret that we hear that clashes in Sudan are adversely impacting the situation in Abyei. As we continue to stand with the people of Abyei, we call on Sudan and South Sudan to continue working towards a meaningful and lasting peace in the region. Malta is encouraged by the latest high-level engagements, including the summit held in Juba last January. We also welcome intercommunal dialogues, which we hope will translate progress at the grassroots. We urge for the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in these talks, as well as of local authorities, traditional leaders, civil society, and youth. We stress that political will needs to be matched by implementation. Violence continues to stall peace and security in Abyei, with civilians bearing the brunt. We strongly condemn the fighting and call on all sides to silence the guns and respect the demilitarization status of the area. We support UNISFA and UNMAS for their work in addressing the dangerous proliferation of weapons and possession of firearms and ammunition in the region. It is unacceptable that sexual and gender-based violence remains rampant, with impunity to perpetrators, adding additional distress on women and girls. Malta commends the work of UNISFA as it strives to address and mitigate violence against women and girls through awareness campaigns and training. We also support the establishment of a referral mechanism that survivors can use without fear and stigma. Malta is deeply concerned at the heightened risk of recruitment or use of children in armed conflict, and we acknowledge UNISFA's work in sensitizing interlocutors on these and other related violations. President, in Abyei, more than 200,000 people are in need of humanitarian assistance. Access to basic services such as water, sanitation, education, and primary health care remain dire. Climate-induced flooding and water shortages are driving...
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to the UN Security Council, the United Nations Security Council, discussing the ongoing fighting in Sudan. Also, like I mentioned before, you see in your box there is another, well, that bottom corner box. Protests in Pakistan, that's over a former prime minister being arrested there. People have been taking to the streets and creating a lot of chaos. You see something still on fire, and we've been watching this feed for a while. That has been burning for quite some time. And then also soon above that box, you see President Biden will be meeting with lawmakers on that debt ceiling showdown. We do have another event going on right now. The Attorney General of Florida, Ashley Moody, will be, or is currently right now at the Clearwater Police Department to unveil a new program that will save lives across the state. This is with regard to fentanyl and fighting those fentanyl overdose deaths. Let's go ahead and bring that up.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us in beautiful Clearwater. As you can see, I have a lot of folks up here that were interested in joining me today to recognize and highlight for our state National Fentanyl Awareness Day. And just, if you'll give me a moment, I would like to recognize some of them that are with us today. We have Clearwater Chief of Police Daniel Slaughter. Gulfport Chief of Police Robert Vincent was going to be here. I don't think he could make it. Port Fire Chief Renee Fernandez, Pinellas Park Chief of Police Michael Hayworth. We also have Council Member Kathleen Beckman, Vice Mayor Mark Burker, and Council Member Lena Texiera. Did I get that? Don't tell her. And we're just so grateful to everyone here. We also have John Kleinfelder, Mike Kavaksev, Mark Rowley, Mark Rowley will be speaking. He drove all the way here from Jacksonville. Today is an important day for our state and nation as we recognize the tremendous effect that fentanyl has had on the lives of so many families across this nation. I can speak for myself and probably everybody standing up here with me. We have all met, worked with, encountered someone who has lost a loved one to opioid overdose, and it is really tragic. But we all stand united here today and recognizing the importance of this day and highlighting for all of our citizens. We are living in a new time, a new age where we have a poison in such volumes that is so potent within our nation that we have to adjust and fight it accordingly. The latest data nationally showed that more than 100,000 Americans died in 1 year's time due to drug overdose, and that is skyrocketing. We do not see that slowing down. There was also a report released last week that showed the number of fentanyl overdose deaths nationwide more than tripled over the last 5 years. We know fentanyl is the #1 killer of Americans aged 18 to 45, and we are finding this deadly synthetic and other drugs at rapid rates. And that is why you will hear us often saying one pill will kill. The DEA said recently 6 out of 10 pills that were confiscated had a lethal dose of fentanyl. We know the only way we will have a fighting chance at keeping people alive is if those that are struggling with an opioid dependency seek help. They can go to treatmentatlas.org to find where to get help. It's never been more important if you are struggling, because now this fentanyl can be laced in drugs that we never saw it in before. And it is now showing up more and more routinely and can have a fatal effect on those who take a drug that they may have taken for some time. But today we're here to announce a new initiative, and that will help supply our first responders, paramedics, police, firefighters with naloxone throughout the state of Florida. We are going to make sure that it is not only provided an increased amount, but that it is done at Walmart locations throughout our state. And we're going to do that through the Helping Heroes program. And through this partnership with Walmart, who has agreed to help get these life-saving medication in the hands of our first responders over the next 10 years, we will make sure that those registered agencies and those that serve them can go into Walmart, show their identification, and get a replenishment of that drug from those participating stores. And as I stated before, this is important, more important now than it was even just a few years ago. The numbers show now that just here in Florida, we lose 23 people a day to opioid-related overdose deaths. And much of that is due to fentanyl. We know that right now, there's enough fentanyl in our nation to kill the entire U.S. population many times over. That's just the sheer volume that has made its way into our nation. Right now, some reports say that there are 700,000 people waiting to rush into our nation in just 2 days when Title 42 expires. And regardless of your opinion on migration, immigration, the policies that have been implemented over the last 2 years that have broken down that structure and that safety at the border, the fact remains that that is about to happen. And when that happens, it spreads our resources so thin that fentanyl floods into our nation and into our state. There are reports from those at the border that say a majority of those intend to come to Florida. So those behind me who are already facing a challenge that grips them daily, that they have to fight daily to save lives, that may get worse. And so today it is so important that we recognize not only this new program, Helping Heroes, that we're increasing the amount of naloxone available in our state, we're increasing the locations in which it will be available, but we also highlight the heroic efforts of those standing behind me that are saving lives every day. We have with us today a lifesaver, a true hero, a shero you might call her, who saved a life with naloxone. And what I like to point out to Floridians is when first responders, particularly law enforcement, when they take the oath to protect and serve, many don't understand that that also will now be carrying with it a challenge, a duty to save lives with naloxone. In fact, this is something new that many are taking on and have already had to save lives using naloxone. But it is so important because it's said many times that if you have a pulse, you have a purpose. I will repeat that again. If you have a pulse, you have a purpose. And if we can give Floridians a second chance of life, maybe they can redefine and find that purpose and push through a challenging time in their life, and we can truly turn this tide. Under the Helping Heroes initiative, firefighters, school resource officers, paramedics, and other emergency personnel, like I said, will be able to pick up this important life-saving medication at participating Walmart, pharmacies, and stores throughout our state. First responder agencies that are interested in applying and registering can go to doseofreality.com/helpingheroes. There they will find what Walmart stores are participating and how they can sign their agency up for the program. It's important to me as Attorney General that our first responders know that not only I as Attorney General, our office, but all of Florida has their backs. Doing that means we're giving them the tools and the resources to do their jobs, and it's my hope that this new program, Helping Heroes, will do just that. Every life that they save helps us maintain a strong and safe state. So I am grateful for those with me today. And I'd like to bring up, without further ado,
great. Hey, Zach, I can hear you.
Chief of Police Daniel Slaughter. And I'm just so happy to say, Chief of Police, for about 2 more weeks. And we just commend him for a life of service to this city, this county.
Yeah, let's do it.
Certainly, I have known him as a friend and the head hero here in Clearwater, and we're just so grateful for your lifetime of service. Congratulations on your retirement. Although the city of Clearwater is not losing him.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're dipping into this live event, live, raw, and unfiltered, of course. The Florida Attorney General, Ashley Moody, talking about that initiative to fight fentanyl and save lives there in the state of Florida. But it is that time of the morning here. We're going to go ahead and bring in Mike Page from our Phoenix team as we hand things off to everybody over there to keep telling the stories and the good news and the bad news, unfortunately, to all of our viewers. Mike, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Zach. So coming up here in the next couple of moments on Live Now from Fox, we are going to be looking at Title 42 ending on Thursday, and new reporting from Fox News' Bill Malugin. We'll have the latest on how the Border Patrol will handle the influx, expected about 10,000 migrants a day after that Title 42 lifts there. So we'll bring you the very latest on that, as well as a White House briefing that's kicking off at 1 p.m. Eastern. We won't miss any of that. Bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered, all right here on Live Now from Fox, coming up in just a moment, Zach. Thanks, Zach. Hey, yep, all good. Take care. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. It is coming up on a new hour here, and we're taking a look at the Dow Jones, relatively flat right now, just down about 15 points there in the red. We'll continue to follow it for you, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. I'll be here with you for the next several hours, bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. I want to give you a Live Now look here at New York City, and we have some new updates regarding the upcoming Title 42 ending on Thursday. This is new Fox News reporting that we want to bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox's Border Patrol, clearing the way for more migrant releases ahead of the Title 42 ending on Thursday, as the Biden administration's top border officials in Washington, D.C. have decided to authorize all Border Patrol sectors to begin, quote, safe mass releases of migrants to city streets if non-governmental organizations don't have the capacity to hold them. Multiple sources are telling Fox News. The consequences of this decision is that migrants will be mass released at bus stops, gas stations, supermarkets, and in towns and cities across the border, as Customs and Border Protection facilities are already over capacity in multiple sectors, according to CBP sources who were not authorized to speak publicly. NGOs are quickly approaching their limits to house migrants, and tens of thousands more migrants are expected to surge into the United States once the Title 42 public health order is lifted on May 11th. The city of El Paso, Texas, has already seen thousands of migrants camped out on the sidewalks. The mass release will only happen if NGOs run out of space, but officials believe that is likely. Officials have made 26,000 apprehensions and seen over 7,000 gotaways in just 72 hours, according to Border Patrol. That comes ahead of the end of the Title 42 public health order coming on Thursday, which is expected to be accompanied by an even bigger wave of migration on top of the already overwhelming numbers authorities are seeing. The dam is about to break, one Border Patrol source has said. Title 42 has been used since 2020 by both the Trump and Biden administration to expel hundreds of thousands of migrants quickly due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In March, nearly half of all migrant encounters ended in a Title 42 expulsion there. So we will continue to follow this here for you. Of course, Thursday will be a big day, and we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, as we continue to roll on here, want to head out to Philadelphia now, where officials coming together to talk about how the COVID-19 pandemic here in the U.S. has ended officially, but now they are talking about what is next when it comes to Medicaid and helping others in the Philadelphia area. Let's bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Which is talks about beneficiary centers, which is the handout you also got. First, I'm going to invite up Dr. Bedegal. We'll have speakers go, and then at the end, if you guys have any questions, we will handle them individually. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. So good morning. For the last few months, public health and social service agencies have been warning Philadelphians about the end of the COVID-19 public health emergency. While many people think that the end of the emergency only affects COVID-19 testing and vaccination, that's not actually our biggest worry. The public health emergency granted people who were on Medicaid peace of mind about their health coverage. While the public health emergency was in effect, they couldn't lose their Medicaid coverage even if their circumstances changed. With the end of the public health emergency this week, that means that folks will need to take action to ensure that they have medical insurance coverage. Many people are still eligible for Medicaid, and they only need to renew it, but they do need to do that. Others who are no longer eligible will have to find private insurance, and they can use the state's penny marketplace to do so. But the first and the most important thing is that people who are covered by Medicaid right now need to do is to make sure their contact information is correct in the system. The Pennsylvania Department of Human Services will be reaching out to everyone who has Medicaid in the state over the next year with information on what they need to do to renew. If they don't have your contact information, they can't tell you how to renew, and they can't tell you how to find new coverage. Anyone with Medicaid coverage should head to the state's Medicaid website, compass.state.pa.us, and log in. Make sure your contact information is correct. Then, keep an eye out for the mail, the email, the call, or the text message from the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services. Depending on when your plan is up for renewal, you might not be contacted right away. That's why it's so important to make sure your contact information is up to date in Compass. If you have questions, you can call 215-560-7226 or just call 311 and they can provide you with information on the nearest Benefili Center, which can help you to navigate this. If you're a patient at one of the city's health centers, our benefits counselors are happy to help you with renewing or, if you need, finding a plan on Penny. Now I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Tiara Pritchett, who's Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bedigal, and good morning. For several months, the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services has worked with internal stakeholders as well as external stakeholders to develop a coordinated response to Medicaid eligibility renewal changes. To date, we have coordinated efforts through the creation of an internal cross-departmental work group to develop coordinating messaging efforts about the changes. Additionally, we participate in what is considered a collaboration and meeting with the behavioral health and physical health partners from across the state to coordinate the sharing of information, resources, and align messaging and address potential barriers to Medicaid eligibility and the changes. While we recognize Mental Health Awareness Month during the month of May, DBH-IDS wants to ensure that Philadelphia residents can continue to maintain their wellness and recovery by accessing treatment services without any disruption. Please visit dbhids.org, our Twitter, and Facebook to learn more about eligibility, renewal reminders, requirements, and resources. For CBH members and providers, they can visit cbhphilly.org for the provider and external stakeholder toolkit and other resources about Medicaid eligibility. Also, CBH is utilizing a mass text messaging and calling campaign to outreach to members who are at risk of losing their coverage. For members that are unable to be reached by text or call, they are reaching out to them via mail. CBH is also connecting with folks throughout the year of 2023 to ensure that those can continue to access their services. CBH is also tracking members who so happen to may lose their coverage and will be outreaching to them, those members immediately after following their coverage. So those who may have questions can contact member services at 888-535-2600 to have member services assist them with their renewal questions and answers. To reiterate what Dr. Bedigal said, a few key steps: please make sure that you update your contact information, check your mail for any of the renewal information, and also complete your renewal application on time.
All right, that was just a little bit there in Philadelphia from officials reminding the public there that some Medicaid changes will be happening because the COVID-19 public emergency is over. We want to continue on to bring you the top stories and big headlines that are impacting everyone across the country. Want to go out to Fox Weather. They're tracking some severe weather that is happening across the country, including some tornado warnings as well. Let's go out to Fox Weather right now as they break down what is happening with the weather across the country.
Those will be the areas that flare up quickly. So street flooding, it is a part of reality for people that live in Southeast Texas. How you prepare is don't leave your car in areas that you tend to take on water unless you're planning on saying goodbye to it.
No,
not that I'm saying that, but you know, sometimes you do run into those stories. But you know, you just want to make sure that you're parking the car up on, you know, your driveway, not leaving it out on the street, because it can happen literally within 30 minutes. You go inside, you come out, and the water's on the floorboard and your car's ruined.
Let's make a quick mention of the east before we go back to the Central Plains, because we do have some showers in and around the D.C. area. We also have some stronger, heavier downpours coming into Fredericksburg. This will be the area in the zone, southern, southeastern Virginia, into the Carolinas, where we will be looking for a damaging wind threat for today. It's a level 2 threat here. Raleigh, Fayetteville, Wilmington, all included in that. The Fox weather model shows these showers and storms really coming into their own about 4 or 5 o'clock. And then you'll see from Columbia to Myrtle Beach and then extending up the coastline to Hatteras. That's where we see the storms intense, and they clear the coastline by 10 o'clock tonight. So you will have to deal with this between about 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. So heads up, level 2 threat for severe weather happening for the Carolinas and the southern mid-Atlantic coast. Now let's go back to the plains, because Fox Weather storm tracker Mark Sudduth is in Wichita, Kansas. Mark is one of those folks who is watching the storms as they happen. And early this morning, you're getting a quick start here, Mark. You know that the afternoon storm threat is there, but we're already seeing a few storms firing up on the state line there.
Yes, I mean, here in Wichita, we have overcast skies, a pretty good southerly breeze. But yes, up at the border near Nebraska, we're already getting that complex of storms. Some of the storm trackers up there obviously covering that. You've seen some of the live video. That's all going to move down to the southeast, eventually getting into the Wichita area. There is a threat of tornadoes. It's pretty low, but the big hail, that could be a real big problem. And that's part of the reason why we're out here, to try to capture that from a very unique perspective.
What equipment will you use today to not only track down the storms, but also capture some of the visuals?
Well, one of the best tools that we have, of course, is our phone to keep an eye on the radar, to see what you guys are saying, social media, Storm Prediction Center. That's how we track. You know, it's a lot different from hurricanes. Hurricanes, you kind of generally know the area you're going to need to be in well ahead of time. This is going to be more hit or miss. These supercell storms, as large as they are and as impactful as they are hard to pinpoint until they're on radar. So we use radar a lot to keep up with what's happening. But once they form, we hope to take some of this equipment that we have brought with us to set up in front of these supercells. We have these different camera systems that we use for hurricanes. We don't want the hail on the rental vehicle, okay? We don't need 2-3 inch hail. We return that and they get all upset with us. So we put these cameras out right at ground level to capture something different, immerse the viewer in the storm in a different way. And we use the drone, of course, when it is safe to do so, to get that aerial shot. And we've seen a lot of spectacular drone video from LSM. We know a lot of video comes in from them on Fox Weather. A lot of tools that we can use to track storms and then intercept them, so to speak, safely, at least, you know, keeping us out of the worst of harm's way.
And is that what some of that equipment is there behind you in the truck? The drones?
Yes, so we've got, right, so here's the drone, just a typical, a lot of different chasers use this drone. We have this camera that we can set out in a very quick instance right in a field or something, and then get out of the way, especially if there's guerrilla hail coming, as they call it, or a tornado. We don't want to be intercepting a tornado. That doesn't work real well. You know, we've seen the movies and some of the videos, and I know some people like to do that, and they've done that over the years, but that's not my cup of tea. I'd rather use the technology to get as close as possible, and we stay safe.
I like that idea. That makes a lot of sense. The other thing I have to ask you, you're right there in the middle of it. We know that moisture can be some, you know, a fuel for supercells and potential development. What does it feel like? Does it feel humid out there?
That's a little bit more humid. I was remarking to my colleague last night, it felt kind of dry, but the humidity has come up a little bit. And speaking of moisture, there will be one big benefit from this multiple day threat of severe weather. If we can keep the tornadoes at bay and the large hail from doing too much damage, the rainfall is desperately needed, and that'll be very helpful out here in the agricultural regions here of the Midwest.
Yeah, it's a great point that we've been talking about, that that area that you're in is in.
All right, Fox Weather breaking down some of the weather conditions across the country, including there in Kansas, as they're expecting some damaging winds, maybe even tornado action later this afternoon. We are going to take our first break here of this hour. Live look right now at the White House, where we are expecting a White House briefing at 1 p.m. Eastern, and we will have that for you in full right here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen. When we come back after the quick 2-minute break, we'll take you out to Chicago. Chicago police and other city leaders coming together to talk about a summer safety plan. This is all coming as, fortunately, in major cities like Chicago, when the heat temperature rises, and so does the crime and violence. So they are going to try to break that tradition, and we'll have it for you coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. All eyes right now on the White House here, as soon President Biden will be meeting with other lawmakers to discuss the looming debt ceiling crisis and see if they could come to some sort of agreement ahead of the June 1st deadline. And of course, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox when that does happen and get some news coming out of that meeting. There will be a White House briefing coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll be bringing that to you, but we want to go out now to Fox News' Doug Luzader breaking down the big meeting with President Biden and lawmakers later today.
Well, nothing like waiting until the last minute. And President Biden did not want to negotiate over this, but congressional Republicans have brought him to the table. They call it a negotiation or just a standoff. Either way, what happens at the White House today could very well determine what happens to the economy in the weeks ahead. And the president, we're told, will put his foot down on raising the debt limit.
We should not have House Republicans manufacturing a crisis on something that has been done 78 times since 1960. This is their constitutional duty. Congress must act. That's what the president's going to make very clear.
The Treasury Department says we may be just about 3 weeks or so from what they call a default, with the U.S. no longer able to borrow more money to keep paying the bills. But even with that at stake, this will be the first time in nearly 100 days that the president has met with Republican Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, whose caucus is standing firm.
We're telling President Biden, look, we're not going to pass a clean debt ceiling increase.
Republicans in the House did pass a debt limit increase, but it comes with spending cuts that the White House doesn't like. And Democrats are warning what will happen if there isn't a deal.
Default would mean that checks would stop from Social Security, from the military, and to much more.
Now, as we get closer, the markets may start to get nervous. This meeting at the White House today is scheduled for this afternoon, right after the markets close for the day. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, so we'll definitely be tracking what comes out of that meeting right here on Live Now from Fox later this afternoon. Coming up in a little bit, I will take you out to Chicago, where police and other city officials talking about a summer safety plan on gun violence there in the city. But of course, I want to take you out to a live feed that is happening right now out of Houston. This is Representative Sheila Jackson Lee representing the Houston area in talking about gun violence as well as getting guns off the streets. So let's bring this to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
The man that killed those innocent shoppers, that provided this kind of carnage, that I will only lift for a moment out of respect. This is what families had to face. Was out of the military in 3 months. His family sent him out of the house. His social media were full of white supremacy, neo-Nazism, wanting to do harm. And after Uvalde, a governor's task force was set up to study social media through the DPS. Why wasn't this person detected? And I introduced the white supremacy bill that said, amending the hate crimes bill, that says that if you lose your life because of white supremacy and bias, no matter who you are, it is a hate crime. Why did this person have the ability to get a gun when the governor, the state of Texas right now, they can utilize the federal bill, $750 million. You just have to apply for it to get more mental health services. Let me give you one other thing that is a part of this effort that is now law. Violence interruption, $250 million. Passing and working with the federal laws. Make sure that we uphold the law of a federally licensed firearms dealer so that we can get criminals who illegally get guns and avoid licensing. But right now, this state can take advantage of the red flag money, and this gentleman should not have had access to a gun. Right now, this is law from the Bipartisan Safer Communities. Please, I beg of you to use this money extensively to deal with those suffering from mental health and implement a protection order so you can do it. Opt into this. You have to do it. You have to apply for it. You have to apply for it. Why did we have this happen? And I want to go back to Washington. When a witness who leads the anti-gun organization in New York said that gun storage laws are powerful. And I've introduced the Kimberly Vaughn gun storage bill. The ATF indicated that in Houston, Texas, no one shops for guns anymore. All they do is get them out of your house unstored and get them out of your cars unstored. The highest number of illegal guns utilized or stolen out of people's cars in Houston, Texas, in this area. What would gun storage do? Save a lot of lives. Kimberly Vaughn's mother is here. And she is fighting for that legislation and victims' respect bill, that is the terminology I use, that the state is now able to move on. But I did not want to leave here without educating the public. The red flag law is federal law. Tell the state of Texas to opt in, not just for the drug courts, but for all of the courts, and also to create their own proposal to deal with those suffering from mental health issues and that can come under some form of a protective order. That family was probably without any assistance to say what to do with this person, their relatives, who they apparently were concerned with all of the paraphernalia and his intense hatred. He now has taken it out on people who were just at a shopping mall. We have never seen this before. I will go back and meet with the gun task force, the leadership. The Senate will be meeting this week on what to do next on guns, because obviously the states are not joining in the way that they should. And we must do better. I'm very glad to be joined here with first Jay Love, who is with the March for Life and who represents the best of today, not tomorrow. I've stood with them, March for Our Lives, and will continue to stand with them. And Jay, I am an optimist. The American people are with you. They're with us. And when that happens, we have to have victory. Jay, you want to come up and say a word?
All right, so as the congressperson said, my name is Jay Love, and I'm the legislation lead for March for Our Lives Houston, as well as a local high school senior with experience in a real lockout. Although that threat did not turn out to actually affect us, no school, no community, no child should live through that experience. That's why I'm especially grateful for the Congresswoman for calling this press conference today on such an important topic. In the past few days, we've witnessed mass tragedies in Cleveland and Allen, on top of the rote horror of ceaseless news of violence in our own backyards. Our community, state, and nation are at a breaking point. That is why we must take action. We must pass a red flag law in Texas with funding provided for by the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, as well as provide for universal background checks so that those we know to be a danger do not get access to dangerous weapons. We must pass the Kimberly Vaughn Safe Storage Act, a federal bill championed by the Congresswoman, that would establish national standards for safe storage and provide funding for individuals to implement them. And finally, we must pass HB 2744, a Texas bill to raise the age to purchase assault weapons that recently cleared a House committee and that could have helped prevent the Uvalde tragedy that occurred but a year ago. All of these measures are important. They're actually beyond important. They're necessary. Our schools, community, and nation depend on them. The time for an action is over. We must now all demand change. Thank you all for your time, and once more, thank you to the Congresswoman for having me.
Thank you so very much. As I said, Jay is present. He is not tomorrow. I'm very grateful for March for Our Lives. As I proceed to bring forward our representative from Mom to Man Action, let me give you just the real facts. Real facts. This is American people. It happens to be a Fox News poll. Background checks, they believe in 87%. That's the universal background checks. I'm going back to Washington to see if we can really make a difference. Enforce existing laws. Let the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearm, really enforce against people, not you in your homes and your Second Amendment rights. Please understand, no one is coming to take your guns away. It is those who are there to hurt you, to shoot at you on the freeway, to shoot into your home, to kill a 16-year-old boy sitting in his mother's car. Legal age to buy guns, 81%. Require mental health checks, red flag laws, 80%. Flag people danger to themselves, suicidal, 80%. Require 30-day waiting period. I introduced that and people said, oh my goodness, they came down on me hard. No waiting period. Mine was even shorter than that, 7 days waiting period. Just think if the Uvalde kid had to wait 7 days. We've got to do something. There's too much death. I want to thank, before I introduce Karen. Karen. This is okay. Karen, to just acknowledge Captain Smokey Phillips. He is a more than 3 decades law enforcement officer. He is the president of the African American Deputy Sheriffs. He knows what it is to be on the streets and have guns face him. And I just wanted to thank him for his presence here today, for representing law enforcement, because the guns go after our police, our deputy sheriffs, our constables. They are in the line of fire. And Captain Phillips, I want you to know that but for your fellow brother in Allen, who responded like you would respond, with your gun, there would have been more. These devastating deaths are too many. But can you imagine no law enforcement, no police that were not able to get the killer where we would be? Just imagine a mall. And here we are doing nothing. I don't think that can be the case. I want to thank you very much. I appreciate you extensively. And I want to bring up Karen with Moms Demand Action, and thank you for them being our friend in Washington and every state. Your voice is being raised to save lives. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for inviting us today. We feel very, very strongly about the level of gun violence in our community and in the state of Texas. I'm Karen Knapp. I'm a volunteer here in Houston. With me are Michelle Herskowitz, Liz Hanks, and Aisha Archer. We are just a tiny handful of volunteers representing tens of thousands of Moms Demand Action supporters and volunteers in the state of Texas who are fed up. We are fed up. Thank you. We are fed up with our state legislators ignoring us, not listening to us. Our volunteers have joined the Uvalde families, Santa Fe families, and other gun safety advocates in the Capitol for months during this session. We have made phone calls. We have visited them in their offices. We have sat in committee hearings. We have sat in the gallery. Yesterday, our volunteers were in the rotunda, being disruptive, yes, but in a polite and peaceful manner, and they got their point across, because guess what? The committee hearing, the 2744, the bill to raise the age to purchase a very narrowly defined class of semi-automatic weapons from the age of 18 to the age of 21, it passed out of committee. And again, that took months and months of effort, phone calls, personal visits, people dropping everything to run to the Capitol, and it's just a very small success. That bill has to pass out of committee to get onto the floor for a hearing, and we want to hear what every single member of the House votes. We want to know where they stand on saving the lives of children. And what we are asking for is incredibly reasonable, considering how many Texans have died because of an AR-15 or a like weapon, including just this weekend in Allen. And I do want to thank the Congresswoman for bringing up the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Texans are sending billions of dollars in tax money to Washington, and we need to get some of that money back to make us safer. The City of Houston, Mayor Turner, and the county commissioners have successfully used federal dollars since COVID to start programs, implement programs that have reduced crime, and using some of this federal money for other crime prevention and mental health activities would save lives. And we need to get that money into the state of Texas. So Governor Abbott, bring it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad Karen mentioned the money that
That was in Houston, Texas, as Representative Sheila Jackson Lee coming together with others to talk about gun violence in America and try to put some new laws into place there when it comes to acquiring guns in this country. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
But the state has to opt into the red flag laws, and they have to do it now. I want to bring up thank you, Karen. Thank you, Liz. Thank all of you who are here. Someone who is a victim. It's a victim because no mother wants to bury their child. And I have seen this mother be unceasing in her fight. And so I want to bring up Rhonda Hart. She is the inspiration for the Kimberly Vaughn gun storage bill. Her daughter was taken viciously by an unstored gun in Santa Fe, the Santa Fe High School. Rhonda?
Hi, my name is Rhonda Hart, and I am the first school shooting in Texas. At the rate we are going, we will probably have a third, and I suspect a fourth. I'm here today thanks to the Congresswoman texting me at about 2 o'clock this morning. I don't know if she sleeps properly. I wonder about that. But I wanted to speak a little bit as an Army veteran. At the age of 18, I went to basic training and I learned how to fire the M16, which is also known as an AR-15. And when you fire that round, it exits the bullet, it exits the gun, and it travels for about 300 to 500 yards. And its sole purpose is to pierce the body armor of your opponent that's out there on the battlefield. And when it does that, it enters into the body with a little wound that's about the diameter of this cord. And then when it hits your flesh, it explodes into a diameter that's about as big as this microphone cover right here. Also about the size of your standard apple or baseball. And so it is meant to incapacitate your enemy on the battlefield just enough so that their medic can't get to them. That's the sole purpose of that weapon. Now again, I am a veteran. I had 2 to 3 weeks of training on that weapon before I was allowed to take it into the range. And then when I did, it was very regimented and under strict supervision, which makes complete sense. The drill sergeants and the range master were always in charge whenever I had my weapon. And so as an Army veteran, I support House Bill 2744. I am grateful for Representative Harless and Representative Holland for going against their party lines and voting in support of that bill. Thank you. Thank you so much. And to Representative Moody, who toured the scene, thank you for your unwavering support. We could not have done this without you. Now, I want to speak to the parents of the future school shootings in Texas. I want you to know that if your child does die in a school shooting, you are not allowed to sue the ISD by any means. Your parental rights will be stripped away from you, and you probably will not be allowed to have an autopsy report like I am not. You will have to go to Austin repeatedly and talk to I don't know how many different committee members. I think I talked to about 24 to get the basic information for your child, like an autopsy report, to know how they died. And that is insanity. That is insanity that you have to do that, and that I had to drive 7 or 8 times to Austin this session alone. It's a 12-week session, and I've been 8 times. Do the math, like really. So Texas, I don't think that we have a choice. We cannot sit around on our backsides any longer, and we cannot allow gun violence to continue. Trust me, parents, you do not want to be in my shoes. It will wreck you. A smarter person would have signed into a mental health facility by now. But I haven't. I continue in this fight, and so that I hope that no other parents ever have to walk in my shoes. And with our bills advancing the way that they have, and 2744 advancing out of committee yesterday, we have taken a tiny baby step forwards in the right direction, and I'm so grateful for that. Also, I want to thank the representative for the Kimberly Vaughn Safe Storage Act. This was named in honor of my daughter. I, for a long time, have said, I'm not bothered by what guns you have. I just ask that you lock them up, for Christ's sake. The shooter in our case got his guns from an unsecured closet and then took them and killed 10 people at his high school. And so the Kimberly Vaughn Safe Storage Act just requires gun manufacturers, when they make over a certain quantity of guns in a year, that they include a pamphlet that says safe storage saves lives. Who doesn't love a pamphlet?
I love it.
And education. I love education. Hot dog.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you can laugh.
Yeah. This is a veteran, but it's a mother, and her daughter is not here for her. Kimberly is not here.
You could laugh or
Yeah.
you could cry about this, and I think we're about 10 days away, and I'm not ready to cry yet, so I am laughing.
Thank you. We want to acknowledge law enforcement, and Captain, please come for a moment. Captain Phillips, for the years of service that you've given, and we thank the officer who stopped the bleeding in Allen by taking out this very, how should I say it, deprived and evil person.
Thank you, Congressman Lee. So glad to see you here today. I know you've been fighting a long time, whether it's civil rights or whether it's changing our gun laws. Thank you for what you have done for humanity. One of my greatest fears as a cop on the street is we know that every car at least may have a gun inside. And in Houston alone, this year alone, there has been 3,200 weapons stolen from vehicles. So there's 3,200 weapons on the street that we don't know where they are. So my note today to tell the public is to lock your guns up. If you have kids that come to your house, get safe in your house, to lock your gun up. Don't leave it on the dresser. Don't leave it on the bed. Think it's protected. Because those guns that are stolen are the guns that are used in some of these crises. So my only thing to the public is say lock them up, keep them safe, and keep them out of the hands of people who don't deserve to have them in their hands. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Let me just very much say, Karen said that she is fed up. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. We've heard that by a very famous person out of Mississippi. I'm sick and tired for the families who are mourning, sick and tired for those who live no more, sick and tired of the fear of those in the future, sick and tired for that mother who cried last night because she's asking why was her 16-year-old sitting in the car with her, getting pizza, shot dead. It's not about crime. We're going to bring crime down. The tool of choice for those who are sick and criminal is a gun. You need universal background check. You need the red flag laws. You need to raise the age for someone handling an AR-15, a weapon of war, the M16. You need the gun storage laws. The manufacturers need to put something to indicate store your gun. It's not a knife. Yes, a knife kills. But we have too many guns on the street in the hands of those who are evil and sinister and want to do us harm. Keep your guns. Second Amendment lives, but I'm fed up, sick and tired, ready to move. And the state legislature is ready now. They end in a couple of weeks. Take the leadership. And we in the federal government have passed the Safer Communities bill. My bill had to raise the age, but I'm asking the state to adopt the protection provisions of the Safer Communities so this person who is full of hatred, whose parents had to send him out, who the military only kept him for 3 months, would not have access to a gun. This family is gone. Sisters are gone. Are we just going to sit by and watch grandmothers, granddads, moms and dads, cousins, sisters, brothers, religious leaders, families of all backgrounds, students who have a future? Who knows what president died in the carnage of Uvalde? And who knows? Did they deserve this? They don't. With that, I'm headed to Washington and
I forgot something very important. I forgot to give you the number of Dade Phelan, Speaker of the Texas House, 512-463-1000. Please call him and tell him to use his influence to get Bill 2744 a vote on the House floor. Thank you.
Excellent. And call 202-224-3121 to say to the federal government, we want legislation. Or find your individual member of Congress. We want safe gun legislation, safe for the public safety. As I said, I head back, we hope. To all Houstonians, please be safe. We see that there's storms coming out, but I leave you with the fact that you are not alone. Close to 100% of the American people want public safety and safe gun laws. Close to 100%. By my friends at Fox News poll, 100%. And as we approach Law Enforcement Appreciation Week, as I go back, let me thank the law enforcement of this community, of the state and of the nation. And let me ask the DPS to do their social media review that may have caught this evil, sinister person who took out a wonderful day with families at the mall in Allen, Texas. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You need this? I'm not going to hold it.
And that was Representative Sheila Jackson Lee doing a rally to end gun violence in America. Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break, but before we do, I want to give you a live look here in Chicago. This is as a police officer was shot and killed yesterday, and charges are now expected to happen today in the fatal shooting of Chicago police officer Arena Preston. Multiple persons of interest were taken into custody the past 2 days after an armed standoff late Sunday at a home in the 7600 block of South Bishop Street in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood. They range in age from 16 to 18 years old. And we will be bringing you those updates, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. But the murdered Chicago police officer is now being taken to the funeral home. We'll have more coverage coming up in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. We continue to take a Sky Fox look here in Chicago of a murdered Chicago police officer being taken to the funeral home right now. The shooting happened back on Sunday, and Chicago police say that charges are expected sometime today. We're hoping to get a news conference of that when that happens right here on Live Now from Fox. There are several persons of interest that were taken into custody the past 2 days since the shooting happened on Sunday. So we will continue to follow this here for you on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to keep you in Chicago as Chicago police and other officials talking about a summer safety plan putting out because unfortunately we all know that in major cities like Chicago, when summertime comes, so does crime and other related offenses there. So we will keep an eye on this for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
The Summer Operations Center provides strategic oversight and coordinated citywide deployments of public safety, personnel, and assets to enhance ongoing collaborative efforts around crime and violence reduction. Throughout the activation, we conduct daily calls to facilitate information sharing citywide with all necessary agencies, while we make every effort on behalf of the city to keep residents and visitors safe. We want everyone to know they have a role as well. I want the public to understand that if you see something, please say something. Always be aware of your surroundings, stay connected to family and friends, and report suspicious activity posing any immediate threat by calling 911. Earlier this year, OMC introduced a new public safety tool, the Chicago OMC app. The app provides users with emergency alerts, weather reports from the National Weather Service, street closures, event information, along with safety and preparedness tips. One feature of the app I want to highlight is Shy Safe Walk. This tool gives users the option to share their location with a trusted friend or family member if they are traveling alone. This allows the trusted contact to virtually walk with them from point A to point B. Once the user arrives safely at their destination, their contact will be alerted that they are safe. However, if something happens along the way, the user can alert the contact to call 911 and provide their location to details to first responders. I encourage everyone to download the app. It's available through Apple and Google Play stores. It's an incredible app. The city will have resources in place to monitor activities throughout the summer. OMC urges residents to be cognizant of emergency situations, threatening weather conditions, excessive heat, and to heed all messages and alerts from officials. As temperatures begin to rise, sometimes to dangerous levels, it's extremely important that we continue to look out for each other. During periods of excessive heat, remember to check on family, neighbors, friends, and especially our most vulnerable residents. You can always request a well-being check by contacting 311, visiting 311.chicago.gov, or the 311 Shy app. If it's an emergency, medical or otherwise, please call 911. We expect a busy summer with residents and visitors enjoying the Lakefront and Riverwalk, visiting Millennium Park and Navy Pier, attending festivals, baseball or soccer games, and neighborhood celebrations. At OMC, we're in contact with multiple City of Chicago departments, along with state, local, and federal agencies. We will continue to monitor events for purposes of public safety through the Operations Center 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, including 2 daily calls to update and share information. I want to wish everyone a safe and enjoyable summer, and I want to wish everyone a safe and enjoyable Cinco de Mayo weekend. Thank you, and I will now introduce Chief of Patrol, Chief McDermott from CPD.
Thank you, Jose. I'm Brian McDermott, the Chief of Patrol for the Chicago Police Department. Before I get started, I'd just like to thank the men and women of the Chicago Police Department who place their lives on the line each and every day to protect the citizens of the city. You know, their work often goes unnoticed, but it's their hard work and dedication to duty that will continue to grow community trust and help keep all Chicagoans safe. The department has a comprehensive summer safety plan that addresses all the concerns that we're seeing across the city, from the central business district to the beaches to the violence we experience in the neighborhoods. As Executive Director Tirado mentioned earlier, Summer Operations Center is active and public safety officials will be staffed summer long, as well as CPD exempt members, and SOC will also host a daily 10:30 call. The purpose of the SOC is to coordinate the citywide resource deployments of not only the Chicago Police Department, but the resources of the entire city of Chicago to help reduce violence across the city. The SOC also supplements the ongoing work we do with our partners here at OEMC throughout the year to prepare for active and emergency situations. We conduct regular emergency mobilization drills and tabletop exercises to test our preparedness and response to any type of civil unrest, from looting to large-scale protests to caravans. This summer, CPD continues on its precision deployment plan. As you may remember, last year's plan focused on our top 55 beats, which were our 55 most violent beats, where 50% of all homicides and non-fatal shootings occurred. This plan resulted in a 20% reduction in shootings and a 14% reduction in homicides, and saw further decreases on those top 55 beats of 31% reduction in shootings and a 27% reduction in homicides. This year, we've expanded to our top 75 beats, where 75% of the city's violence occurs. So far, year to date, on those top 100 beats, we're seeing a 13% reduction in shootings and a 12% reduction in homicides. Additionally, each of our police areas across the city have individualized plans tailored to the specific needs within those areas or districts. These plans address anything from violent crime to entertainment venues to retail corridor safety to gang conflicts, shootings and homicides, to our motor vehicle theft and robbery patterns. Citywide, we are also increasing our presence on CTA buses and trains so that those utilizing our public transportation system not only feel safe, but that they are safe. We're also addressing public safety concerns surrounding our large gatherings, car caravans, and drag racing and drifting that we're seeing across the city. The Bureau of Counterterrorism, CPIC, and our SDSC rooms monitor these events in real time and give timely updates. It's these timely updates that allow the department to have proper deployment of our resources in a timely fashion. We have significantly increased our police presence near Millennium Park, and we coordinate bag checks and the youth escort policy with tightened security. Bag checks will also be in place at entry points along the lakefront at our beaches. We want everyone in the city to be safe and to enjoy the city, but we strongly encourage any teens coming to the downtown area or to our lakefront beaches to be supervised by a responsible adult and to act respectfully. We also ask anyone participating in car caravans to obey any traffic laws and to be respectful of those who work and live in those areas. Anyone engaging in acts of disorderly conduct or criminal activity or violating our traffic laws will be arrested and/or ticketed, and their vehicles will be subject to impoundment. District commanders and CAPS personnel will continue to work alongside our city and community partners to engage the city's youth and provide safe spaces by expanding youth programs such as Cops and Kids Chess, the Police Athletic and Arts League, the Youth District Advisory Councils, the Youth Leadership Institute, and the Police Explorers Program. These programs allow youth to get involved and play a role in enhancing community safety. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to First Deputy of the Fire Department, Mary Sheridan.
Good afternoon, Mary Sheridan. I'm here in place of our Commissioner Annette Nance Holt. I'm here to assure the OEMC, the Police Department, Mayor's Office, the entire city of Chicago that we will continue to participate in all the city planning to make sure that all of the events that our city hosts throughout the summer are going to be safe for our visitors and our residents. And I have a few things a little bit more lighthearted that I'd like to specifically speak to every resident in the city, things we don't think about and we take for granted. So, the fire department is here to respond with our partners and also to any of our calls for assistance. we're looking forward to the warmer weather, just like our residents. We know that all Chicagoans want to go out and enjoy the beaches, the parks, the lakefront, downtown, and we will be there to help assure their safety. But I'm asking that motorists continue to use extra caution when they're driving through residential areas near our parks, near our schools, because our children are going to be outside playing in this area. Kids are going to be riding their bicycles during the normal weather, and kids do not exhibit the behavior that always keeps them safe. So we have to be a little bit more alert. Memorial Day weekend is only 3 weeks away, and I'd like to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the dangers of the lakefront. We know our runs increase along the lakefront as the temperatures rise. Even before the beaches officially reopen on Memorial Day and they're staffed by lifeguards, we're asking that no one swim without a lifeguard present. No one swim when the red flags are in place. Nobody swims alone. Even the strongest swimmer can be overtaken by a rip current. We want parents and guardians to be particularly vigilant when you're taking your children to the beaches or to a community pool. You have to keep them in sight at all times. We're asking boaters to make sure that they have a radio or a means to call for assistance should they get into trouble, and to make sure that all occupants on the boat are wearing properly fitted life jackets. Memorial Day is also the unofficial kickoff to the grilling season. I've been asked to remind people of some of the safety measures when grilling. Your grill should never be too close to your house or under the eaves or any overhanging branches. Please keep children and pets away from the grill while you're grilling. Propane must be properly stored and hot coals must be properly disposed of. Never use your grill indoors. Keep your grills clean by removing the grease buildup in the trays that are underneath the grill. We want you to please enjoy a safe and healthy summer. The fire department never takes a vacation, and we will be here when you need us. Thank you.
Again, thank you for being here. We'll be only taking on-topic questions.
Following last month's events that we saw around Millennium Park and 31st Street Beach, is there anything to learn from those events that you're going to implement now in this year's season?
Yeah, that'll be for Chief McDermott.
Yeah, so look, we learned a lot from, the events of a couple weeks ago. We saw the same types of events last year. We continue to learn. A couple weeks ago when these events occurred, it was kind of the perfect storm for some of the things that happened. We didn't have any information that the teams were going to show up. When they did show up, it took us a while to mobilize our resources. So moving forward, we have put some additional plans in place to ensure that that doesn't happen. We will have a contingent of additional resources downtown at all times. In the event that the teams do show up, we'll be ready to deploy quicker. We could have the ability to scale that response up or down, at any time, and we can send those resources back to the districts where they may be needed in other parts of the city. We've had multiple planning sessions with OEMC, with Chicago Public Schools, with CTA. We put a lot of measures in place to ensure that we have a better response next time. We'll have, more supervision. We'll have captains and exempt members downtown leading our platoons. We'll have multiple prisoner vans. We noticed in the past that when the teens saw the prisoner vans, they changed their behavior. So we'll have additional prisoner vans. I don't think anyone here is suggesting that we go out and lock up every teen that's downtown dancing in the middle of the street. I think what we can do better is do a better job of identifying those who are engaged in criminal activity and placing those individuals in custody. In addition to that, we want to make sure that all the residents and business owners and tourists coming to the downtown area feel safe. So we'll have a higher presence downtown, to ensure that we take the right people into custody. We've identified arrest teams from across the city that will come down and assist. So there's a number of different measures. We work with Titan Security to ensure, they have enough security on scene. They have a bag check policy. They also have a curfew in place where teens can't come in after 6 o'clock. We've coordinated with the CTA. We can't just chase the teens out of downtown. So we need to set up transportation. We need to set up security for the CTA buses if we're going to get them transportation. I can go on and on, but just know that there is a plan. No matter You know, how often this happens, it's never going to look pretty, it's never going to be perfect, and it's always going to be chaotic. If we have 500 to 1,000 teens running around downtown, you know, we could have the best plan in place, but it's still going to look pretty chaotic. But I think we could do a better job of managing the resources and taking the right individuals into custody and trying to keep people safe downtown.
You have the personnel on hand to implement the plans that you have. Some estimates say the department's down 1,000 officers, given officer overtime, officer wellness. You have the people you need.
So look, my job as chief of patrol is to manage not only the priorities, but the deployment of the resources across the entire city. So I have to prioritize. Right now, we know that these large crowds and gatherings is priority number one. So we do have enough resources in place. We have, I'm not going to get into numbers. We are down personnel, but we have, you know, you've all heard of our matrix and our tier deployments. We do have enough personnel without pulling personnel from the districts to go down to these large gatherings in the downtown area to handle these caravans and any large gatherings of teen trends that may occur, not only at the beaches, but at Millennium Park.
Are you canceling overtime?
No, there's no talk of canceling overtime.
All right, it's a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. We were listening to Chicago officials there, both on the fire side as well as police side, talk about summer safety plans and try to get a good plan in place. As we all know that the summer heat as well as summer conditions in the city as well as really other major cities pose a threat as far as a lot of gun violence, unfortunately, that we always talk about in Chicago coming in the summertime. All right, everyone, we want to switch gears here, show you some weather that is happening right now. Take a look in the Houston area as some strong storms are popping in, as scattered storms right now are moving through the Houston area. It's setting up for a rainy week there with high temperatures that'll be in the 80s, but the humidity will be cranked up as well thanks to this storm. And we also have a live look here on the ground of what it looks like, and it is just a total rainstorm going on right now. Take a look at this here as now you're going to be getting into flooding concerns as well. And just look at the scene that is happening in the Houston area right now. And we also want to showcase this to you as well from Fox 26. Our station there in Houston always does a great job of breaking down news and updates and, of course, weather conditions. Flood advisory has been issued for portions of Harris and Montgomery counties until 12:45 locally. Drive carefully there. That is coming from Fox 26 weather team breaking it all down. And let's go back out live to it right now. And you can see why there is cause for concern of flooding conditions there in Houston. And it is setting up for a couple of days of rainy days ahead. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Want to keep on with the weather conditions across the country. Let's go back out to Fox Weather as they continue to break down across the country.
Some pretty large hail across the state, the potential for golf ball sized hail to baseball sized hail through the evening rush and even into the overnight as this sets up several days of rain still ahead of us. Bridget.
And then also a severe weather threat for the east as we look towards Virginia Beach. Wow, picture us there. You can see some filtered sun, temperatures in the low mid 70s, but we are going to see an increasing chance of storms as we head through the afternoon, even into the evening. But for North and South Carolina, for the most part, after some of those morning showers in western portions of North Carolina, those are fizzling out. But we are going to see our next shortwave move through the area. That is going to allow for this severe weather threat later in the afternoon and really flourishing towards the coastline as we head into the evening from the Outer Banks off to the west, North Carolina, South Carolina, also southern portions of Virginia. It looks like Richmond, Virginia on the very far northern tier of this, but we could see some gusty winds. Some of the storms, they develop quickly. They race off to the east, eventually into the Atlantic, into the later half of the night tonight. We could see the potential of some stronger storms by 4 to 5 o'clock. Of course, we remember Virginia Beach. That is where you saw an EF3 tornado about a week or two ago. So we continue to see heavy rain from Norfolk off to Williamston, off to the south into Wilmington as well before it clears up through the overnight hours. So it really is a quick hit, I would say, by 4 to 7 o'clock in the evening. By midnight, that's when we dry it up and we get clearing skies, improving conditions, but temperatures preceding this, Jane, they're warm, upper 70s, low 90s, plenty of instability in our atmosphere.
Yeah, Wilmington, 90 degrees. That's a toasty afternoon. Now, scientists have discovered something unusual on the seafloor miles off the coast of Oregon.
All right, and that was just some of Fox weather. Continuing to break it down. Want to go back out to Houston. Live look at right there as flooding concerns really starting to increase there, as you could just see the amount of rainwater that is collecting all right off that highway there. We'll continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to slide away for a first break here of this hour. We're back here for you on Live Now from Foxy as we are taking a look here at some rain and heavy severe storms coming through Houston right now, and it's setting up for a rainy week there. Highs will be in the 80s, but humidity will be cranked up there. And here's a live look on the ground. Flooding concerns are real right now as it looks like there is a flood advisory right now for here in Montgomery County going on till 12:45 local time there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. In the meantime, I do want to head out to the Philadelphia area where we have members here of the Climate Caucus coming together to talk about climate change.
In Delaware County, where much of Philadelphia's waste becomes not only noxious air pollution for Chester residents, but in 2021, nearly 400,000 pounds of CO2 emissions. The rest of our local Dirty Dozen are available next to me and in our report. I'll now introduce our next speaker, State Representative Chris Rabb. Representative?
Thank you. I'm State Representative Chris Rabb. I represent the 200th Legislative District of Pennsylvania in Northwest Philadelphia. I'm a proud founding member of the Pennsylvania Climate Caucus in Harrisburg, and yes, I'm a tree hugger. That has often been a disparaging remark, but you don't have to be a tree hugger to understand the import of this study. There are corporate polluters across our Commonwealth and concentrated in and near urban areas that are destroying our environment, that are making it hard for people to breathe. It affects all of us. In Harrisburg, where we have the largest full-time state legislature in the country, there are more oil and gas lobbyists than there are legislators. That influences public policy. Who's at the table? What is prioritized? Who is incented to do the bidding of those folks who are part of the problem and not part of the solution? But we, the people, do have power when we organize, when we come together, but we first have to know the nature and severity of the problem itself. It is indeed severe. As was said, a dozen corporate polluters are responsible for 20% of all the emissions across the state. That's unacceptable. And everyone knows it. But it doesn't matter if you just know it if you don't do anything about it. This information is only good as what we do with it. We have to inform our legislators about the nature of the problem and the people who are suffering on the front lines. Now, we have many ways we can reduce these emissions, whether it's the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, RGGI, or including having a 100% renewable energy bill, which I'm happy to have reintroduced multiple times. That's right, we got to transition to a clean energy future. We have the technology. Do we have the political will? I can't answer that on behalf of all of my colleagues in Harrisburg, but I can tell you my constituents care about this very much. And non-tree hugging people embrace this as well, because it just makes sense. When I drive my electric vehicle, I feel it's fun, I enjoy it. I like to know that I'm part of the solution, but it also benefits everyone who I drive around because I have no exhaust. All of these things we can do, but it requires us to do together. But we first have to realize the nature and intensity of the problem. This is a visual, but there are many others that let us know that these corporate polluters are indeed the problem. And we have the moral obligation and we have the responsibility as legislators on all levels to do the right thing to make sure that they reduce their carbon footprint for the benefit of all communities across the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'd now like to introduce Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Good afternoon. My name is Kendra Brooks, and I'm a city council member, city at large for the city of Philadelphia. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and fighting for opportunities for children and grandchildren. That's what led me into politics. What I'm working for every day on council is a future that our young people can feel and be hopeful about. I'm working for a world that is greener and safer and healthier than the one that I had or the one that I grew up in. I'm working for vibrant communities where young people feel safe and supported and cared for. Like all parents, when young people in my life are going through hard times, I want to be able to promise them that things will get better and not worse. I know that this vision of a brighter, healthier future does not happen on its own. It is not promised to us at all. In fact, this report shows us just the opposite. It shows us that corporations are churning out pollution that makes our futures a little darker every day. In Philadelphia, toxins in our air have made asthma worse for thousands of children. Disasters caused by climate change, from floods to heat waves, are damaging our schools and homes, disrupting our lives, and endangering our most vulnerable neighbors. The corporations responsible for climate change are rarely, very rarely called out for the harm that they are doing. That's why this report is so important. Instead of giving polluters a pass because they are creating jobs or helping the economy. This report lays out the truth. These corporations are quietly darkening our children's future. As a parent, an educator, and a legislator, I take this very seriously. These corporations are actually shrinking what is possible for our children. And it's up to us to turn things around and start moving in the direction of safer and healthier future. We already have had the tools we need. We have clean air laws. We just need to strengthen them. We have a successful multi-state program in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. We just need to commit in participating. We have technology for clean energy. We just need to change the incentives so that companies will start to use it. And with the Democratic governor and a Democratic majority in the State House, this is the time to act right now. The brighter world we want our children is possible. But as all parents know, it takes vision, determination, and a lot of work to really make it work. So I'm proud to join you all today in that work. And I look forward to the victories that we will win together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to also introduce Councilmember Jamie Gautier. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. Equity is a core tenet of City Council's work. And as we know, equity goes hand in hand with sustainability. And when we talk about environmental justice, we are talking about racial justice as well. Because communities of color here in Philadelphia and across the country bear the brunt of pollution's disastrous consequences. That's why yesterday I stood with community leaders and with Councilmember Brooks to announce my Just Services PHL budget platform for fiscal year 2024, calling on the city to invest more in remedying the environmental injustices that disproportionately impact working class Black and brown communities. But cleaning and greening alone cannot eradicate this injustice. We need to prevent the environmental harms by holding chronic polluters accountable. The report released by Penn Environment today proves that there are corporations and facilities responsible for mind-boggling levels of pollution right here in our own backyard. I am ashamed and I am outraged that Pennsylvania ranks among the top 5 states for emissions and that southeastern PA continues to spew significant amounts of greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. Only a mile and a half from where we are right now, the power plant in Grays Ferry produced over 600,000 tons of greenhouse gases in 2020. And the Covanta waste burning plant condemns our young people to a lifetime of asthma and cardiac issues as they turn our city's trash into 380,000 tons of pollutants. We cannot allow this assault on our planet and on our working class Black and brown neighborhoods to continue. Because if we learned nothing else from last month's water advisory, it's that we are just one environmental disaster away from a catastrophe. If we do not act now, generations of Philadelphians will pay the consequences. We must enforce our clean air laws and ensure industrial facilities and power plants take responsibility for the harm that they cause. Polluters must adopt clearer and less fossil fuel intensive processes. And our partners in Harrisburg must continue the Commonwealth's participation in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or RGGI, empowering Pennsylvania to reduce its emissions by 227 million tons by 2030 while investing in green solutions. Our young people and our planet are counting on us. Let's show our children that their health and safety are our top priority by taking common sense steps to crack down on chronic industrial polluters. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now we have State Representative Joe Hohenstein.
Thank you, and thank you to Penn Environment for putting out this report that does focus on corporate greed and corporate pollution in a way that we haven't in many years. My name's Joe Hohenstein. I'm the state representative for the 177th district in the Harrisburg State House, and that is a lot of the river wards and a lot of the industrial past of Philadelphia is in my district. These were folks who worked at the places that polluted. These were the folks who had family-sustaining jobs in these industries, but then came home and had generations of illness and cancer and other health effects that are coming from this type of pollution. And in my district, we still struggle with that industrial past. We still don't have real access to the 6 miles of the Delaware River that is in my district. There's a little postage stamp of a park here, another one here, but we don't get to enjoy the natural environment that our predecessors did. And even worse, we're still seeing the impact of continuing corporate pollution because people aren't recognizing that we have a transition that is moving away from fossil fuels and from polluting sources of energy. That's happening across the world. Pennsylvania is trying to get with the plan by joining the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, but those efforts are getting stymied because we can't agree on the path forward. Tell you one reason and one issue that I'm going to lift up that's a little different than some of the other things that folks have talked about, because I will tell you, climate change is real. The need to transition to clean energy sources is an absolute one, but what we also need to do is to make sure that our new energy sources are built with the same organized union labor forces that have been behind so many of our traditional industries. And that is one thing that we need to be assured of, because if we pay attention to our working classes, if we make sure that the new forms of energy coming in respect the workers, then we will also be respecting the communities. And that is something that we have to do, something that our Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative plan can do if we have the political will to do so. If not, we're just going to be condemning ourselves to continuing generations of industrial pollution and living with it and forcing the most vulnerable of our communities, as the council member so rightly put, many of those communities are racially impacted because they're communities of color. But we also have to make sure that we're paying attention so that we're not just going and creating new subclasses of workers who can't protect themselves either on the job or in their communities. So thank you, Penn Environment, for putting this out. We need to call this out, and we need to find that pathway forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'm now going to bring up Brooke Petrie of Moms Clean Air Force. Brooke?
Hello. My name is Brooke Petrie. I'm a Pennsylvania State Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force, a nationwide organization of parents and caregivers. Thank you. All united to fight air pollution and climate change to protect the health and future of our kids. I'm speaking today on behalf of our more than 100,000 members in Pennsylvania, and also on behalf of myself and my family. The most recent science tells us that it is urgent to take ambitious, courageous climate action now in order to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. As a mother, I am acutely aware that climate change is an issue of intergenerational justice. Today's children will live through at least 3 times as many climate disasters as their grandparents, and each of these disasters has profound ripple effects on the well-being of children, families, and entire communities. Here in Philadelphia, we know the impacts of climate change have already arrived. In addition to ever-strengthening storms, Philadelphia is plagued each year by the urban heat island effect, where dense concentrations of buildings and pavement absorb and retain heat and amplify heat-related health impacts like heat exhaustion and, heartbreakingly, even adverse birth outcomes. This effect is especially pronounced in neighborhoods that have faced generational harms and disinvestment from racist policies like redlining, and already endure disproportionate exposure to pollution. During warmer months, like the summer season we'll soon be heading into, we see more frequent air quality warnings as heat mixes with pollutants to create ground-level ozone, or smog, which is unsafe to breathe. Children are especially impacted by ozone pollution since their lungs and brains are still developing. Also, hotter temperatures make it harder for children to learn in schools, and sometimes our schools dismiss early or need to close down for the day because the heat inside is too dangerous for our children. Some populations are particularly vulnerable to the health impacts of air pollution and the climate crisis. Children, the elderly, low-wealth communities, people who are pregnant, folks with asthma are on the front lines of this crisis. The childhood asthma rate in our city is a staggering 21%. On extremely hot days and on days with poor air quality, folks with asthma are left weighing the very real danger of an asthma attack against the need to walk to the store for groceries or worrying that the air is too unsafe for asthmatic kids to walk to school. As a person with asthma and as the parent of a child with asthma, my family experiences heightened impacts of climate change on a daily basis, as do many of our neighbors and community members. Reducing climate pollution is critical for addressing the health impacts of climate change, and it is essential for climate justice. Because Pennsylvania is the 4th largest greenhouse gas emitter in the nation, we must address our outsized contribution to climate change. Important programs like the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or RGGI, pathways to transition away from fossil fuels, and efforts at the state and federal level to limit health-harming and climate-warming pollution will all have important roles to play as we work on solutions to protect families and communities. We are facing a challenge of an almost incomprehensible scope, right? We must hold polluters accountable, especially those responsible for the highest levels of pollution. We must rise to the occasion and use every tool that we have at our disposal to reduce climate pollution, clean up the air, and mitigate the climate crisis in order to protect the health of our families and our communities, and just to ensure that we leave a habitable planet for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thanks, Brooke. And finally, we'll have Russell Zerbo from the Clean Air Council wrap us up. And then just talk back to me.
Power plants, waste incinerators, oil refineries, and fossil fuel export facilities are harming the Philadelphia region's air quality and fueling the climate crisis, while Philadelphia area residents receive almost no benefit from the region's largest pollution sources. Pennsylvania exports more electricity than any other state in the country, which means that neighboring states use electricity generated in Pennsylvania, while Pennsylvania residents are directly harmed by the immense air pollution from these facilities. Over 1/3 of the electricity generated in Pennsylvania is exported to other states, and 4 of the 5 largest pollution sources of climate-changing greenhouse gases in southeast Pennsylvania are power plants. Additionally, the 3 waste incinerators among the 12 largest pollution sources in southeast Pennsylvania all import trash from other states to be burned here, further increasing the completely unnecessary air pollution burden in the area. Even the other pollution sources in Penn Environment's Dirty Dozen pollution sources for the Philadelphia region have limited public benefit. The Monroe refinery chiefly produces jet fuel, and the Marcus Hook Industrial Complex exports natural gas internationally. Natural gas liquids. City, state, and federal regulators must stand up for Philadelphians and no longer allow local industry to pollute our air while delivering no local benefits. And we need action now. Unfortunately, Philadelphia's air quality could be again at risk of after years of improvement. In 2018, for the first time ever, Philadelphia experienced more than 200 days with good air quality, compared to just 31 in 1980. Since 2018, good air days continued to increase, but unfortunately in 2021, Philadelphia experienced its fewest days with good air quality since 2017. So far in 2023, Philadelphia has experienced only slightly more good air quality days than compromised air quality days, which could potentially lead the city to once again have fewer than 200 days of good air quality. The pollution sources identified by Penn Environment not only release greenhouse gases that are fueling the climate crisis, they also release volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and nitrogen oxides, or NOx, which all react in heat in the atmosphere, creating dangerous ground-level ozone, the main component of smog. Frequently, massive pollution sources like the Monroe Refinery in Traynor, PA, and the Covanta Waste Incinerator in Chester, PA, have simply no annual limits for NOx pollution. At the bare minimum, Pennsylvania must set annual NOx pollution limits for all large industrial facilities. Philadelphia's first days of 2023 with elevated ozone pollution directly corresponded to a surprising heat wave that included 3 consecutive days over 80 degrees in mid-April. This means that greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane have an impact on local air pollution in addition to VOCs and NOx. Pennsylvania's own Department of Environmental Protection has concluded that southeastern Pennsylvania will experience more heat and precipitation because of climate change than other parts of the state. Now, there is a slim opportunity to reduce local air pollution before significant temperature increases further drive up local smog pollution and local air quality continues to decline. Climate scientists have identified that the current baseline for days of the year over 90 degrees in Philadelphia is 27. In 2022, we had 45. We are rapidly closing in on climate change projections that seemed distant a decade ago. In the last decade, the city surpassed the 2080 projections for days with over 4 inches of rain. The 2080 projections. And pollution reductions must be made across the state. Philadelphia, as well as Bucks, Allegheny, and Lancaster counties, all earned failing grades in air quality from the American Lung Association's recent State of the Air report. And make no mistake, pollution from across the state impacts Philadelphia. Pennsylvania's wind patterns vary significantly throughout the year, but generally wind travels from southwestern Pennsylvania in the summer and from northwest Pennsylvania in the winter. In southeastern Pennsylvania, wind swirls, which means that as air pollution travels easternly across the state, it becomes trapped in our region as it blends with local air pollution. Pennsylvania must demand that EPA propose strong greenhouse gas standards for all power plants immediately. And thank you for Penn Environment for putting this together, and Steph Wine.
All right, that was a lot of bad news. I'm going to wrap us up with some good news. Thanks for hanging in there. The good news is we have the technology and the policy tools at our fingertips to rein in pollution from these facilities and transition to cleaner sources of energy. Specifically, the Penn Environment Research and Policy Center calls on our leaders to do the following. The US EPA is expected to announce new requirements for carbon reduction from the nation's dirty power plants any day now. We're hearing Thursday. These policies must ensure that all power plants in the nation make rapid and dramatic reductions in their climate pollution to meet the goals for decarbonization laid out by the global scientific community. Pennsylvania's officials should continue the Commonwealth's commitment and participation in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. This program is expected to reduce carbon emissions in Pennsylvania by 227 million tons by 2030, while generating hundreds of millions of dollars annually that can be reinvested in renewable energy and transitioning away from fossil fuels. As the international scientific community has stated, we must completely decarbonize our economy as quickly as possible to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. And to that end, Pennsylvania should commit to obtaining at least 30% of the Commonwealth's electricity from clean, renewable sources by 2030, on the way to powering the Commonwealth, as Representative Rabb said, with 100% renewable energy. Decarbonizing industry in a responsible way is possible. The Inflation Reduction Act includes numerous sources of funding to support projects that reduce the emissions laid out in the Dirty Dozen report. And so some of the worst actors, the Lackawanna Energy Station, the Hummel Station, CPV Fairview Energy, Tenasco Westmoreland Generating, they're all gas-powered power plants that have opened since the beginning of 2018, and we can't look at gas as the future. This report shows this is not a coal problem, this is a dirty fossil fuel problem, but the resources are there. So thank you so much to our speakers and for coming out today. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Our rotating cast of speakers. All right. Well, if anyone has any, if anyone needs the release or the executive summary, I got them here. And thank you all so much for coming.
Watch Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was the update there in Pennsylvania. Live look right now at the White House. We are expecting a briefing within the next 40 minutes, 20 minutes or so. So we'll be bringing that to you right here, of course, always on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to be taking you out to Minneapolis, where we are all right now in a purple rain type of mood right here, as in Minnesota, they will be renaming a highway to honor Prince. That's coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as we are expecting a White House briefing coming up within the next 20 minutes. This all coming as President Biden will be meeting with Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, as well as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. And, of course, we will be bringing you that right here on Live Now from Fox when that meeting does wrap and we get any news coming from that briefing that will be happening. So we'll be bringing that to you here in just moments. Also awaiting Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He will be making some remarks as well. That should be coming up in the next couple of moments. We'll be doing a availability with the UK Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, at the Department of State. So, of course, we got you covered right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to head out to Minnesota here. This is as we promised, where we will soon be having a highway renaming dedication for Prince in front of the Paisley Park to honor the late musician there and legend. So, of course, we got you covered right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We're going to listen in here in just moments. Happening also in Oakland. Teachers just a bit right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to take our final break here of this hour on Live Now from Fox. Oh, looks like the Minnesota event is starting, so let's go to that.
A deep debt of gratitude to everyone who made this possible, as we're here to celebrate a global creative icon, but we're also here to celebrate a brother and a friend and a Minnesotan that makes all of us so proud. The creative genius that was Prince, when you're inside Paisley Park, it's so interesting to me is that time kind of stands still. The relevance today feels the same as when we were all a little younger and had more hair and Prince was breaking onto the scene. And something so new. And I remember being miles away down in Nebraska, but thinking how cool Minneapolis was, how cool Minnesota was because of the presence of Prince, the creative genius. But for many of us, the idea of he was always just who he was. And that I think Minnesotans really feel a sense of ownership over, really feel a sense of it's part of our shared cultural identity that really does transcend generations. So to Sharon and Mark and to all the folks, to our legislative leaders who you're going to hear from, who made this small recognition of making us Prince Rogers Nelson Memorial Highway on the old Highway 5, as we'll refer to it now after that, since it's the Prince Highway. This is a recognition and a memorial, but it's a gift to Minnesotans. Minnesotans love Prince. They love him to this day. They love what it stands for, and they love the idea that this genius, this global icon, can come out and have roots and be truly Minnesotan. That is something that is incredibly special. So I, for one, am just incredibly grateful to be a part of this celebration. But like so many Minnesotans, I'm just proud that Prince called Minnesota home. With that, I'm going to turn it to, I think, the only person I know who sang Purple Rain on the House floor at the state capitol, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan.
Thanks, Governor. Well, this is absolutely the coolest thing we've ever done. It is so moving and theology into 4, 5, 6, 8 minutes, right, of his music. Every single person I know has been touched by Prince and his legacy. We all have a story. We all have a memory. He is part of who we are as Minnesotans. And today, being able to come together to honor him in a bipartisan way, I think is really powerful. And let us not forget that one of the greatest gifts that Prince gave us was the ability to be ourselves, to show up fully and authentically however we might exist, and that we could feel supported and loved in that space, and in this space in Minnesota, in this space at Paisley Park. And now I hope people will drive down this Memorial Drive and pump controversy or your favorite song of your choice. Mine is Controversy, which should be a surprise to no one. But it just really is a beautiful day. So just thank you to Prince's family, to letting us continue to honor him. Thank you for sharing him with us. I know that there are young people today, there are adults today who are alive because of Prince's music. So that is one of the most powerful pieces of his legacy. So thank you so much to everyone who has put so much love and care into the preservation of Paisley Park so we can remember this icon. And thank you to the representatives and senators who voted in support of this Memorial Highway with a purple sign, no less, so we all can continue to remember our Prince. And with that, I'd like to introduce Representative Reed.
Good morning. So I am Representative Lucy Ream, a longtime resident of Chanhassen. I served on the Chanhassen City Council, was elected to the Minnesota House last November. I met and had a great conversation with Mark Webster here, who told me all about the plans to rename the highway and how much Prince was associated with the number 7 and how he had a plan to designate a 7-mile stretch in his honor. And I think it's incredibly fitting that on a day when we all come together to celebrate, to honor, and remember the musician, the artist, the genius, the philanthropist, the humanitarian, the earth-loving, nature-loving pescatarian, the mentor, the poet, the visionary, the peacemaker, the justice seeker, the lover, and one of Minnesotans' most beloved residents of our lifetime, Prince Rogers Nelson. We also take a moment to think about why he was so beloved. Not only why we loved him so much, but why he was so well loved by fans all over the world. And so when I was working on this bill and driving back and forth from my home in Chanhassen to the Capitol, I thought about a way to articulate what Prince means to all of us. And it's pretty much impossible. What did it mean to live near Prince and his late night shows and movie theater outings and early morning pancake parties? What did it mean to the residents of this area where he made his home? It's just hard for me to put that into words. The best way I can describe the Purple One's presence in our lives is to think of a burst of purple color against a gray, often cold, often wintry, dull Minnesota landscape. That burst of color and energy is symbolic of what Prince was to many of us. Prince not only gave us his music, but he gave us art, energy, beautiful poetry of his lyrics, and he was a constant symbol of peace, love, and unbridled joy in a world where we are often left, and I quote, standing alone in a world that's so cold. So I think it's very fitting that MnDOT did something that had never been done before and agreed after a number of discussions and meetings, they agreed to paint the Prince Rogers Nelson Highway Memorial signs purple. And it's yay. And it's fitting that this 7-mile stretch of Memorial Highway will start in Eden Prairie, where Prince once had a home, and that the Prince Rogers Nelson Memorial Highway will travel past Paisley Park towards the lush green gardens of our Arboretum, where he also wrote a song appropriately titled Arboretum. The memory and life of Prince is now part of our and Minnesotans' collective DNA. I am honored and humbled to have written and carried House File 717, appropriately numbered, for the musician who not only had a color, but he also had a number, number 7. I'm very grateful to all the work that MnDOT did to make this happen, with a big shout out to Jennifer Witt, who is here today. And I am grateful to my fellow House members who also shared their love and appreciation of Prince on our House floor on April 21st, on the 7-year passing of his untimely death. I look forward to sharing that 7-mile stretch of highway with all of you, a 7-mile stretch of highway that will connect us in the same way Prince connected us, telling our stories about how Prince connected us, not only to him, his music, his work, but also the way Prince has connected and continues to connect each one of us to each other. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Senator Julia Coleman, and I represent the beautiful city of Chanhassen. And that's who I want to bring this back to today. Yes, this is a great victory for Prince fans in the state of Minnesota, but this is a solemn and yet happy day for the city of Chanhassen. I think a lot of people think this is running through Chanhassen because of Paisley Park, but they need to remember that Prince was Chanhassen's favorite neighbor. His absence in the city of Chanhassen is still notable today, and he was a great conservationist. One of the first issues we had to deal with when I got elected with our lovely mayor over here was what to do with Prince's land. And we heard from everybody, this is what Prince would want. We heard from celebrities, he would want you to save that land. He was all about preserving and protecting what made Chanhassen, Chanhassen. And so this is a great victory today for all the residents of Chanhassen who missed their favorite neighbor. Now, it's a bit of a funny story getting here. It started when I was on the Chanhassen City Council, and the man I'm about to introduce you to came and pitched this idea for us and said, hey, can the sign be purple? And I decided then and there I wouldn't settle for anything less. When I dropped the bill, I was advised by staff, Senator, you can do what you want, but MnDOT isn't going to let the governor sign this. I said, we'll see about that. And so it's a very fun and exciting day to be here, and we are celebrating such a legendary man who meant so much to the state, but so much to the city he called home. Thank you for coming, and I'd like to introduce you to the man who really made this happen, Mark Webster.
First of all, I want to thank Bob Finn, Sam Cook, Kelly Lukanen for helping me with this endeavor. Something this big, you know, you're not doing it by yourself, so I do want to acknowledge them, and I want to thank Jennifer Witt. I want to thank Mayor Rhymes. I'm sorry. I want to thank Julia Coleman, because she's the lady I seen first, and then I want to thank you, Lucy Rhymes, for pushing it forward. But most of all, I want to thank the fans who love Prince, and thank the family for allowing me to move forward. Sharon, Noreen, Tyga, Omar, and Chaz is in the crowd too, Prince's cousin, who encouraged me to go forward with this project, and I'm humbly grateful that it's got to this point. All I can say is this is probably the best gift that Minnesota can give an individual like Prince. We know Prince never wanted anything from anybody. He got everything he wanted himself, but I think the state of Minnesota giving him this highway is a great thing for the world and for the state of Minnesota to see. So I want to thank every one of you for coming out, and every one of you who are supporting Prince and his legacy. Keep doing it, and I appreciate you very much. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to introduce Sharon Nelson, Prince's eldest sister, to the podium.
As you know, I'm real excited to be here today, and I had a great dream with my brother last night, so I'm going to take you off a little bit on what he told me to tell you. He wanted to thank his 40 million purple, and I am statistics, remember that. He wanted to thank his 40 million Purple Army for supporting him and encouraging him, and also buying all his music. And he became an icon and #1. See, I gave you all those numbers. You wrote them all down? Good. Listen to me very carefully. So one thing that he wanted to let you know is when you do bring out his music that's in the vault, it must be professionally mixed and mastered. You know how he is or how he was. He's still here because he's told me what to tell you here. So I am telling you that when we do release the music, it will be perfect, just as Prince would like it. Yesterday I bought a record player, is the one that you play the vinyl on. And I'm telling you, that sound is immaculate. There's no one else that I know of that could give you a concert, and you go to the concert, you go home and you listen to his music. Is it not identical? Right? Well, this is why he gave each member of the band a tape, learn your part. And if you didn't learn your part, of course you were fired. That's the way it was. But I want to thank all of you for coming, and I want to thank all the Purple fans, the Purple Army. We love them, I love them, and they stand with me and encourage me. We will keep the family name there forever, forever. Nelson, you got it? All right. Thank you so much.
Nice tribute there to Minnesota's very own Prince there, getting that part of the highway there renamed after the music legend. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're coming up on a new hour right here, and you can see we have a White House briefing coming up here in just moments. We will be bringing that to your attention as well. And it will be a high-stakes meeting today with President Biden and other lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. Here's what Fox News' Chad Pergram is saying, that McCarthy on the White House meeting on debt ceiling says, "I hope it's different than it's been for the last 97 days. On February 1st, I went to see the president and sat down with him, saying we should work on the debt ceiling so we wouldn't get to this point." McCarthy also saying, unfortunately, it's taken him 97 days to finally come back. McCarthy also saying that he doesn't want to punt on the debt ceiling, says he wants to get this done now. So we will feature any movements that come from the White House a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, bringing it to you live, raw, and always unfiltered right here. In the meantime, do want to head out State Department right now with Secretary of State Antony Blinken meeting with a UK representative. This is the UK Foreign Secretary James Cleverly. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
These joint efforts allowed UK aircraft to evacuate more than 2,000 people, including U.S. citizens, from dangerous and unpredictable conditions. And they were indispensable to the evacuation of hundreds of additional U.S. citizens through Port Sudan. All told, we supported the evacuation of more than 1,300 Americans from Sudan in collaboration with our partners. Together, now, we are pressing the warring parties in Sudan to put down their guns and allow life-saving aid to reach the Sudanese people. Even as we meet here, we have diplomats from the United States and Saudi Arabia deeply engaged in talks in Jeddah, working in close consultation with counterparts from the UK, the United Arab Emirates, the African Union, and other multilateral partners. The collective aim that we have is to lay the foundation for further negotiations between the parties that we hope can lead to a permanent cessation of hostilities. But in the first instance, we're working in Jeddah to extend the ceasefire and get agreement on the provision of humanitarian assistance to the people of Sudan. We continue to engage directly with Sudanese civilian leaders, with Sudanese civil society, with the goal of putting their nation back on the track to civilian democratic governance. That's the goal that we share and a goal that we will not give up on. We're also working hand in hand, as we have been for well more than a year now, to provide support for Ukraine as it defends its people and its territory against Russia's war of aggression. We applaud the UK's pledge to match in 2023 the $2.3 billion in military support that it provided to Ukraine during the first year of the war. In addition to training tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers, The UK is providing MLRS, Challenger 2 tanks, armored vehicles, anti-air missiles, and other military aid that will help equip Ukraine's defenders as they work to retake more of their nation's territory in the weeks and months ahead. We also talked about the urgent need to extend and expand the Black Sea Grain Initiative. In recent days, Russia has once again returned to blocking ships from sailing to Ukraine's ports to pick up the grain, a cynical action that directly results in less food getting to global markets and to human beings in Africa, in the Middle East, and around the world who need that food. While we're grateful for the tireless efforts of Secretary General Guterres and our colleagues in Turkey working to break this impasse, the world shouldn't need to remind Moscow every few weeks to stop using people's hunger as a weapon in their war against Ukraine. We're teaming up to help rebuild Ukraine from the colossal damage inflicted by Russia's relentless attacks. Next month, we'll build on these efforts at the UK-hosted Ukraine Recovery Conference, which will bring together governments like ours with the private sector, with international financial institutions, with multilateral organizations to invest in the future of Ukraine and its people. We also discussed how to meet other challenges to our shared security. In March, the UK released its Integrated Review Refresh 2023 and its assessment of both the challenges that we face and how to effectively address them. To work together in that area, I think we see very, very close strategic alignment. That includes when it comes to both our individual relationships and coordinated approach with China, which we discussed today. The vision that James set out a few weeks ago in his speech at Mansion House underscores the shared approach activated millions and millions of Americans.
It was a situation which unfolded whilst we were meeting at the G7 in Japan, and I commend the effort that you personally put in engaging with the generals, with the leadership of the warring factions to try and bring initially a ceasefire, and then your ongoing work, the ongoing work of the United States of America in trying to broker a sustainable peace. It should remind everybody that whilst we are, of course, working on the support that we give to Ukraine in their self-defense, and I'll touch upon that again in a moment, we are not distracted from the pressing issues of the day, and we deal with them effectively, we deal with them collaboratively, and we are able to do so because of the very strong bilateral relationship that our two countries enjoy, a relationship which is invested in regularly by the visits that we make over here. And as you say, I know the Prime Minister is very much looking forward to meeting with President Biden when he comes across next month. But also, we are very grateful to the President for his recent visit to the United Kingdom to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, a topic which I know is of great interest and passion to him, and we value your country's engagement on that issue. We remain committed to building peace and prosperity around the world, just as we are attempting to do in Sudan, and we continue to work towards that goal in Ukraine. Every time I come to the United States, I make a point of thanking your nation for the scale of support that you have given to Ukraine. You are the largest donor, both in military and economic terms, and I know that your support is incredibly important in their ability to defend themselves against this unprovoked attack from Russia. We, of course, spoke at length about the nature of that support, about the next few months, and the importance to not only look at the context through the prism of the conflict, but also to focus on the future rebuilding work that will inevitably be needed. We are very pleased, the UK is very pleased, to host on behalf of Ukraine, the Ukraine Recovery Conference, where we will seek to build a coalition that will enable Ukraine to rebuild its country after this conflict has been concluded, after they regain their country back. And we value the United States of America's coordinating role in ensuring that the private sector as well as the public sector is heavily involved in that reconstruction. From the UK's point of view, we will of course also continue to provide financial and military aid. We intend to give the Ukrainians the tools they need to successfully defend themselves against the invasion. But just as we did with Sudan, we remain focused on the needs of some of the poorest people in the world. And I echo your comments on the Black Sea Grain Initiative. It is completely wrong that Russia uses the hunger of some of the poorest people in the world to pursue leverage during this conflict. They should re-sign the Black Sea Grain Initiative and do so immediately. They should unlock the supply of food to go to those people around the world who need it most, and it is perverse that they are using hunger in the developing world as leverage in their conflict in Ukraine. We did, of course, also have the opportunity to speak about issues on a broader context, and of course how we recognize the role that China has in world affairs, and how we respond to China's action will of course be an ongoing part of our bilateral discussions. I recently gave a major speech on the UK's posture towards China, which was derived from our recent integrated review refresh. We made the point that we need to defend ourselves as nations. The UK is doing this, as indeed the United States of America is, against inappropriate activities by China. We also need to make sure that we build alliances and strengthen the pre-existing alliances that we have, as I'm doing today with the United States of America, but also with our friends in the Indo-Pacific region. And we have to engage with China directly, robustly, regularly, to seek to influence the decisions that are made in Beijing and do so in a way that benefits the whole world, whether that be on the maintenance of peace across the Taiwan Strait, which of course is something which affects all of us, irrespective of where we are in the world, to issues such as climate change, pandemic prevention and response. And that, of course, brings us full circle to our bilateral relations with the United States of America. We have been close defense partners, we are intelligence sharing partners, and of course we have strong economic ties. And we will seek to find opportunities where the UK can be a strong economic partner to the United States of America, as well as being a strong defensive partner as well. It is, and thank you for reminding me of that quote, I do happen to be rather proud of it. I think it is in our mutual interest and in the interests of everyone around the world that the UK and US bilateral relationship continues to be one of the points of pride, and one which is strong, and one which I intend to make even stronger still in the future. Thank you.
We'll take 4 questions. First, Kylie Atwood from CNN.
Good morning. Thank you both for taking questions. Secretary Blinken, I want to just ask you a quick question on China and then pivot to Ukraine. This week, when Ambassador Burns met with the Chinese foreign minister, did they agree to begin planning on your rescheduled visit to Beijing? And then on Ukraine, does Ukraine have what it needs to be successful in winning back at least some of the territory that Russia is now occupying in the upcoming counteroffensive? And Secretary Cleverly, the same question for you. Does Ukraine have everything it needs to be successful in winning back some of that territory? And then specifically related to international support for Ukraine headed into the coming months and year, there are reports that your country is preparing to send long-range missiles to Kyiv. When could those long-range missiles from the UK and potentially other European allies actually arrive in the country? And we have seen in the past that when the UK moves on an additional military capability for Ukraine, the US has followed suit. in any of your conversations so far, have you gotten indications that that might be the case with long-range missile systems as well? Thank you.
Thank you.
Carly, thanks very much. Happy to start. With regard to China, I'm obviously not going to go into any detail about the ambassador's conversations with Chinese counterparts. What I can say is this: what we have communicated to our colleagues in the government in Beijing is the importance, from our perspective, in engagement, precisely because we have a deeply complicated and also consequential relationship that is important to people in the United States and China, but beyond that, around the world, that our two presidents agreed when they met in Bali at the end of last year that it would be important to establish and strengthen our lines of communication, and that we believe that that's in our interests and also something that the rest of the world expects us to do, because there's an expectation that we will responsibly manage the relationship. And precisely because we have profound differences, as well as, I believe, some responsibility not only to manage those differences so that the competition that we have doesn't veer into conflict, but also the potential where it's in our mutual interest and where it answers needs that the world has as well, to find areas of cooperation that engagements the way that we try to pursue both of those responsibilities. So that's the nature of the conversation that we're having with China in this moment, and we'll see where that goes. With regard to Ukraine, all along from day one, in fact before day one, it's been our determination to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to effectively defend itself against the Russian aggression. And throughout the more than 1 year of that aggression, we have worked very hard to adjust at every step of the way to what was needed at any given time. And right now, of course, the focus is on the Ukrainian efforts that we anticipate to try to retake more of the territory that's been seized from Ukraine by Russia over the last 14 plus months. I believe that the efforts that both of us have been deeply engaged in are very productive in terms of what more than, I think, 50 countries have been able to provide Ukraine. Secretary Austin has been leading a process, as you know, for many months where we have a coordinated process to do that. And as I've said repeatedly, it's not only the weapons, it's the training, and the UK has been engaged in significant training. It's making sure that the Ukrainians can maintain the systems that we provide them. And it's important, of course, that they have the right plans, again, to be successful. My own estimation is that they have in place across all of those dimensions what they need to continue to be successful in regaining territory that was seized by force by Russia over the last 14 months.
Kylie, thank you. I'm going to take slight issue with one of the elements in your question, but thank you for highlighting that the UK has been very proactive in our support for Ukraine. We are very proud of the fact that we provided the anti-tank, the handheld anti-tank missile systems ahead of the February of last year's invasion by Russia, and those pieces of equipment proved very consequential in Ukraine's defense of Kyiv. But I also think it's important that we put on record that the United States, from the very start, has been very active, very effective in its support, and as befits a country of the scale and power of the United States of America, it is the largest donor of the Allies. So I wouldn't want to imply that there's either kind of competition between us or anything else. We have, from the very start, worked in close coordination. The nature of our militaries is different. The natures of our political systems are different. There are some things that the UK is able to do more quickly because of the nature of our political system. And there are some things that the American system allows them to do different and better. It's not about always trying to replicate what our allies do. That's not the point of an alliance. The point of an alliance is that we support each other, that we reinforce each other in our work to help Ukraine defend itself. And as Secretary Blinken said, we constantly assess and coordinate with each other and with the Ukrainians to make sure that the support that we are giving them matches the needs at the time. Those anti-tank missiles at the early stages, air defense systems more recently, the training of their ground troops, the provision of armored vehicles and ammunition, and the ability for them to project effective force against Russian troops within Ukraine to push them out of their country. And we will continue to do so. It is a collaborative effort. It has proven to be very, very effective. And what we've seen over and over again is that the Ukrainians, both politically and militarily, have learned quickly, have been relentlessly focused on using the support that we give them effectively, and have consistently outperformed expectations, certainly the expectations of Vladimir Putin.
All right, some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm sure understand that anything to do with operational details about the nature, the timing, the scale of our support would be counterproductive for us to. And the United States of America and others, we need to recognize that the outcome of this conflict will have effect all over the world. I've said over and over again, the eyes of the world are watching. They are watching how we respond to this challenge. They are watching to see our resolve, and whether it be in capital cities or non-state actors, the message that we send now is really important. I think the message that we should send is that when we commit to something, we stick with it. We have the grit, we have the determination, we have the strategic endurance to see it through until its successful conclusion, and anyone watching should learn that lesson. I would also make the point that, of course, there has been an economic impact on people in the United States of America and in the United Kingdom. This is not a byproduct of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is part of the conflict. Economic coercion through their restrictions of hydrocarbons. pinching off the supply of grain to the developing world. This is part of the conflict, is not a byproduct of the conflict. And we should recognize that if we do not re-establish the principles of the UN Charter, the foundation stone of peace in the post-Second World War era, that powerful nations cannot invade their neighbors with impunity, the world will be more dangerous, more expensive, more difficult. So this is not just about Ukraine, though of course the Ukrainians have been suffering enormously and it's right that we defend them. It is about us, and it is in our interest as well as the Ukrainians' interest that we stay resolute in our support, because it will become more painful and more expensive if we do not. And when it comes to the Ukrainians' forthcoming counteroffensive, I've made the point that this is not a film. There are no certainties when it comes to conflict. The Ukrainians have consistently outperformed expectations, but there can be no guarantees in war. So we have to recognize that we are giving the Ukrainians a huge amount of support. As I said, they have learned quickly, they have adapted very, very successfully, and they have defended themselves incredibly effectively. And we need to continue to support them, irrespective of whether this forthcoming offensive generates, huge gains on the battlefield, because until this conflict is resolved and resolved properly, it is not over. And that's the message that I have spoken about back home in the UK, and I will continue to say to those friends and colleagues here in the United States of America as well.
Thank you. First, I can only violently agree with my friend and strongly endorse what he's just said. We have exactly the same perspective. Second, I would also dispute the notion of waning support. I would refer you, for example, just recently to the very strong statement made by the Speaker of the House, McCarthy, about support for Ukraine and the enduring support and determination to see this through. But stepping back, there is not a zero-sum choice between some of the work that we're doing around the world and the work that we're doing at home. In fact, to the contrary, they're directly linked and they're mutually reinforcing. We've spent the last couple of years making historic investments in ourselves, infrastructure, our technological edge when it comes to semiconductors, making sure that the United States would continue to lead when it comes to dealing with climate change and producing the technology of the future, green technology for green economies. At the same time, working closely with our partners, we've revitalized, re-engaged our alliances, our partnerships. We built new ones. The net result is that we are stronger at home, and our standing around the world is at, I think, the highest level that I've seen in recent years. And of course, we are, I was going to say walking and chewing gum, running and chewing gum at the same time, even as we are engaged in helping Ukraine defend itself against this Russian aggression for all the reasons the Foreign Secretary laid out. And as he said earlier, we are equally focused on a very broad global agenda that addresses the needs and concerns of people.
Right, that was the latest there on from the Department of State, talking with his UK Prime Minister there as well, talking also about the war in Russia, in Ukraine, as it continues on right there. But I want to continue to roll on with more live events just popping up. You see the White House briefing underway right now. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And cutting wasteful spending on special interest. Now, just a few minutes ago, a while ago, we announced that President Biden will be making a historic stop in Papua New Guinea while traveling from the G7 Leaders Summit in Hiroshima, Japan. to the Quad Leaders Summit in Sydney, Australia later this month. While in Papua New Guinea, President Biden will meet with Prime Minister Marape of Papua New Guinea and other Pacific Island Forum leaders to follow up on the first ever U.S. Pacific Island Summit in Washington, D.C. this past fall. The leaders will discuss ways to deepen cooperation on challenges critical to the region and to the United States, such as combating climate change, protecting maritime resources, and advancing resilient and inclusive economic growth. As a Pacific nation, the United States has deep historical and people-to-people ties with the Pacific Islands, and this visit, the first time a sitting U.S. president has visited a Pacific Island country, further reinforces this critical partnership. This week marks, as you all know, the anniversary of the end of World War II in Europe and the victory of the United States and Allied forces over fascism and aggression on the continent. President Putin had remarks for the occasion by launching another wave of cruise missiles and armed drones at the Ukrainian people. Since Russia launched its brutal invasion of Ukraine last year, thousands of Ukrainian civilians have been killed and millions have been driven from their homes. The European continent now faces new aggression. The United States has rallied the world in response, and we will continue to support the people of Ukraine as they defend their independence and their democracy. As part of those efforts today, we are announcing a significant new security assistance package that will help build the capacity of Ukraine's armed forces and to defend Ukraine's territory and deter Russian aggression over the long term. The package includes additional air defense systems that will help Ukraine protect its people against Russia's missiles and drone attacks, as well as artillery rounds and support to enable Ukraine to better maintain its systems and equipment. Victory Day is supposed to be about peace and unity in Europe. It's supposed to be about the end of war and bloodshed and suffering. Instead, Mr. Putin promised only more violence and spewed only more lies about a war he falsely claims has been unleashed against Russia. Make no mistake, Russia is the aggressor here. Mr. Putin started this unprovoked, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine, and he could end it at any moment. He could end it today if he chooses. Unless or until he does, we and our allies and partners will work to help Ukraine achieve the peace and security they deserve. With that, Josh, welcome. Good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Green, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's a big day today.
Yes. So 3 subjects.
Sure.
First, what's the White House's reaction to Imran Khan's arrest in Pakistan?
So just a couple of things I'd like to say about that. Just give me a second here. Yikes. Okay, so as you know, we're aware of the arrest of former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan. As we have said before, the United States does not have a position on one political candidate or party versus another. We call for the respect of democratic principles and the rule of law around the world. So I would refer you to the government of Pakistan for any further information on that.
Secondly, as part of the debt limit talks, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce today called for an agreement that includes discretionary spending caps. Does the White House see all spending caps as a negative, or just the spending caps that are part of the House GOP bill?
So I'm going to be very clear here. The president's going to have a conversation with the 4 leaders, as you all know. That's going to happen in a couple of hours at 4 p.m. local time, clearly. And we're going to stay focused on what Congress needs to be doing here. Their congressional duty, which is to prevent a default. That's what we're going to be clear about. I just laid out at the top how this can cost almost 8 million jobs if House Republicans get their way. It could also lead us to a recession, trigger a recession, and we've listed over and over again what this could be if they continue to hold the American economy hostage. That's going to be our focus. That's going to be the president's focus today, to make that clear to the leaders that they have to do their congressional duty, and that's what's expected, not just of him, but of the American people. And I'm just going to leave it there.
And then lastly, the Writers Guild of America tweeted out the president saying that he wants the striking writers to get a fair deal.
So I'm just going to reiterate echo what the president said last night from his yesterday's remark. We sincerely hope that the writers' strike in Hollywood gets resolved and the writers are given the fair deal they deserve and as soon as possible. And that is what you heard directly from the president yesterday.
On their side?
I think his words from last night make it clear where the president stands on this issue. Go ahead, Mary.
Given the conversation that is happening today, that it is not negotiations, as you've made very clear, how is the president going into this? How is he viewing success in this meeting? What would we consider to be a successful meeting? Is it simply just conveying his message to them and having them receive it?
I mean, look, what we convey as success. I mean, people have asked, well, will the president give Speaker McCarthy an off-ramp, an exit strategy? The exit strategy is very clear. Do your job. Congress must act. Prevent a default. That's what a success, not for him. It's not about the president. It's about the American economy. It's about the American people. That's what the president views as success. That's the way that it should be done. Regular order. This is regular order. What House Republicans are saying is that they want to potentially, if they get their way, threaten the country's first default, something that has never happened before. That's what they're threatening. Again, could lead to trigger a recession. 8 million jobs potentially lost. That is what they are threatening. So it's very easy. It's very, very simple. Do your job. Go back to regular order. Do what you're supposed to do. It's been done 78 times since 1960. And that's what he's expecting from Congress.
The Speaker says the president is ignoring the problem.
The president is not ignoring the problem. We have the 4 leaders are going to be here today at 4 o'clock to have this conversation. The president's going to make himself very clear. The president has been clear since February. Since February, he has said over and over again, we cannot be a country that defaults. And most recently, he has said we cannot be a deadbeat nation, something that we have never done before, never done before. And so they need to take action. Congress has to do their job. Super simple. They are manufacturing a crisis.
And just on immigration, the Mexican president said that he had plans to talk with President Biden this morning. Has that conversation taken place? Can you give us any sense of what
I can confirm that the president spoke to President AMLO this morning. We will have a readout later on, and then we'll certainly share that readout to all of you, so I can confirm.
Does the president plan to postpone his foreign trip in order to deal with the debt ceiling?
So look, the president could be a president anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's domestic or international. He is always president. Even when he travels. Look, this is something that Congress can take care of today if they choose, is do their job, do their constitutional duty.
And what happens after today's meeting from your standpoint? Will you set up more meetings or is this a one-off?
I'm not going to get ahead of today's discussion. The president hopes it's a productive conversation. We'll see how it goes. Again, the president's going to make it very clear to the congressional leaders that they must act and avoid default.
And lastly, there are some estimates that there are 150,000 migrants waiting across the border when Title 42 expires. Is the U.S. prepared to deal with this onslaught?
So, as you know, Steve, I've said this many times. I said it yesterday, but actually let me just give you guys a little bit of an update on the briefings that are coming up. The State Department and Department of Homeland Security will be holding a call on our plan later today. Secretary Mayorkas and the State Department will also be holding a press conference tomorrow, and Secretary Mayorkas will be joining me at the podium on Thursday. We want to make sure that we are transparent about the plan, how we're moving forward, so he'll be here to certainly take all of your questions on what's ahead. But we've been very clear. We have a multi-agency process. We believe we have a robust process to deal with what is going to occur after Title 42 lifts. Again, we're using the tools that are available to us because Congress refuses to do their job as it relates to the border. Again, a system that has been broken for decades. Okay.
We'll be right back here with more on Live Now from Fox coming up in just moments.
It's, quote, not rational, it's not reasonable, it's not practical in terms of his refusal to negotiate over expected after May 11th?
So what you can expect from us is that we're going to do everything that we can and use every available tool to us, as we have been, to deal with this issue in a humane way, manage it humanely. And that's what we've been very clear about. Our focus, as it relates to managing the border, is we're going to do this through enforcement, deterrence, and diplomacy. And that's what you have seen. And we've been working with our regional partners, and we have just few tools that are available to the president. And that's because Congress has failed to act. So right now, we believe we have a robust plan, a multi-agency plan to do this in a humane way. And we're going to have Secretary Mayorkas here with us in the briefing room on Thursday, and he'll certainly lay out the plan in a more deeper way and more in-depth way. You all will be able to ask him his question. He was at the border very recently. He's held multiple press conferences on this issue. You've heard from the State Department. You've heard from the Homeland Security, clearly Mayorkas, as I just mentioned. You've heard from Pentagon, who did a briefing just last week. And we're going to continue to inform the American people and continue to inform all of you on how we're moving forward. And that's what you could expect from this administration.
Did you anticipate the current numbers that we are seeing right now?
Look, I can't get into hypotheticals about the numbers and what they were going to be or going to be. That's not something I'm going to do here. What I can say is that we knew from the court that Title 42 was going to lift on Thursday. That's something that we were clearly very aware of since earlier this year. We have put plans in place and processes in place to deal with this very moment. And so that's what I can only speak to what you can expect from us, and we've been very transparent about that, and we'll continue to be. Okay, Joey.
Thank you. Speaker McCarthy said today he doesn't support a short-term debt ceiling increase. Let's just get this done now, he told reporters. Does the White House agree with him, with the Speaker, on this point?
A short-term extension is not our plan either. That is not our plan. This can be easily resolved. This is a man-made crisis that the Speaker is leading. Can get this done. We want to make sure that we remove the threat of default, and that's what the president's going to be making clear about. This is not negotiable. Default is not negotiable.
And a second question, on the Writers Guild strike that the president weighed into, he says he wants to see a fair deal. What is a fair deal in the president's view?
We're certainly not going to get into a back and forth on what a fair deal looks like. We're going to continue to encourage both sides to come together, to come to the table and have that discussion. I'm just not going to get ahead of that.
Thanks.
Thanks, Green. I mean, I wanted to ask, Secretary Mayorkas is going to come speak with us. Thanks for that. What about the president? Will the president speak out about Title 42, share a message that Mayorkas has given, or something to that effect? Will we hear from the president on Title 42?
Well, I would say you heard from the president this past Friday. He did a interview, a sit-down interview with one of the networks, and talked about Title 42, talked about immigration. So the American people did hear directly from the president on this issue. I don't have anything else to share in the next couple of days about the president's schedule. So I'll just leave it there. But he was asked a question, and he answered it.
One more, please, if I could. I mean, should Americans anticipate or expect an orderly process on the border? Or does the administration want Americans to know that this is going to be a challenging moment, and there could be some hiccups, or there could be some challenges, and to give a little bit of patience as the transition is made?
Look, what we have been very clear about is that we do want to put a process in place that's orderly, that's humane, and using the tools that the president has in front of him to do just that. I've said very clearly, we want enforcement, deterrence, and diplomacy. That's how we're moving forward. Those are the 3 steps that we're taking to get this done. There are challenges at the border. This is something that the president has taken seriously from day one, putting forth a comprehensive piece of legislation to deal with immigration reform, something that has been a problem for the past several decades. The system has been broken for the past several decades. And again, the president would like to do more. He's using the tools in front of him, but Congress refuses to act. Instead, many Republican officials want to make a political case out of this. They're not looking to meet us at the table to actually deal with this issue. They want to turn this into a political stunt. And so that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to deal with this issue. We're trying to deal with this challenge. And again, we've been doing this since day one. Go ahead, Josh.
Can you say what will happen if Congress doesn't act on the debt limit? Speaker McCarthy hasn't budged yet. the president hasn't moved his position, will he let this go off a cliff if the speaker doesn't do anything?
Well, the speaker has to do his job. Congress has to do their job. That's what we're.
The president doesn't have any job.
The president, historically, 78 times since 1960, this is what Congress has done. They have done their constitutional duty, is to deal with the debt limit. That is something that they have done. This is regular order. This is the process that they have used. And we're asking them to go back into that process. And look, what could potentially happen, as I just laid out, is a potential recession. 8 million jobs lost. That is something that Congress could avoid. They can easily avoid this and do their jobs. So I'm not going to get ahead of what's going to happen today at 4 o'clock or get into hypotheticals from here, but the president has been very clear. He has been very, very clear. They have to get this done. And what they're threatening is, and what they're saying to us is, we have to take their whole entire agenda, which is extreme. A lot of Americans do not agree with that agenda, or they're going to hold the economy hostage. That's what they're putting forward. Remember, 22% cut on veterans, on health care, on Meals on Wheels, all of the things that we have listed out over and over again. Americans don't agree with that. And it's going to hurt American families. So we're going to be very clear, the president's going to be very clear with the leaders today that they have to act.
We're talking today about two subjects where Congress hasn't acted. One is immigration, and you're saying we'll use all the tools available to us because Congress refuses to act on the border. They also so far haven't acted on the debt ceiling. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what will happen if they continue to not act and we get closer to the deadline, which could be, of course, as early as June 1st or as late as August. Well, the president, does he think he has any tools to use if Congress continues to not do his job? Because it's not clear that Speaker McCarthy can really, right? That he has a lot of leeway in his caucus.
Well, that's for Speaker McCarthy to speak to. I can't speak about the leeway and the pull. I know, I hear you. You mentioned Speaker McCarthy. I can't speak for him. I can speak for the president. And it is Congress's job. And I get your question, Josh, but this is literally their constitutional duty. They take an oath. And this is what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to deal with the debt limit, one of the many things that they have that they're supposed to deal with. And this is something that a first ever default, that's what they're threatening. This is what they're saying that they want to take us down the road on. This is first ever default would trigger a recession, erase millions of jobs. It's very simple. The exit ramp for them is to do their job, The president will make that very clear in his meeting. Not going to get ahead of what's going to come out of that meeting, but the president has been really, really clear here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Green. Going back to Steve's question, when the president does leave for Japan and Australia next week, he's not slated to return until just before that June deadline that the Treasury Secretary has talked about. If we get to next week and there is no plan in place to raise the debt ceiling, will the president delay or cancel his trip? So,
Nancy, appreciate the question, understand the question. I'm not going to get ahead of today's meeting. Let's see how the meeting goes at 4 o'clock. Certainly, our goal here is to make sure that Congress does their constitutional duty and to prevent default. Just not going to get into hypotheticals. Let's see how the meeting goes. It's going to happen very shortly at 4, and let's see how it turns out, what comes out of that.
Who's going to be handling these discussions from the White House while the president is overseas?
Well, look, the president could be president anywhere. These are issues that certainly that he will be very aware of and very involved in getting updates from his team. As you know, the Office of, when it comes to legislative things and things that are dealt with Congress, that's the Office of Legislative Affairs. They play point on this. But the president, again, can be president wherever he is, domestically or out of the country.
Should the vice president be involved in today's meeting since she'll be here in the country while the president is away?
So the president has been closely consulting with the vice president on this. They have had several conversations on this issue. And so again, when it comes to issues that matter to the American people, they're very much partners.
What message does it send to the world that we're now 3 weeks away from a potential default and it is still completely unclear how this is going to be resolved?
So look, the United States is not a deadbeat nation. The president has made that very clear. We have never failed to pay our bills, and we should not do this now. Congress must do its job and prevent a default. Look, if there was a default, it would be a gift to China, to Russia, and to other competitors. That's what we're saying here. That's what House Republicans are saying. If they were to default, it would be a gift to them. Let me just give you a little bit about what the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, said, who, as you all know, the head of the intelligence community. She testified last week to Congress, and she said the following: both Russia and China would look to use a default to demonstrate the chaos within the United States that we're not capable of functioning as a democracy. Default would create global uncertainty about the value of the U.S. dollar and the U.S. institutions and leadership, leading to volatility in currency and financial markets and commodity markets that are priced in dollars. China and Russia would look to take advantage of the opportunity if we were to default. That's what congressional Republicans are threatening. That's what they are potentially going to really put us into a tailspin if they don't actually do their jobs. Really simple, do their jobs and avoid default.
On matters of the economy, the public often holds the president accountable for the outcomes here. Does the president have a sense that he will be blamed by the American public if default actually occurs?
So Republicans are holding the entire economy hostage and saying unless their entire agenda gets done, they're going to cause an unprecedented default. What the president is doing is the opposite of that. He wants to make sure that we take that off the table and have a separate conversation on the budget, something that he put forth on March 9th, which shows how he values the way moving forward, to show how he sees our economy moving forward, building on the successes that he's had these last 2 years, making sure that we cut the deficit by $3 trillion for the next 10 years. So to your question, I have an answer to your question. Polling from 2011 and 2013 makes clear that congressional
We will be taking another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Want spending and default handled separately, as does the president. That said, when it comes to threatening default, we have been very clear. Secretary Yellen has been clear. The president has been clear. Many economists who work here in the administration has been clear. Businesses have been clear. This would be catastrophic, and it does not have to happen. It does not have to happen. This could be avoided. We have never, ever defaulted before. We cannot be a deadbeat nation. So we can avoid this. The president's going to make that very clear today.
Thank you. You mentioned that the president's going to be going to New York tomorrow. You mentioned that he's going to a district that he won in 2020. It also happens to be a district that is represented by a Republican currently. Can you talk about the decision to target this specific district and what the president plans to say? And also, can you address the fact that the Republican member of Congress, Mike Lawler, agreed to the White House's invitation to appear alongside the president and what that means for the president?
So look, I'm going to let the congressman speak for himself. He can do that. He's able to do so. I mentioned this at the top. The president's going to drive home the impact of these current discussions that we're having, the economy, how it affects real hardworking Americans. That's what you're going to hear from the president. He'll be very clear about that. He'll be clear about what could potentially happen. And yes, you know, we've talked about default and what that could look like, recession, triggering recession, potentially 8 million jobs lost. But let's not forget the other piece of the act that Republicans in the House has put forward. Let's not forget veterans. Let's not forget health care. Let's not forget schools to support staff. Those things are also embedded or part, a 22% cut to these programs that families really, truly need. So he's going to talk about that. I'm going to let the congressman speak for himself. The president loves to travel across the country to different districts, different states, and that's what you're going to see from this president tomorrow.
The president talked about, having a sense of unity and not questioning people's motives and sort of bringing the temperature down in politics. We've seen him on the stumps. We've seen his stump speech. We've seen how aggressive it can be about quote-unquote MAGA Republicans. You are going to have a Republican member in front of his constituents right there alongside the president. Will that change the way the president addresses the crowd?
The president's always going to be honest with the American people. There's a real question about where our economy is going to be going, right? And that is something that the president's going to lay out for the American people. And so, look, when the president speaks, it's not just to the people who are in front of me, or in front of him, pardon me, or the people in that district or in that state. He's speaking to the nation, and sometimes to the world when he's at the podium or when he's speaking, when the president speaks just in general. Like, everyone listens, and you all cover, you all write about it. And so this is a message that he'll have to the American people about what's at stake. Americans need to know what's at stake. You know, it's basically to Kelly O's question. They need to know what's at stake here, where we're headed with our economy. The president has worked the last 2 years to rebuild our economy, as we've always said, from the middle out, bottom up, and we've had some successes. If this occurs, it's going to take us back. It's going to take us back. And so the president's going to be very honest, very upfront with the American people. That's what you'll hear from him, as he always is when he speaks. And so he'll lay out what's at stake.
Okay. Thanks. Just a quick follow-up can you just give a bit more specifics on why the president chose Hudson Valley to give this speech? And does he think that giving this speech on avoiding the default and going after the Republican plan that they passed would actually convince them to pass a clean debt limit?
So I'm not going to get ahead of the president. He'll lay out why he's there, as he always does, why he's in front of the audience that he'll be speaking to tomorrow. So I'm going to let him speak to that. But what I can say is, again, kind of what I just said to your colleague. The president's going to be very clear about what's at stake, the impact of the current discussions that we're having, the impact of this budget and this default that House Republicans have connected.
And we've been listening to a really in-demand White House briefing ahead of President Biden meeting with the top lawmakers, both on the Republican and Democratic side, to try to get some sort of deal on this debt ceiling. We've been listening in there, and we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox and reset. When you come back on the other side of the break, my colleague Josh Breslow will be in control for the next several hours, bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country, and of course continue out there at the White House as the White House briefing continues on. We will see you on the other side of the break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look here at the stock board. You can see we're in the red for most of the day, but for now, down about 0.02%. I do want to remind you, coming up around 4 p.m. Eastern time, so in just about 2 hours, we do expect that President Biden will be meeting over with Kevin McCarthy there, the House Speaker, to discuss the debt ceiling. We'll have full coverage on that coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to some of the other big stories here that we have been following, especially over the last several days. The jury now deliberating in the defamation case against former President Trump. Advice columnist E. Jean Carroll claims Trump raped her in a luxury Manhattan department store in the 90s. The judge read instructions to the 9-person jury this morning for about an hour. After that, the jurors started their discussion over the civil claims of battery and defamation. Trey Lovell is a defamation and entertainment attorney. He joins us now live to talk more about all of this. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. So first off, we know that deliberations did begin a bit earlier on today. The instructions went for about an hour, so the rest of the time has been those discussions over the charges there. Any indication as to how long it could take for deliberations in a case like this one?
Well, generally, it's very difficult to estimate how long a jury is going to be out to deliberate. However, in this particular case, I would think it would be shorter than longer. In a case like this, where it's a he said, she said, the evidence is very straightforward, and most jurors have probably either made up their minds or have come close there too, before going to that jury box or into that jury room. And so at that point, it's just going to be a matter of getting people together, getting, everybody aligned. Maybe there would be 1 or 2 holdouts or so. But in a case like this, where the evidence is not complicated, there's not a whole lot of it, and, the credibility is the main factor, jurors typically will get an impression, in live time as they're listening to the evidence. So I would guess that it won't be, it'll be shorter than longer. Of course, we really don't know, but I wouldn't think it would go many days at all.
So I want to go back to basics here. This is a civil case. It is not criminal, of course. So what sort of penalty are we talking about?
So in a civil case, it's about money. There's no threat of imprisonment. There's no threat of any criminal sanction. Here it's just about monetary damages. And it's about whether or not Trump is liable for what the claims are. And if he is, what the jury's gonna believe are the appropriate damages. And so in that sense, it's not as serious in terms of taking away your freedom and putting you in jail. But, there could be significant ramifications here. And if a jury really believes he did what he said he did and that she sustained the damages that she claims, it could be a significant monetary award.
And of course, we already kind of touched on this, but any way to determine which way the jury might be leaning in this case?
It's a little bit tough. I mean, Jean Carroll's side put on a very good case. They pretty much put on all the evidence of the case. She testified. They had corroborating witnesses who she supposedly told about the incident around the time it happened to support that it did happen. She brought in other witnesses who Donald Trump had allegedly performed the same type of acts against them to show he had a propensity to do it. She had experts. And from Donald Trump's side, he really didn't have any evidence, just relying on the cross-examination of Carroll and the other ones. However, from a reasonable sense, Ms. Carroll, her conduct wasn't really similar to a rape victim. It was somewhat antithetical to being a rape victim. When she was in the department store dressing room, she didn't yell out. When she was trying to struggle to get away, she kept her purse and didn't even drop her purse. When she did get away, she didn't go to the closest employee or customer. She just ran straight out, supposedly told a couple of friends, and then that was pretty much it. She was a fan of The Apprentice. She would make jokes about Donald Trump. So, for example, would you sleep with Donald Trump for $17,000? Things like that. That's somewhat antithetical to someone who was raped and suffered significant trauma because of that. And the timing of when this all came out during the release of her book. So you've got two countervailing narratives. You've got a strong evidentiary side on Ms. Carroll's side, and you've got kind of, what makes sense here? What would grandma say on the other side? And so that's really what the jury is going to battle with.
What did you think of the closing arguments just yesterday?
You know, I thought they were pretty strong. I mean, you know, from Ms. Carroll's side, I think they did a good job of tying together the evidence, of really hammering the fact that Donald Trump didn't testify, which is going to make a little bit of an impact on the jurors. You know, the fact that he didn't come to look them in the eye and say, this is not true, this is fabricated, it's false. You really didn't hear from him. Matter of fact, the only testimony they got from him was his deposition testimony, which was going to lean in her favor. But on the flip side, I think Tacopina did what he could. You know, he couldn't get his client to come and testify. He had to rely on the cross-examinations to try to poke holes. And as well as, you know, the other narrative is like, you know, why would Donald Trump do this? It makes no sense. Why would he throw everything away? And the facts, you know, as presented, just don't make sense. So I thought they were pretty good. You know, but, you know, I'm just not so sure how impactful they'll be, because I think the jurors, by seeing the evidence, probably form their own opinion.
Do you think it matters that Trump was not there to actually testify? Does that play any role in the jury's decision?
I do. I think generally, you know, the jury's going to look at it from an evidentiary perspective, and that's where they're going to assimilate and make their decision. However, the fact he didn't show up really just allows Carroll's case to be that much more emboldened. He wasn't there to cut down her testimony, to say his side, to vehemently, object that this is, you know, completely false. They didn't hear from him. And the fact that when a jurors see that a party's not there and the jury's supposed to be there, they're forced to be there, they say, you know, this must not be important enough to him. So sometimes if it's a close call, jurors may use the fact that a party didn't show up, you know, kind of tip the scales. So I don't think it's the end all be all, but it just doesn't look good. And it really allows Carroll's case just to run away with it.
And we know there are some criminal cases going on against former President Trump. How would a verdict in this case impact the other cases, and really would it have an impact?
I really don't think it would have an impact. This is kind of a unique one-off. This is a personal situation that allegedly happened years ago. It's not a criminal situation. You know, I don't think it's, if you like Donald Trump, I don't think this is going to make you not like him. You're probably going to think, you know, that she's not telling the truth. If you don't like Donald Trump, you know, and he wins, it's not going to, you know, bring you over to his side. So I don't really think it's going to have an impact on the other litigations. But the problem is that, you know, if she wins, you know, then he's got, you know, one loss in what's going to be a number of these cases, and that doesn't help. I mean, you want to come out of the gates, you know, kind of beating everything, beating all of them. But I don't think it's going to make an impact, you know, on what people think, and certainly what happens in those other cases, because they're going to be limited to the facts.
All right, Trey Lovell there, defamation law attorney. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, want to take you out to the Department of Defense right now as they are holding their news briefing. This is going on here as we know we are just days away from the end of Title 42. Let's pop up that audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Systems and munitions, equipment to integrate Western air defense launchers, missiles, and radars with Ukraine's air defense systems, ammunition for counter unmanned aerial systems, 155 millimeter artillery rounds, commercial satellite imagery services, and support for training, maintenance, and sustainment activities. The United States will continue to work with our allies and our partners to provide Ukraine with capabilities to meet its immediate battlefield needs and longer-term security assistance requirements. Separately, Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, will testify Thursday before the Senate Appropriations Committee on Defense to discuss the President's fiscal year 2024 budget request for the department. As always, the Secretary and the Chairman look forward to working with Congress to provide our service members serving around the world with the resources they need to accomplish the Department of Defense mission and strengthen America's national security for the 21st century and beyond. In other news, the DoD today released the unclassified version of the National Defense Science and Technology Strategy, or NDSTS. Guided by the National Defense Strategy, The NDSTS articulates the DoD's science and technology priorities, goals, and investments, and makes recommendations on the future of the defense research and engineering enterprise. The strategy will be implemented along 3 primary lines of effort, which are focus on the joint mission, create and field capabilities at speed and scale, and ensure the foundations for research and development. The department will continue to leverage the broad innovation ecosystem across academia, federally funded research and development centers, university-affiliated research centers, DoD laboratories, national laboratories, nonprofit entities, commercial industry, and other government departments and agencies. The unclassified version of the strategy can be found on the DoD website. And finally, Secretary Austin will travel to North Carolina this weekend, where he'll deliver remarks during the Fayetteville State University commencement to highlight the department's focus on the value of service to our nation. And with that, we'll take your questions. We'll start with Associated Press, Tara Cobb.
Hi, General Ryder. I wondered if you could give us an update on the troop deployments to the border, confirming reports that the first tranche of soldiers are arriving at the border now, and any sort of update you can give us on their bed down, what roles they'll have.
Thanks, Tara. So my understanding is that those troops, an element of those troops, should begin arriving soon. I'd refer you to NORTHCOM for the specific timing of that. In terms of the types of activities, we've talked before about they'll be providing additional ground detection and monitoring capability, warehouse support, data entry. Again, they'll be there in support of Customs and Border Patrol. They will not be conducting any type of law enforcement activities. My understanding is that some of those troops will be operating near El Paso, Texas, but again, I'd refer you to NORTHCOM for any additional details. And a key point there is that they'll be there in support, again, of CBP. So really, CBP are going to be the ones to ultimately determine the disposition of those forces because they're there in support.
And just a further clarifier, because there is some interest in this, they will have no role at all in interacting with migrants. And then as far as a ballpark number of this first tranche, in the hundreds?
Yeah, that is correct. They are not there in any way to be interacting with migrants. We are talking hundreds in terms of the first tranche, but again, NORTHCOM will be able to provide additional details. Let me go to Jen.
Thank you, General Ryder. Do you expect that the 90-day window that has been given for these troops to go to the border is going to be extended? Has there been a request from DHS to extend that window? And do you expect more troops, more than the 1,500, to be either requested or on their way to the border?
Yeah, as of right now, no change to what we've previously announced in terms of a 90-day temporary deployment. As always, we maintain ongoing discussions within the interagency with DHS. I'm not aware of any additional formal request at this time, but again, we'll continue to stay in close contact. But yes, right now it is 90-day temporary deployment in support of DHS.
And what is the message that these troops are sending to those on the other side of the border who may consider crossing in the coming days?
Well, again, when it comes to border security, DHS has the lead for the federal government. So in this case, as we've talked about before, they needed assistance performing some of those backshop type requirements so that they could focus on the law enforcement aspect of this. Thank you. Tony?
I want to go back to the Ukraine announcement. Can you, as clearly as you can you let the public know that this $1.2 billion has nothing to do with the upcoming spring offensive that the Ukrainians are hoping to launch?
Well, Tony, as I highlighted at the top of my remarks, USAI is a authority which exists for us to procure capabilities from industry or partners versus drawing down from our immediate stocks. So the next step in this process will be to look at funding additional capabilities, what's out there in order to meet Ukraine's longer-term needs.
So these are for use for contracts to be signed at some point in the future?
That is correct.
Okay, so you've got $18 billion that Congress appropriated for this fund. The Pentagon to date has awarded $5 billion in contracts. This is another 1.2 that you're potentially going to award. Is the Pentagon going to accelerate somehow the contracting of these dollars that Congress appropriated for you last year?
Thanks, Tony. So we continue to try to leverage the full range of contracting vehicles that we have at our disposal to expedite getting needed security assistance to Ukraine, to include vehicles that allow us to start work immediately in terms of some of those capabilities before waiting for final contracts or broader contracts to be signed. So again, this is something that we'll continue to keep after, cognizant of the fact that this is part of a broader effort, a U.S. and international effort to ensure that Ukraine has the assistance it needs, the security assistance it needs to defend its country.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go here, and then we'll go back to Will.
Thanks, General Ryder. You mentioned the commercial satellite imagery services and the Ukraine package. Can you say which companies DoD is planning to contract with for these services? And just more broadly, can you talk about why DoD is kind of leaning on the commercial sector for this rather than just providing its own imagery to the Ukrainians?
Again, I don't have anything specific to announce today in terms of particular companies that we may or may not be contracting with through this USAI effort. That will be work that's ongoing, certainly as we look at options on how best to support Ukraine. And so when we do have something to announce on that front, we certainly will. Okay, thank you. Will?
Thank you. Another USAI question. It mentioned, the announcement mentioned air defense systems and munitions. Have the specific systems been selected yet, or is that something that still has not been done? And also, is there any timeline on these items, especially the air defenses and 155s, given kind of the urgency of the need for those capabilities in Ukraine?
Yeah, sure. So a couple things there. So again, on today's announcement about the USAI, just to, and not to belabor the point here, but again, a key difference between that and the presidential drawdown authorities is that the USAI is an authority under which the United States can procure capabilities from industry or partners versus, again, drawing from existing stocks. So today's announcement is really focused on, or represents rather, the beginning of a contracting process to provide additional priority capabilities to Ukraine, which will entail exploring options as how to best support them. When it comes to providing nearer-term support, you've seen us use the PDA to draw down on existing capabilities and rush those capabilities to Ukraine. So when it comes to things like air defense, for example, you've seen us provide Patriots, NASAMS. We've provided Hawks. Our allies and partners have provided things like SAM-T, Avengers, counter-UAS. So we're not waiting to provide Ukraine with air defense capabilities now. The USAI gives us the ability to leverage the power and the capabilities of the private sector in order to support Ukraine's medium and long-term security assistance needs.
All right, you are listening in there to the Department of Defense briefing. They talked a little bit about the end of Title 42 and troops heading over to the southern border there. I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, the latest on a deadly mass shooting at an outlet mall in Texas. We have learned the Texas Department of Public Safety is planning to provide a live update coming up here in less than an hour at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. This, of course, on the shooting at Allen Premium Outlets just outside of Dallas. This will be the first news conference held since Saturday when Allen police and fire held two very short briefings. We know that a gunman opened fire Saturday afternoon at the Allen Premium Outlets in Allen, Texas, killing a total of 8 people. An Allen police officer at the mall on an unrelated call confronted the gunman and fatally shot him, ending the rampage. When that news conference gets underway at 3 p.m. Eastern, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to head back to D.C. and pop up the audio as that Department of Defense briefing is still underway.
The procurement of additional air defense systems and munitions, this is something that we're going to keep after both in the near term and the long term. Thank you. We'll go to Rio and then I'll go to Tom.
Thank you very much. 2 questions. First, the Taiwanese defense minister said the United States is planning to send $500 million military aid package to Taiwan using the Presidential Drawdown Authority. Are there any particular weapon systems or ammunition that the Pentagon wants to expedite the delivery of to Taiwan?
Yeah, thanks, Ro. So I don't have any specific announcements to make today. In regard to a Taiwan PDA, I would highlight for you, however, that last year Congress authorized up to $1 billion in presidential drawdown authority for Taiwan in order to deliver vital security assistance in support of Taiwan's self-defense. And as you may recall, in February, Secretary Austin testified before the Senate Armed Services Committee that DoD intended to make use of this authority. But again, I don't have anything specific to announce today. I would also emphasize that our approach remains consistent with longstanding U.S. policy as outlined in the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. And as you know, we remain hard at work in fulfilling our obligations under the Taiwan Relations Act, and we're going to continue to do so.
Separately, the White House announced today the president will visit Papua New Guinea later this month. I wonder how important Pacific nations are for the Pentagon to compete with China in the region. Is the Pentagon seeking new access to military bases or military facilities in the South Pacific?
Yeah, thanks, Ro. So, as you probably heard the White House say, the U.S. is a Pacific nation. We have deep historical and people-to-people ties with the Pacific Islands. And I'm not going to get ahead of the president's meeting. I think his press secretary said today that the president will discuss ways to deepen cooperation on challenges that are critical to the region. But I can assure you that we will continue to work closely with our international allies and our partners to enable and sustain security and stability in the Indo-Pacific region, as I highlighted a little bit earlier. And as always, our goal is to promote peace in the region and preserve the international rules-based order that has largely kept the peace in that region since World War II. Thank you very much. Tom?
Thanks, Pat. You were pretty clear in defining the role of the active duty forces going down to the border, that Customs is the lead. Can you clarify, to the best of your knowledge, please, any type of restrictions or cooperation that could work with the Texas National Guard that's being boosted their numbers to the border between our active forces and them? Thank you.
Yeah, so the active duty forces that we're deploying to the border are going there to support the Department of Homeland Security in response to a request. Again, those forces will be supporting CBP and performing essentially backshop type of support. When it comes to it, and if I think I understand you correctly, are you talking about Texas National Guard that are under state orders?
Correct, sir.
Okay, two separate missions. And so really when it comes to the Texas National Guard under state orders, that's really a question for the state of Texas to discuss.
I mean, there's no plan to cooperate with them.
Two separate missions, okay. Correct. Thank you. Go back here.
Thank you, General. General, regarding to the tension in the Middle East, today the Israeli forces launched airstrikes on Gaza. So does the DoD have any communications with their counterparts in Israel regarding to this situation? And do you have any concerns about that escalation maybe will be rise up, especially in the region? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, when it comes to Israeli airstrikes, really, that's something for them to talk about. Clearly, we do have concerns about tensions in the region, and you've heard us call for all sides, the Palestinians and the Israelis, to work together to reduce those tensions. But in terms of any Israeli Defense Force operations, I'd have to refer you to them. So thank you very much. Let me go back to this side of the room. Let me go here and then back to Qasim.
Thank you, General. There are reports that are saying that the DoD leaked documents revealed that the Iran and some of its backed groups in Iraq, they moved swiftly some weapons and military equipment through the humanitarian aid in February to Syria through Iraq. Do you confirm this, and are you going to prevent Iran or also the proxy groups to send weapons and also military equipment from Iraq to Syria and also from Iran to Iraq?
Yeah, so a couple of things there. So in terms of any, alleged classified documents or unauthorized disclosure documents, I'm just not going to get into talking about any aspect of those or confirming or not confirming any potentially sensitive or classified information. When it comes to Iran and their proxy groups, we've talked a lot about the fact that throughout the region we've seen illicit activity by Iranian-sponsored groups in terms of moving weapons and ammunition. And I think we've all, for example, followed the situation in Yemen for many years, for example. And so, in accordance with international law and working with our allies and our partners in the region, we will continue to do what we can, also working with the broader U.S. government in terms of the interagency to do what we can to stem the tide of the illicit shipment of illegal arms and weapons. Again, this just points to Iran's malign activity in the region and a challenge which I think the U.S. and many of our allies and partners can agree on. And I'll just leave it at that.
My second question, the DoD officials has always said that the threats of ISIS in Iraq exist, and we are there to support the local forces to defeat enduring ISIS. Then would you be able to give us what's the level of threats of ISIS in Iraq and the kind of support that you are giving to the Iraqi forces and also the Kurdish forces to accomplish the mission enduring defeat ISIS in the region?
Sure, absolutely. So we have about 2,500 U.S. forces in Iraq under Operation Inherent Resolve that are supporting the Iraqi security forces in terms of training, advising, as they conduct their own operations. And I'm sure you've been following this for a long time. Iraq has made great progress in terms of its counterterrorism capabilities and its ability to fight ISIS within Iraq. In Syria, of course, the United States does maintain a number of forces there that are working with partnered forces to fight as well, to eliminate ISIS and focus on the enduring defeat of that terrorist organization. Thank you. All right, let me go over here to Qasim and then come back over here. I'll get you, Will.
General, last week CENTCOM announced that it has launched a strike on a senior Al-Qaeda leader, but we never heard back from CENTCOM who the Al-Qaeda leader was. And conversely, we also saw local reports that a shepherd was killed during that strike. CENTCOM, I believe, is investigating the civilian casualties, but is there a specific reason that the U.S. military holds the name of the senior Al-Qaeda leader that it targeted in Syria? And can you update us on the investigation?
Yeah, thanks. So, as you highlight, Qasim, that is something that CENTCOM is looking into, those allegations. So they're really in the best position to talk about that. Thank you. All right, time for a couple more. Let me go to Tara and then Jim.
I just wanted to ask a couple of follow-ups on the border deployment. For the active duty troops that are going down to the border, where will they be housed? Are you making agreements with area hotels? Because it seemed like some of those hotel rooms are already taken up by National Guard deployments. And then secondly, there was a caveat in sending any more additional DoD support that DHS was going to have to figure this out by the end of FY23. You know, we're 4 months away, and 3 of those months are going to have active duty troops now deployed to the border. Are you confident that this won't be extended and, you know, we'll get into the next fiscal year and troops will still be at the border because there's still a migrant problem?
Yeah. So a couple of things. In terms of the housing, I'd refer you to CENTCOM. Again, they had a more granularity as they, I'm sorry, NORTHCOM, got CENTCOM on the mind. Thanks, Qasim. Refer you to NORTHCOM. They'd have more granularity, of course, working with CBP on that front. In terms of the disposition, active duty troops versus the long term, as you've heard us say, again, this was to meet an urgent request from DHS while they explore options how to support this long term. We've also said that we are exploring options on whether or not there are opportunities to in stride replace the active duty forces with forces from the reserve component or contracted capability. So again, right now, we're focused on the 90-day temporary deployment of these active duty forces, and that's where things stand at the moment. Thanks. Jim?
Thanks, General. Back to Ukraine. Last week, I think it was the Ukrainian official said that 9 BCTs, 9 Ukrainian BCTs have been trained. I'm just curious, does that mean that the training that the U.S. was providing has finished? And more broadly, what's the status of the U.S. training effort for the Ukrainian forces?
Yeah, so great question. So training does continue at Grafenwehr, Combined Arms Training. I'd refer you to U.S. Army Europe and Africa to provide you with the exact numbers. But I do know that we have upwards of a couple thousand that are going through training there right now. And again, we will be able to maintain that support and that capability to train Ukrainians as long as the demand is there. So we continue to discuss that with our Ukrainian partners in terms of sending additional forces. As always, a consideration as they do that is how many forces do they keep in the field, vice getting trained. But I think going back to what we've talked about all along during this conflict is that providing equipment along with training gives the Ukrainians a capability, vice just having equipment. Part of that capability includes the maintenance and sustainment of those capabilities. And so we are very eager to continue working alongside our allies and our partners to provide that type of training to the Ukrainians going forward. Thanks very much. All right, let me go back here, and then I'll get the last 2 over here.
Thank you for taking my question. My question is about National Defense Science and Technology Strategy just released today. Could you talk a little bit about how the new strategy enhanced the science and technology cooperation with allies and partners? Is there a particular area that you expect to enhance the cooperation?
Yeah, thanks. So what I'd ask you to do is take a look at the strategy, which is on our website. And then once you've had the opportunity to do that, be happy to answer any follow-on questions that you have. Thank you.
You did confirm that a Patriot downed this Kinsal missile. Did I hear that right?
Correct.
Was this a U.S. provided Patriot or one from the Dutch or Germans?
Yeah, in terms of those kinds of operational details, I'd refer you to the Ukrainians.
You can't confirm if the U.S.
All right, it looks like the feed of that Department of Defense briefing there just ended abruptly, but that was, of course, the Department of Defense answering a variety of questions, talking about the end of Title 42 and troops going over there to the southern border in the coming days and coming weeks. I do want to remind you that coming up in just about 30 minutes, we do have a news conference that will get underway with the Texas Department of Public Safety. They are going to hold an update, the first briefing since the day that shooting happened over in Allen, Texas. 8 people killed when a gunman opened fire at the outlet mall there. Again, this briefing expected to get underway in just about 30 minutes at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 2 p.m. local time. We'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We prioritize live events and we take you all over the country and all over the world. I want to bring you to this press conference that is underway. This is the DEA discussing fentanyl trafficking there in California. We know leaders of federal and local law enforcement organizations are announcing a series of federal criminal cases against alleged drug dealers who distributed fentanyl to people who died. Officials will discuss the increase of fentanyl poisonings and details surrounding multiple fatal cases, some of which involved social media. Let's pop up the audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Joint Criminal Opioid and Darknet Enforcement Team, also known as J-Code. This team focuses on opioid distributors who use the dark web to distribute their deadly products. Today, we're announcing that a Texas man has agreed to plead guilty to selling fentanyl-laced pills in thousands of transactions across the dark web. Rajiv Srinivasan, who's expected to formally enter his guilty pleas next month, admits in his plea agreement that his products directly resulted in the fentanyl-related deaths of 3 individuals across the country, and that 2 other victims, one of whom lived in California, died of drug overdoses shortly after receiving the fentanyl-laced pills. Once he pleads guilty, Mr. Srinivasan will face a sentence of at least 20 years in prison. Last week, the Attorney General highlighted the outstanding work being done by this office and this district in combating dark web drug traffickers. He discussed charges against a heavily armed Cerritos man who allegedly oversaw an operation that included the Los Angeles area lab, and he sold fentanyl pills across the dark web in thousands of transactions. That individual is now facing justice in our district. The dark web is intended to conceal illegal activities, but as these cases show, if you're selling fentanyl, we'll find you and we'll bring you to justice. In addition, we continue with our long-standing interdiction and seizure efforts to find large quantities of fentanyl. Unfortunately, cartels in Mexico have ramped up their production, and large amounts of fentanyl increasingly come into this country. To illustrate this, just a few weeks ago, as part of an ongoing investigation targeting drug brokers linked to the Sinaloa cartel, the DEA, working with several local police departments, seized more than 1 million fake pills containing fentanyl. And just to understand the enormity of these amounts, these pills were found in one vehicle and weighed over 240 pounds. These types of seizures we see and we charge on a weekly basis. As you can see, we've devoted our full attention to the fentanyl crisis. We're committed to working with our community partners to save lives and spare others from the pain of having a loved one die as a result of a fentanyl-related poisoning. Thank you for your attention. I'd now like to introduce DEA Special Agent in Charge, Bill Bodner.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Good morning. At DEA, we've always believed that drug trafficking is not a victimless crime. In 2018, we set out to redefine how drug-caused deaths were handled by law enforcement, and we began a program we call the Overdose Justice Task Force. It is a partnership amongst DEA, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and many of the local law enforcement agencies in the greater Los Angeles area. The purpose is to address drug distribution that results in death or great bodily injury. The premise that drives the investigators working on this task force is exemplified in today's announcement. None of the victims of the crimes detailed today made the choice to be harmed or to die. They may have made a choice to use a drug because of an ongoing battle with substance use disorder or in an attempt to self-medicate. They may have chosen to use a drug based on curiosity, the desire to experiment, or peer pressure. Or perhaps they made a choice to use a drug recreationally while socializing at a club or a party, but none made the choice to be harmed, or worse yet, killed by a drug. I first saw fentanyl mixed with other drugs on the streets of New York in February 1991, when it was mixed with heroin. This drug cocktail was called Tango and Cash, and dozens of people died from it. So what is the difference today? How do we go from losing dozens of Americans a year to fentanyl to losing tens of thousands of Americans a year to fentanyl? The answer can be found in the two common threads that appear in most, if not all, of the cases we announced today. The two forces that are driving fentanyl-caused deaths in our community and throughout the United States today are accessibility and deception. With respect to accessibility, today social media platforms have taken on the role of last-mile delivery for both the Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartel. These drug cartels source chemicals from China, synthesize huge amounts of drugs in Mexico, smuggle them across the southwest border, and deliver them to Los Angeles. It's dealers using social media platforms, delivery service apps, and payment apps that then take the drugs and handle the last mile delivery, that final piece of distribution to get the drugs into the user's hands. The use of social media by dealers has made drugs infinitely more available, and it puts our young people, who have a large portion of their social interaction on these platforms, at increased risk. No matter where we live today, these powerful drugs are now available in our neighborhoods. With respect to deception, years ago, the overwhelming majority of people who were susceptible to a drug-caused death were those suffering from substance use disorder. They were habitually using powerful drugs and thus were at significantly more risk than others. Today, as a result of deceptive marketing by the Sinaloa and Jalisco cartels, the pool of those at risk is exponentially larger. Drug users suffering from substance use disorder continue to be at risk to a drug-caused death, but there are now other groups in that same elevated risk category. These include young people experimenting with drugs, including what they think are safe prescription pills, some for the first time, and recreational drug users, people who use illicit drugs a few times a month and may describe themselves as partiers. These groups are unaware that fentanyl is now in all pills and many of the powder drugs sold on the black market. To illustrate the damage, accessibility, and deception caused in our community, take the case of the United States versus Benavides Scorgi.
All right, you were listening to a live news conference there underway over in LA. That is where the DEA is announcing cases against alleged fentanyl drug dealers, where they did end in the death of a person who purchased fentanyl from that dealer. It is now 2:43 on the East Coast and 11:43 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 2:45 on the East Coast and 11:45 on the West Coast. Investigator is in Brownville, Texas, working to determine if the driver of an SUV that slammed into a bus stop outside a migrant center did so intentionally. Brownsville police say George Alvarez has been charged with 8 counts of manslaughter. The 34-year-old also faces 10 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, as nearly a dozen other people were injured. Martin Sandoval is the public information officer for Brownsville Police. He joins us now live to talk more about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Oh, no, thank you so much for giving me the time to come out and speak of what we're doing here in Brownsville.
Well, first off, just tell me how you found out what happened and what you were initially thinking.
Basically, what happened is we received a phone call at about 8:30 in the morning of this accident. There were 7 people confirmed dead at the scene when we first received the phone call. We responded. When officers got there, they noticed that there were several people had a person detained. We detained him, we arrested him, and we provided medical attention for everyone at the scene and plus also the suspect. Everyone was transported to separate hospitals throughout Cameron County to make sure that everybody was getting adequate medical attention. Throughout the investigation, of course, we learned that some of these individuals were migrants that were at the bus stop across the street from our homeless shelter. That homeless shelter right now is also housing some of the migrants, so they were there waiting on the bus to get to their final destination. Throughout this investigation, we have learned that one other individual passed away at the hospital. That is why there's 8 charges of manslaughter, and 10 people still are at the hospital for aggravated assault. But the last that we heard is that 3 of them were already released from the hospital and 7 still remain there.
So our understanding there is that the driver actually ran a red light, lost control of the SUV that he was driving, then slammed into 18 people at the bus stop. Do we know at this point if this was an intentional act?
We don't know at this point if it was intentional, non-intentional, if it was an accident, or if there was any type of intoxication factors involved. That is why we're looking at this investigation in three separate parts. One, was there any intoxicating factors? Two, was it an accident? Or three, whether it was intentional. In order for us to make a conclusion on one of them, we have to totally dismiss the other two.
What exactly do we know about the suspect? Because it does sound like he has a fairly lengthy criminal history.
Yes, he has an extensive criminal history with the city of Bronzeville, and there's been several charges that he's actually been charged with and gone to court and found guilty on. It is an extensive history that he has.
George Alvarez charged with 8 counts of manslaughter. Is it possible that those charges could actually be upgraded at some point?
Yes, all of that will depend on the Cameron County DA. Once we receive our toxicology report, because there was a blood draw at the hospital, once we receive our toxicology report, it'll be up to the Cameron County DA to make the final determination on what charges are going to be finalized. As far as for right now, these are the charges that, with the work of the Cameron County DA and our detectives, are the charges that he's facing at this moment.
What do we know about the people who lost their lives, who were hit by that SUV there?
We all know that all these individuals that lost their lives, and even the ones that were injured, were all males. There were anywhere from the age between 21 all the way up to the age of probably 50. A lot of them, the majority of them, are from Venezuela. So we are trying to make sure we get correct IDs for every single person, notify the consulate, that way they can notify next of kin. Once we receive word from the Venezuelan consulate or any other consulate that they belong to, we will be releasing those names.
How are the survivors of the crash doing? Because we know there were several other people that were injured as well.
There were several other people that were injured as well. As far as we know, there was 5 other people injured at the scene, but refused medical attention. So as far as that goes, we cannot file aggravated assault charges because there were very minor injuries and they did not wish to cooperate.
As we near the end of Title 42, there are reports that Brownsville has seen an influx of Venezuelan migrants. Is that the case there?
We have seen an influx of Venezuelan migrants. I'm sure somewhere between 70 to 80% of the migrants are from Venezuela. As far as we know, there's still other nationalities that are coming through. At the end of Title 42 is in about approximately maybe 48 hours. We're still going to continue doing our patrol as we are to our citizens. That's who we owe everybody to, is our community, to make sure that everybody is safe. We do have some officers assisting with Border Patrol, but those officers are coming in on their days off working under a federal grant.
All right, Martin Sandoval there with the Brownsville Police Department. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
All it is I know we have a surge of migrants coming in. The Border Patrol is doing an absolutely fabulous job on processing the individuals and getting them through and hopefully to their final destination. But we also like to ask everybody just to be patient and be calm, especially with Border Patrol and law enforcement officials, that we are trying to expedite everything as quickly as we can.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time here to join us.
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody, I do want to head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour. It is 2:51 on the East Coast and 11:51 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 2:54 on the East Coast and 11:54 on the West Coast. You're taking a look at our live XRAD radar here, and the area of Houston, Texas has been hammered by a lot of rain and flash flooding throughout the day. We showed you some video of cars that were essentially trapped underwater, submerged there over the last several hours. I do want to bring in Robert Ray with Fox Weather. He joins us live from Houston with a look at the situation there. Robert, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Josh, this is downtown Houston. As you see, the expanse here, huge skyscrapers out here. And we have a lull in the rain right now, thankfully, but this morning just was nasty. Gotta say, these roadways, as inches of rain were coming down quickly, and when you're stuck out there in those whiteout conditions almost, with the rain pounding and you're in between those 18-wheelers, not good. And some of the streets we have seen flash flooding here in Houston. Unfortunately, people making their way into some of those roadways with water. You just can't do that. Even several inches can float your vehicle and you could become trapped and be injured or even hurt. Unfortunately, we have had a fatality in the area as a tree that was soaking the earth just popped it out, came down onto a vehicle. Unfortunately, a man lost his life. We are going to see these flash flood watches until tomorrow morning on Wednesday, and they could be extended even more as more rain is on the way this afternoon here in Houston, the fourth largest city in America. And you know, Josh, a place that is not a stranger to flooding by any means. It happens all the time here, but when it does, it happens quickly, it's violent, and people need to be very careful about the roadways that they're on, especially when it's coming down in buckets, as we have seen today, and we will see again tomorrow. Josh?
All right, Robert Ray there with Fox Weather. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll keep an eye on the radar there and join Robert Ray once again if the situation does continue to worsen over there in Houston, Texas. Really quickly, I want to pull up the XRAD radar system so you can see the storm that we are talking about. A bit earlier, if you were watching us here on Live Now from Fox, you were watching, of course, as we did see vehicles essentially submerged all throughout that area as a result. I do want to bring you to some breaking news here that we are following at this hour. We have just learned that there is a verdict reached in the defamation case against former President Donald Trump. Advice columnist E. Jean Carroll claiming Trump raped her in a luxury Manhattan department store in the 1990s. The judge read instructions to the 9-person jury early this morning. That went on for about an hour, and after that, the jurors started discussion over the civil claims of battery and defamation. Trump, who gave a deposition but did not attend the trial, has insisted that he never sexually assaulted Carroll or even knew her. The 79-year-old testified that she had a chance encounter with Trump at Bergdorf Goodman, across the street from Trump Tower. She said it was a lighthearted interaction in which they teased each other about trying on a piece of lingerie before Trump became violent inside a dressing room. Trump's lawyer told the jury that Carroll made up her claims after hearing about a 2012 Law & Order episode in which a woman is raped in the dressing room of that lingerie section of a store there, Bergdorf Goodman. Again, you are taking a live look right here over in New York City, right outside the federal courthouse, as a verdict has been reached in this case, and it is very likely that we will have some folks walking out here any moment, and they will, of course, address the media, so we'll bring you those comments right here on Live Now from Fox. We are also awaiting a news conference set to begin momentarily after we did, of course, have that situation over the weekend over at a Texas outlet mall. That is where we know 8 people were shot and killed when a gunman opened fire at the Allen Premium Outlets. I do actually want to pull up a story that our Fox 4 Dallas team did with the latest information on that.
While we were standing in line, me and my youngest, I heard everybody running and I saw commotion. I didn't hear any shots. And then I heard somebody say there's a shooter.
Mom Sarah Montez is thankful for the lives of her fiance and 2 young boys, 10-year-old Alex and 9-year-old Lorenzo, taking this photo after making it out of the mass shooting alive, noting the matching stark white tennis shoes her family wore that day are unbloodied.
I grabbed my youngest and I threw him to the floor, and I made him go to the very back wall where the clothes are hanging from so he could kind of be hidden. And I moved the clothing rack in front of him.
Hidden in the very back of this Nike store, safe away from the mass shooter who took the lives of 8 people. Sarah's fiance, Scotty Montez, says he heard 2 gunshots and people running, trying to get to safety.
So immediately we just went down. And I know that sometimes they have typical drills in these scenarios. And so I watched the workers as they ran to this certain area. So I just kind of followed them and went to the back.
The family says they can't thank the employees in the store enough for keeping them and others calm throughout the terrifying ordeal.
She had red hair, but she printed out coloring sheets for the kids and keeping everyone calm. Once we made it from the other side of the store to the break room, we were there for about 2 hours, and they had said you can leave. Some people were walking around, but we honestly didn't know what the situation was. We heard rumors here and there about he was just like a cop.
Meanwhile, Scotty tells me it was faith that kept his family from harm's way.
I believe, the Holy Spirit told me to look to the left, and it was weird. It wasn't like a thought or nothing. It was kind of like a push in my chest, kind of like a little shove that says, look to your left. And I look to my left and I see kids in big bold letters on the wall. And when I seen that, I said, okay, Lord, I'm just going to be obedient.
That was our Fox 4 Dallas team. It does appear the news conference is underway. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Speaking first will be Chief Brian Harvey from the Allen Police Department. Our second speaker will be the Special Agent in charge of the FBI, Chad Yarbrough, and our last and final speaker talking about the incident will be Regional Director Hank Sibley with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Immediately following their comments, we are going to translate this into Spanish. And Sergeant De La Cerda will be doing the Spanish translation.
He didn't say if they do that, he does.
When we do begin, after Regional Director Sibley speaks, we will take a few questions, but if you would, just raise your hand so that we can get through the questions in a timely manner and so that we can actually hear them.
Will be the Spanish first and then the questions, or the questions and then Spanish?
It will be the questions and then the Spanish. The Spanish will be done at the end and summarize everything that we've done today. All right, we'll be back shortly and we'll begin.
It's 2 o'clock.
All right, so it appears that was more of an introduction, letting us know exactly who will be speaking at this press conference, which is set to begin here shortly. Of course, we do know that they are going to provide the first update that we have seen since the incident happened on Saturday. There were 2 very brief news conferences that were held that day. I do want to get to the latest here on that deadly mass shooting, though, again, at an outlet mall there in Texas. The Texas Department of Public Safety is expected to provide that update any moment now on the shooting at Allen Premium Outlets just outside of Dallas. We actually have several different views right now that do show where folks are standing by as they do get ready for this to get underway. As I mentioned, they are now going to be approaching the podium, so let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Hello, thank you. My name is Oscar Villarreal. I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Department of Public Safety. As we begin today, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our speakers. First will be Chief Brian Harvey with the Allen Police Department. Then we will have Special Agent in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Chad Yarbrough. And then summarizing things at the end will be our Regional Director, Hank Sibley with the Texas Department of Public Safety, before we begin our Spanish translation.
When this community was attacked on May 6th, the Allen Police Department responded along with many others from the North Texas law enforcement community. That included both police and fire. Our community also responded with an overwhelming show of support for the victims' families, and public safety, and we are grateful and thank you. One particular officer distinguished himself in an exemplary manner, demonstrating tremendous bravery when he immediately addressed an attacker that was injuring and murdering innocent victims. We know our community would like to thank and honor him. However, we're not prepared to release that officer's name due to the ongoing investigation. And the officer has also expressed his appreciation for his privacy as he continues